about the recordings. The recordings are still going to happen, just so anyone I don't want people to misunderstand. This room is being streamed live onto YouTube. And if we could stream it to every platform on the planet simultaneously, we would do that as well. So if you do not want to be streamed live, I would say leave now. And the cool thing is the creators of this app, they created a button called Leave Quietly. It's in the upper right. You can go ahead and press that button if you do not want your voice to be streamed. So, yeah, we stream rooms here. Yeah, stream rooms.
Recording is amazing because then you can hold people accountable for the claims they make, and then there's proof later on, and you don't have to take people's word for it. Just saying. I'm a bit of a salty girl today.
What made you salty? Talk about it.
No, I'd be in violation of a rule, so no. I'm just salty.
No, I'm giving you permission to just kind of mention it real quick. Maybe we could send some positive mojo vibrations your way, and maybe you'll feel better about it.
Well, if anybody has the Kitover recording from Tuesday, I won a debate against Jacobus, and I said your points are so bad, somebody with a learning disability disproved you. Nathan then spun that around to say that I somehow was telling Jacobus that, trying to make him feel bad to beat somebody with a learning disability. I don't know how he got that out of that sentiment, but yeah, I'm a little salty, and if anybody has that recording, I would appreciate it, because I want to own him, and I want proof, and I want him to hear the words, and then I want him to admit he was wrong.
I wouldn't set a goal of proving anything to people in chillism. I think that's probably not the best goal. I think we could set better goals. In fact, I would argue that the more people in chillism that disagree with you or argue with you, that's a better sign that you're on the right track.
Oh no, me and Nathan had a screaming match this morning. And he called me a dumbass, and then I told him to shut his dumbass up, and yeah, it became a whole thing. Yeah.
You are aware that he knows that he's painting this narrative that's opposite of what really happened, and he's doing that on purpose. Right?
Yep, and he's aware of that as well, and that's why I want the recording, so you can hold his feet to the fire and prove how big of a liar he is. Simple.
Is anyone in here familiar with Robert's Rules of Order? Anyone?
Sure are.
Yeah. So in Robert's Rules, you can propose to suspend the rules, and then we bring it to a vote, and then if we vote to suspend the rules, we can do that. And so when it comes to any of the rules that we have, there's some that would be non-negotiable and not up for changing, like the threats of violence or the doxing. But when it comes to, the mentioning things from other rooms, I think some of them are, like, even an exclusion for non-English speakers could make sense if we're, like, let's say, quoting something from a foreign movie or something of that nature. But I think that we should use Robert's Rules allowing people to request for a suspension of the rules.
Hey.
One of the...
Good morning, Dima. Good morning, sweet Ashley.
One of the hottest elections is going to take place in March. It's the congressional primary in the state of Illinois. And in the 12th district, there's a real showdown brewing between Darren LaHood and John Kitover. And once John is ready to speak, what we'll do is we'll maybe put up a link where people can donate. They say that some elections matter more than others. I would say this is the most important election of our lifetime.
suggestion. Can we get LaHood in the room?
Well, here's what I would highly recommend is when we talk about these things and we're streaming it live, get a link of the YouTube live, because I doubt he's going to download this app, but send it over to his campaign. I'm sure you could reach out to, or he's got an operative right here. You could reach out to, if you look in the goo, you could see where it says Darren LaHood, U.S. Congress. Just go ahead and click on that person's profile and send them a back channel message with a link to the YouTube video, and maybe he can get it in the hands of the greater LaHood team. And we welcome discussion, debate. We will platform LaHood simply because we want to be fair and balanced in here. And while the creators of this house are unapologetically in support of John Kitover, we also believe in democracy, and so we want to hear from Darren LaHood. So if we can get Darren LaHood here, he would have a place here. Absolutely. I might even give him the mod badge.
I actually think he's not impressive at all, and he just looks old and washed up, like old business. I think we should I think at this point, if I were to take just a vote in general, saying I was in the district, I'd vote for John just because he's hotter. Mentally and physically.
So Bima, I'm glad you're bringing up the aesthetics because it's important in these elections. Has that drawn you? Have your begonias moved you to supporting with the cash donation to the campaign?
Yeah, I am a DeFi advocate, and so I like to. I remove my productive ability from institutions which I do not support or align with my moral beliefs. However, if I were to support John Kitover, which I'm getting there, I would definitely be happy to send over some decentralized cryptocurrencies, peer-to-peer transaction money without any interference from a third party, nor which can be interfered with. What is it when? Oh wait, not obfuscated. What is it when you take something from somebody? What is that word? Well, anyway, the point is it's immutable. Wrong timing, Big Red. Wrong timing. It's 12 o'clock. Give that chicken some scratches. Like some scratches. But yeah, immutable DeFi, crypto, John? I can help you set up your own DeFi wallet. Oh my gosh, do you hear this? Big Red. He's excited, I guess, for John. Is this an endorsement? Oh, there we go.
Is
I
that
guess he
your
likes John.
cock? That's your cock.
Yes.
Your
cock is active this morning.
Beautiful.
Yes. They're always active in the morning. Oh. Sorry, Scarlett. No, not obtain, Cindy. Is it obfuscate? It's not obfuscate. I can't say it. Obfuscate. No, what is it? That's probably not a thing, but it's the word when you take something from somebody, and it starts with an O. Not obstruct. Jeez. I agree, Cindy. Any points? Yeah. Any suggestions? Cindy's very passionate about my existence on the app, and I'm very flattered. Well, nobody's talking. It was so rude. Do you know what I found today? So I was going and I was checking out my little garden, found a beautiful little cucumber, and I'm passing the morning. God, he doesn't want me to talk either. He apparently thinks that silence is better than me speaking too. That's really mean. That's really mean. Big Red. But I was walking past the morning glories, and I like delusion a little bit. I think I have, like I engage in fantasy and like my own little sci-fi world. So I pretend like I'm a fairy, and so I like pick this beautiful flower, this morning glory, and I like stick it behind my ear, and I'm just like, skirting through my little property. I get up on the deck, and I'm looking at this flower, and I see it looks like there's like a piece of dirt on like the outside of the petal. So I try to like flick it off, and it started to move. And I'm like, wait a second, that definitely is not. That's a piece of dirt, and it's moving. Well, I took my iPhone. By the way, if you ever need to like really look at like magnify the iPhone 16s. I mean, I don't know what yours is, but I have an iPhone 16. I'm proud of that because it was my second iPhone ever. And anyway, I magnify and I see legs on this thing. And I'm like, what the heck? But there's no structure. It's weird. And then just legs, and then it fanned out the tail. Look at my PTR. I ended up looking this thing up. It's called, I'm explaining what I found, Dr. Adams. Calm down. I found what's called a golden tortoise beetle. And I found it in the larvae stage on the morning glory. And apparently it uses, this is a little intense, trigger warning. It uses its feces to create like this shield. So it looks like nothing. And so predators don't get it. And then it like covers itself like an umbrella with the shield of feces to protect itself. And anyway, but this is the cool thing. Go look up the stages of the golden tortoise beetle, and you're going to see a crazy golden beetle. I've not seen them yet in person, but I can't wait. I'm hoping there's more of them over there.
That's good. You have the coolest stories on stuff. I swear to God, I learned so much.
Bima, what are you growing in your garden? I do a little gardening too, so I'm just curious. You grow what, mostly flowers, herbs, fruits, and vegetables?
Yes, all the things. Right now, I only have tomatoes, cucumbers, green beans, pumpkin, garlic, corn. That's it for that.
Well, I love how you said only. Girl, that sounds nice. Pumpkins too? Nice. Peppers? Very nice.
And yeah, I'm also starting to do edible landscaping. If anyone has any recommendations, like, echinacea, yarrow, all things, burdock root, things that I can use, please send me these recommendations.
Where do you buy your seeds from, if you don't mind me asking? Is there a website you can recommend?
I do have a website, but I also I am under the tutelage of one of the most amazing anthropologists and organic farmers in the world right now, and he has a movement known as the food justice movement. And he has his own seed bank, which I'm talking, these are heirloom and organic. Heirloom meaning these seeds have not been changed in any way, and sometimes for hundreds or even thousands of years. So they're very expensive seeds, very, very expensive seeds. And he has the seed bank. And that's usually where I source my chef, Jaffe Kabui, is where I get my seeds. And if Mojo and the team would like, we could probably get Chef Kabui to come on in and give a little lecture, one of his lectures. If you check out my bio, and you guys
guys could ask him questions and engage yourself. But if you check out my bio, there's a website there. Right now, he's doing a tour. He just spoke at the UN conference. He was invited to the UN food conference, food summit. He spoke there, honorary guest, and he's on Foodies Without Borders right now, a tour, and you can check out their website too.
Bima, can you drop a link for people interested, and maybe even talk about the replay that I got to visit you on that you did talking about food justice?
Oh yeah, I ended up deleting that because that was
Bima. Okay, alright. Okay,
can I-
just
I
rip
just-
my heart out and step on it. That's alright.
Sorry.
Well, Scarlett, I just wanted to point out some inconsistencies in the moderation today. BMO has been violating rule number 4 for quite some time now, and there's been no scorn. I'm just wondering why that is.
I was pumping gas and getting a soft drink from the gas station, and my phone was in the car.
Wait, you pump your own gas?
It would be really delicate of me not to be able to pump my own gas.
Roger hasn't proposed yet to
That
Monica.
could be original. That could be a geographical thing. I know there's some parts of the country where even men are not allowed to pump their own gas, which I think is kind of strange, but
Yeah, in Oregon, they pump the gas for you, but
isn't that strange?
But Scarlett, I just want to say this. If given the opportunity, I would love to pump your gas.
Roger,
Okay.
excuse me, I'm so sorry, Monica. Roger, you need to propose marriage first.
To pump gas? Like, what are you talking about, Chris?
You are very well capable of taking care of Monica, and now it's time for you to propose. We're done with this whole like romantic flirtation thing.
There is no romance. There is no flirtation. Just mutual respect among the moderation team of the Mojo Positive Vibration Experience.
We're gonna start for a marriage.
Well, sometimes it may sound like it's something more than that, and I can understand how people get confused, but don't confuse my respect and admiration with anything more. She's a lady, should be treated as such.
Can we normalize men pumping gas? Because I think that's the greatest thing that has been lost in this society is women having to pump their own gas.
100%.
I never have to pump my own gas, honey.
You must be in Jersey.
No, I'm in California. My husband pumps my gas.
I only get out of it when hubby's
You know, I
home.
heard Don has a superior gas power.
I only pump my own gas.
You know, it could be a pride thing. You know, some people stop at the first pump, but you know, some people know that you could fit a little more gas in there if you like. You know, so
Scarlett, let me just say
You gotta
this.
twist it and shake it a little bit.
Scarlett, let me say this. I would not stop at one pump.
Darling, am I to be mistaken, or was that an innuendo?
not for me. I don't do those things.
No, we were talking about pumping gas. For those of you that have your minds in the gutter, you guys need to. That's a you problem.
I'm gonna go take a cold bath. Sorry.
Mojo gets around, apparently.
Some people wake up with a full tank every morning.
Oh,
Damn. And others with an empty tank.
And some people just have dreams. Bima, do you know how to keep Bill alive? Because mine always dies.
Did you say Bills?
Bill as in D as in Delta. Bill as in
Oh, Dill. No, I don't have any experience with that.
Okay.
I
wish I did, but chef very well though.
Scarlett, do you have a large tank?
What is the average tank?
I don't know. I just know that some tanks are a little smaller and it requires less to fill them up. And then others have larger tanks and it requires more to fill them up.
I drive a Highlander, so.
Can I please direct everyone to my PTR to check out the larvae stage of the golden tortoise beetle? And you can see the umbrella, that umbrella of crap, he curls it over himself like an umbrella. Isn't that crazy? It's fanned out right now. I waited for him to open up, but isn't that crazy? Oh, it's so cool.
Where in the world are you located?
I'm on the East Coast, baby.
Yeah, north, I'm guessing?
That's right.
Okay, I'm in the south, and that's probably why I can't get Bill to stay alive. It's too damn hot.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Okay. It's
A
what?
roller crown could be a clubhouse motto. I'm more interested and intrigued because I heard that one of your, it sounds like the rooster, but maybe a chicken, is called Dr. Adams. Are there other names for the other ones that come from Clubhouse?
No, I definitely have not named any of my chickens Dr. Adams. It was Big Red McGraw. But
I'm mistaken. I thought you were talking directly to Chicken Dr. Adams.
So you have a big red cock in your backyard?
Oh yes, it's actually a big red black cock. Because he's a black copper maroon. You know what they say. If anyone wants to exchange eggs, I would like to, put this forth as an Agora type-esque opportunity. If anyone wants to exchange chicken eggs, I'd be happy to do that. Hey, it's Italian Rick. What's going on, Rick? What are you doing?
Oh, God.
Hey, what's up?
What's up with you? Bada bing, bada boom.
Everything's fine. Today it's 5 Agosto, and it's a holiday. Nobody's working, not even the hospitals.
How did this happen? Why are we here? What's going on?
What's the matter? Why are you complaining? Explain.
Am I complaining?
No, not you. We got a mojo up there that's complaining because we're welcoming the Rick.
I'm so sorry. Mojo, oh my God. I've been waiting all day to talk to you. I have missed you so much. Stroke. Happy thing. He's incredible.
What happened?
Everything. And
What's going on here?
quiet. And he's all right all the time. Oh. Well, no, he's not all the time right. Yeah.
I don't get it.
Is that better? Does that make that better?
So confused.
Well, that's okay. That means things are doing well in your room.
Okay.
The president Mojo is a lovely person. I like him a lot.
There's a what person? You're kind of breaking.
It's Mojo is a lovely person. I like him a lot.
He's still not decided yet, but he is growing on me.
On you or in you?
Who?
Currently on me, because that has yet to be dealt.
Yeah, somebody told Kristen yesterday how to use her voice isolation, and her voice isolation sucks.
Oh shit! I'm sorry. I'll take it off.
I like how we woke up to a really chill room, and then others woke up and joined the room, and it was less chill, and now we're back to chill. There's like this up and down vibe that we have here. Do you like the old up and down?
I do like the up and down.
Deputy, is this any better?
So much better.
All right, cool. So back to flirting with Mojo because he needs some today, and it is Friday, and so he needs more. Oh my God, that scarf is amazing. Where did you get it? I want to touch it.
Man, I don't do compliments well.
Well, practice.
I would like to bring attention to the 31 votes for the poll that we have above. Brought us to a grand total of 103%. So, way to go. You guys are overachieving in these polls.
I like being part of the gay ones. Anybody else gay? It's a good weekend. I'm happy today.
Yes, me too.
Roger, do you think you should burn me, pal? Or what?
I definitely think Mojo can burn in hell.
I agree.
The guy's a dick.
He's very hard on himself.
He can be hard on you too.
Pause.
I mean, that's cool. That sounds interesting.
Yeah.
I mean, you kind of have a competitor. I may be visiting Bima in her backyard.
You're gonna visit her backyard?
Yeah, she's got a big black cock back there.
Thought it was red.
I think it's multi-colored.
Yes, see, she knows. She pays attention.
Kristen,
Yeah.
Kristen, you're a racist.
Why is that, darling?
Because you see color.
Oh, okay. What color are you, dear?
I think I exist outside of this construct of colors. It's more like a vibration.
So you're mixed. You're biracial. Okay. I kind of consider myself more peachish pink on that kind of color scale, but people usually categorize me into white.
Nye, how are you doing today?
I'm doing fabulous. I'm just sitting here thinking about if I'm gonna go see Weapons tonight or tomorrow. Has anybody on the stage seen Weapons yet?
Oh no, but I'm dying to.
Yeah. And apparently they're thinking about making a sequel, so that's pretty exciting.
And they came out with a new, what's the horror movie that starts with an I? They came out with a new one also. Anyway, go ahead, Nye. So, what's Weapons about, Nye?
It's about these kids in this town. They all go missing. No one can quite figure out why they went missing. I guess it has some sort of twisty ending. Josh Brolin is in it, and he's super delicious, so that's one reason to go. So yeah, I've read mixed reviews. Some people say the plot kind of falls off midway, and there's some plot holes. But the trailer is intriguing. The premise is intriguing. So that's enough to get me to go in and reach my own conclusion. Plus, I'm just a horror fan, so I'll support almost any horror movie.
Yay!
I love horror movies too.
I like reading about them.
Did you say horror or horror movies?
Both. I like horror movies too.
I was wondering if somebody was going to comment, but I'm glad you did, Mojo. Your mind is exactly where it needs to be.
On Monica?
Absolutely.
So will you guys come visit me in Italy or not?
Absolutely not. No way.
Where you at in Italy?
Modena. Modena is next to Bologna, is where they make Ferraris and Lamborghinis.
I drove both of them yesterday.
How far away is that from Ravenna?
From where?
Ravenna.
Oh, so close.
Really?
Of course. Yeah.
I woke up in the new Bugatti.
I want to go to Italy and live there if it's where they grow the bergamot. That's where I'll be. Take me with you.
So are you going to be in Calabria?
Yes, that's exactly where I'll be. Just take me with you.
And we have the most powerful mafia in the world in Calabria.
Did you say
Yeah,
mafia?
just fine.
I was thinking NY.
If he said mafia, that was random. Jesus Christ.
And I would have to push back, Rick. I'm pretty sure the U.S. is the largest mafia in the world.
Yeah, I mean, unofficial. I think the U.S. is pretty official as a mafia.
Is that why it's relatively peaceful where you are?
Nah, it's not that peaceful.
There are opposing opinions about mafias. Some say that if there's mafias that exist, it keeps the actual law enforcement in check. And then some people say that it's corrupted. So everybody has an opinion about it.
You know, I really like the mafia style films and TV shows. I'm late to Peaky Blinders. I guess they were kind of a mafia of some sort. So I just started watching that. But I don't know. I'm very intrigued by real life mafia culture.
What do you want to know?
No. She wants to know nothing. She knows nothing.
You're right. I want to know nothing. You're right. I don't want to incriminate.
I think it's A compared to Ndrangheta or Cosa Nostra.
Wait.
We want to know how to can tomatoes. That's what we want to know.
Okay.
No, I want to know who are the mafia leaders in your part of the. I really want to know. I want to read more about these individuals.
There are so many families in the south. You can check on Google. You can write Ndrangheta boss. Ndrangheta is the name of the mafia. It's the most powerful mafia in the world. You can write down this and check on Google and say Ndrangheta boss Calabria.
Wait,
I can put it there.
Please put it in the chat, please.
That's where I'll be.
Oh, by the way, random, another TV show, Alien Earth, just dropped this week on Hulu, and it's supposed to be dynamic. I haven't seen it yet, but it's getting rave reviews. I'm really excited to start diving into that. If anybody likes Alien, it's part of the Alien franchise.
Like aliens and like an ancient alien thing, or
No, like Sigourney Weaver, the Alien movies.
oh shit, no thank you. I'll read about it though. It's awesome. I'm just curious because it triggered when somebody said "Take Me With You," it triggered the Prince song, and then it kind of, because you guys are a little feisty today and hilarious, it triggered a little, like, for me when I heard that song by Prince, it was kind of like my sexual awakening, and I was like, okay, what's happening? And I'm just kind of curious. Anybody else? What was your song that you're like, oh no, what's going on? I'm no longer a kid.
Pop That Pussy by 2 Live Crew.
Oh my god, are you serious? Ah!
That's when the innocence was lost.
That was a rough awakening, man.
Prince, his estate has shelved the documentary. So there was a documentary made by Prince. The filmmaker has done some interviews this year about, his frustration with getting the documentary released, because apparently in the documentary, several of Prince's colleagues and fellow artists and friends and family members spoke about how abusive he was towards women. Apparently Prince had a dark side. He beat up women. And we don't know if this is true or not, but those who were closest to him apparently in the documentary spilled the tea, and the state was like, nope, we're not going to ruin this man's legacy by putting that out there. So they have shelved the documentary, and the filmmaker has been fighting to get it released. So I don't know. I would be interested in knowing the ugly side of Prince. He's human. I'm not saying that abusing women is I'm not advocating or supporting that in any way, but to learn that this man had a dark side when he presented himself as this petite, musical fairy, I find quite intriguing.
Well, his father was abusive, right, to his mother. So
yeah, that's right.
Mm-hmm.
I don't think he was very nice to his wife. It's kind of creepy how young she was. And I would say grooming tactics were used. I don't know. Yeah, and then I also understood from a lot of accounts that he was very controlling in her diet, and I don't know if he was physically abusive, but it was not pleasant to listen to.
Rick, thanks for that link, Rick.
So my nephew's uncle on the other side is dating Apollonia. So we'll have to ask Apollonia. We'll ask her.
Yeah, she was certainly a hottie back in the day. I don't know what she looks like now. I imagine she still is a hottie, but she certainly was a hottie in her heyday.
She's beautiful. She's still so pretty, yeah.
Yeah, she's had many pricks sticking out of her. She's had stuck in her. She looked like a porcupine.
Oh, are you virgin shaming?
Nope. Quite the opposite. But I'm only allowed to talk like this when there's certain somebody's not.
Okay, I have an off-topic question.
Yes.
I'm taking my daughter on a trip. We want to go out of the country for her graduation. Where's a safe place for two women to travel over in Europe? We were going to do Italy, which is why I brought it up. But I don't know. I heard a bunch of people the other day say that we shouldn't go to Italy. Where can we go where we can feel safe?
It depends on the city.
Go to Italy! Go to Italy!
Which city you want to go?
Well, we were going to do like 10 to 14 days out there, so we were going to try and use the train to see as much of Italy as we could.
You like the train?
I like the train.
I think you're completely fine. I think you can take there's a train called Alta Velocità, which is a high-speed train, one of the fastest in Europe that we have, and I think you will be pretty comfortable traveling with that. And it's very fast. It connects, for example, Milan to Napoli. You can see many cities in 15 days, definitely.
But
Why do you want to go to Europe? There's so many places that you can go here. Like you can build a trip around, visiting like a Howard Johnson or a Grey Wolf Lodge. Dine at places like the Waffle House.
we do that all the time, though. We have 480 Waffle Houses in our state. There's one on every street corner. But because I want to take her out of the country.
I recently ate at a Waffle House in Idaho, and it was an interesting experience. I think the meal that I had about 4,000 calories. It's a different kind of environment.
That sounds lovely.
I was was disappointed though. I've always heard about fights at the Waffle House. There was no fights. Left me
Be there at 2 o'clock in the morning.
It was quite late. I was in was I in Tempe or was I in Phoenix when I went to a Waffle House late at night. It was after a wrestling match. Actually, yeah, it was on a Monday night in Phoenix, or just outside of Phoenix, heading to Peoria. Yeah, but the one in Idaho was actually kind of nice. I haven't seen one in my state. Not a single one. David, where is there a Waffle House around here?
I don't think we have them. It's hard to find a Denny's anymore. We're stuck with, some really sad IHOPs.
And they shut down all the Sherry's. The Sherry's pies were good.
Yeah, fresh pie.
I love a good fresh pie.
And twofers.
I would get a slice of pie and a cup of coffee. And there's something about the bitterness of plain black coffee contrasted with a sugary pie.
Do you ever get like a freshly roasted cup? Like they just roasted the beans and like made that coffee right after they roasted the beans?
Yes, I have. Yes.
Amazing. Anybody, if you've not had that experience, definitely have that experience.
This poll is tightening up here. Very interesting.
I bet.
Bima, you haven't responded yet to the poll. Bima.
I'm withholding some of my judgments because I am in a state of neutrality for now. Because if you asked me like a week ago, I would have definitely reviewed and put my answer. But at this point, I'm being to hold it. It's a good thing. It's a good thing.
Just be gay like me. It's fine.
Speaking of coffee, you know what else is really good with coffee? And this is something that I learned about, like these cottage laws, right? So when I went to Texas, I'm from the East Coast. Texas, whole different experience. I had like legitimate culture shock, okay, in the best way. It was just, I love the state of Texas. And so, because, I'm a lowly, poor, impoverished, I didn't graduate high school. I have no education, barely read. I do I was doing food deliveries. And would you know that I got my first order? Well, it was the first order among a bunch of orders that brought me to like this person's house for pickup. Normally you pick up at a restaurant, but I'm like, wait a second. I'm going, is this right? Like I get there, I'm like, this is a person's home. Fresh baked pies, and they have cottage laws where you can sell pies, which I mean, this is obviously right down, I love this. And I gotta tell you, this person was popping. But I'm talking homemade, amazing pies. Oh my God.
We have a woman in our city that makes her own pies at her house, and she has a vending machine in the front yard. And you can buy that pie fresh out of the vending machine.
That's amazing.
My mother makes pies, homemade, everything, and they are so good. My favorite is peach. She just made us a peach pie. It was deep dish. It was so good. But I don't need a vending machine. I'll just say, Mother, I need a peach pie, and there she is. I'm so lucky.
Now you guys are making me want to go get the stuff to make a pie.
I've never made my pie. I cook. That's my thing. She's a baker. I'm the cook.
Bakers are different.
I like to bake.
Baking is great.
It's the first cooking I learned. The closest Waffle House is in the southwest to us.
I have one pretty close to me, at least if it didn't shut down.
What would you say your favorite pie is? If you could right now snap your fingers, have a slice, what would it be?
Strawberry
Berry. Mixed berry.
If it magically didn't have pumpkin, I love pumpkin pie. I know, basic white girl, but I love pumpkin pie.
Pumpkin's good.
I like key lime pie a lot. It has to have a graham cracker crust.
This is good. Rhubarb. Strawberry rhubarb. Oh, so good.
Is cheesecake its own thing, or would you consider it a pie?
No, a cheesecake is a cake.
It's okay.
I'm like cheesecake so bad right now.
Good New York cheesecake dance.
You guys are making it very hard to stick to a diet. I've been very strict lately.
Okay, let's talk about a fruit now. If you were to snap your fingers, okay, and have the most ripe, freshest fruit in your hand. Oh, yes.
Watermelon for sure.
A white peach or white nectarine. I love them.
Ooh.
Cherries.
Pineapple.
Mmm.
I do like pineapples.
Have you guys ever had otai?
No, what is that?
So this is like a Tongan drink, and they mix watermelon, like mashed up watermelon, pineapple, and coconut water, and it gets like they ice it up. Oh, ooh, let me tell you.
Add the coconut and add good tequila. That is what I drink in the summer. Mashed up watermelon
Oh, look at you.
and sometimes cranberry juice.
I don't want to deviate from the subject. I'm just curious. If I don't ask now, I'll forget. Friday, ADHD brain, and more coffee. Does anybody know of a device that you can put on your car door so that it doesn't leave a dent into somebody else's car when you open it in the parking fucking lot?
Is this a parking
Yeah.
every night in a garage?
Yeah, I park every day in the garage, and it's pretty good, but most of the Atlanta parking lots are just stuck. Engineered badly.
Kristen,
Making the spaces smaller too, but there's everything from boat bumpers to just Google it. There's a million products you can buy.
Yeah, I know, but I can also do my own shopping. That's why I'm asking for your personal opinion. If anybody has
I just choose a parking place. That's why I asked if it was a garage.
Yeah, I can't do that, David, but
I'm a piece of shit. Everybody knows already. But when I was younger, I was even a worser piece of shit. And I had bought this car, and I was so obsessed with this car. And I hated when people would park next to me. So I took a corner parking spot, and I would park at an angle. I was that horrible individual because I was so tired of people disrespecting my space. And I never got any dents. I got a lot of shit for it, but never got any dents.
I'm in a classy joint, so I can't do nothing nefarious.
Hey, good morning, everybody. This is John. So we had one respondent from Craigslist that wants to gather signatures, and he asked, "Hello, regarding your Craigslist ad, my name is Ed Matthews. Signatures do you need, and what are you paying for sig/board?" I told him 15 an hour, which is not a lot. A lot of people want $15 a signature, but we'll see what we can organize and convince him to work as you know, experience with this matters. When I ran for committee person, I met a professional signature gatherer who for 20 years has been getting judges on the bench, and he charges 15 to 35 a signature. But we are live, and we're live on X, we're live on Clubhouse. Welcome to the Mojo Experience, a super positive vibration.
And we're live. John, have you ever read Shambhala?
No.
I love you, Miss Lopez.
What is tell me?
Oh, I'm reading it right now. I got it out of the archive.com, or I think it's like archive.org, so it's free. Anybody can check it out if you want. And it's really, really good so far. It's very interesting. It talks about how to be a warrior, like a spiritual warrior. Spiritual warrior.
Oh.
I feel like this campaign needs more strength. So I just want to quickly read something about strength if everybody can concur or agree that they want to hear something about strength.
John, I just want to let you know you're a joke to me.
Oh, that's okay. As long as, you know, you realize that it takes a comedian to know a comedian. So what does that make you?
I will be a perfect politician.
Rick, are you ready to give $10 to the campaign to elect John Kitover today? Because your valuable input and money is needed.
Sure, of course.
Well, thanks, Rick. I hope together we can change the world and make it a more peaceful place for everyone, with no terrorism, no hate speech, and absolutely no trolling on the internet.
John, how can you even think that you can scam an Italian? That's our job. God damn it. How can you think that?
So, Ms. Lopez, this is just the very first, like the introductory. Um, so the index, so you could get an idea. Let's see. The index has how to be a warrior, creating an enlightened society, discovering basic goodness, the genuine heart of sadness, fear and fearlessness, synchronizing mind and body, the dawn of the great eastern sun, the so you get the idea. And so the very first little intro paragraph is, the Shambhala teachings are found on the premise that there is basic human wisdom that can help solve the world's problems. This wisdom does not belong to any one culture or religion, nor does it come only from the West or the East. Rather, it is a tradition of human warriorship that has existed in many cultures, many times throughout history. So exciting.
Ooh.
Well, if there's no objections to hearing a little bit about strength, or do you want to hear about the lovers?
I hear about the lovers.
Okay. Be careful what you ask for, or I should say, ask for.
No, you
This
were right the first time. Go ahead.
this is called Zion. Z value 7 means sword or weapon, suggesting the antithesis of Vav the nail, because a sword cleaves, cuts, divides, and separates. Diversity, contrast, antithesis, distinction, and therefore discrimination are some of the related ideas. Discrimination implies nice perception, acuteness, sharpness like a sword's edge, sagacity, and so on. Smelling is the sense attributed to Zion in the Book of Formation. The sense of smell has always been associated with keen perception and sagacity. An old Kabbalistic maxim says, properties are discerned by the nose. Our everyday speech has a number of phrases like smell out to suggest approach to truth. East above, the direction assigned to Zion is the line bounding the eastern side of the top of the cube of space and joining the top face above Mercury to the eastern face East Venus. This line, moreover, joins the top of the vertical line northeast Emperor to the top of the vertical line southeast Hierophant. The combination of east and above suggests the working together of the subconscious power of creative imagination and the self-conscious power of acute discrimination. Gemini, the twins, is the zodiacal sign attributed to Zion. The name of this sign suggests duality, division, and other ideas related to the meaning of the letter. It is difficult to tell twins apart, and to do so requires nice discrimination. Gemini is ruled by Mercury, key one the magician, sometimes personified in Egyptian mythology as the jackal-headed Anubis, representing discernment and sagacity because the jackal's keen smell of smell. Gemini governs the lungs, collarbones, shoulders, arms, and hands, all in pairs. Gemini people are said to be given to inquiry, investigation, and experimentation. They often engage in mental pursuits. In our color scale, Gemini is represented by orange. The corresponding musical tone is D natural. Gemini is a common sign of the airy triplicity. Disposing intelligence is the mode of consciousness assigned to the letter Zion. To dispose is literally to place apart, to arrange, to distribute, to apportion, to divide. Thus, analysis implied by the meanings of the letter name sword, classification, organization, preparation, and adjustment are all related to this mode of consciousness. This it is which shows itself in our disposition, and one's disposition can be modified by right discrimination. Okay, there's more, but there's always more. But I want to thank you all for being here. This is how to make friends and influence people on Clown House. The best way to win friends and influence people is to treat people the way that you want to be treated. Hopefully with kindness, love, compassion, friendliness.
And threats of bodily harm.
Perhaps, but you know, I think that a lot of people who don't want to listen to the playback or replay, maybe they're ashamed and they know it, but you know, they just can't show it. But I say, don't bring drama into new rooms. Let that old drama simmer in old rooms, because the now is all important. And I think that every day is like Groundhog Day, and you are reincarnated in a way. And if you're intelligent, you're not reincarnated into yesterday. You are reincarnated into the now. And in the now is a great silence of peace. And anyone who breaks that silence of peace is guilty of violating the power and the beauty of the now. So if you're in the now, you are in the muff.
How did you know I was a Gemini? Jackal-headed Anubis?
John, did you hear or did you see the thing I tweeted to Darren the Hood?
No, let me check. If everybody is not on X, now is the time. This campaign has to move very quickly, and today could be a quick day for the campaign. But every day is so important that your participation here in Clubhouse, your active participation. I know everybody wants to stir the pot and have the drama, but real social media activity on this campaign can have and will lasting effect on any and all future political aspirations. But gathering these signatures is a big to do, and it's a lot of work because it's real. And I don't know if anyone here has ever gathered signatures, but to get someone to even put their name, their address, and sign is very difficult. Most people literally scribble, and when you go to the challenges, you realize very quickly how horrible people's mark is and their signature, and therefore, it's a time-consuming task to actually capture a valid signature that doesn't get rejected by a challenge. So there's a huge time component to getting these signatures. And the people who gather the signatures, if they're unprofessional, and generally they are because they're being paid very little, they don't give a shit what you fill out. And so that's part of the training piece in getting individuals motivated, that their direct work and focus there can help this campaign get on the primaries. So those are my thoughts. And Bima, I didn't know you were a Gemini.
Yeah, you taught me my color is orange and D, what was it? D natural for my
Oh
music.
my god. Roger's aura is orange today. That is crazy.
What is it usually?
I don't know usually. I just see orange today.
Okay, interesting.
Yeah, that's great. If everybody could go to Mojo X Experience right now, and you can go to his replies tab. I'm not sure why it doesn't show up in the posts tab. You may want to post something to the actual profile as opposed to just a reply, Mojo, and then maybe even do a Grok query. Say, hey, ask Grok, say, hey, Grok, why should I vote for candidate Congressman John Kitover versus Rhino vaccinologist, gun grabber LaHood, something like that. And that type of content with Grok gets a lot of views. And if everybody in the room has an X account, you could retweet it and tag or,
Can you put the link up there for the Mojo experience?
Sure. Mojo, do you wanna
Thank
pin your X account to the top of the room? Dr. Adams, we really need your positive vibrations at this moment, right now, and in the future. But now is most important. And Dr. Adams, we want you, and we need you, and we love you. But that's okay, Dr. Adams. By playing the opposition when the opposition won't even talk to me, you're still one of the best solutions to this quagmire, which is how do we get press and how do we get signatures. So, Dr. Adams, even though I'm roasting you, I want you to know it's true. We actually do love you, and we actually do need you. So this is what Thomas Massey is going through. 4 hours ago, he posted our next 3 billionaires posing as MAGA Kentucky just released a poll to claim their smear campaign against me is eroding my job approval rating. The pollster is notoriously inaccurate, but this helps them advance a false narrative. Will you help fight back? secure.thomasmassey.com/donate. And an image of MAGA Kentucky's advertising campaign has turned Thomas Massey's polling numbers upside down, leaving him exposed and extremely vulnerable in a Republican primary election for Congress, the poll stated. So, see how negative publicity, negative press, you can turn it around upside down and use it in your media to generate contributions? Well, I may be trying to do the same thing here on Clown House. For example, Abby, well, actually, we can't talk about former rooms. That would take us out of the now. So let's just learn how to make friends and influence people here on Clown House right now.
I didn't hear Roger respond to you asking him to pin his ex profile. I just tried to add it. It's not appearing. I don't know what's going on. I don't know if y'all can click on that link above, nor can I even remove it because I don't think it's going to take you to the page, but I tried to pin it.
Yeah, it takes you to his X account.
It does.
Okay, perfect. Okay.
You can also post to your own X account if anyone here has an X account. You can just write, "Hey Grok, why should the voters in the 16th District of Illinois vote for candidate Congressman John Kitover versus $20 trillion debt creator Darren LaHood?" It's little things like that that, you know, can cause a little sting and stir the pot. But that's what we need, and that's the help we need. Even though you don't live in the 16th District, it's not fake news. This is patriotic activity here on Clown House, trying to pay off the debt, reduce the deficit. What is Kitover's stance on big bags? Let's find some common ground here. Yeah, Dr. Adams, do we have any common ground on that comment?
Adam says, wow. What did he say? What's your stance on big bags? Adam, I effing love you. You are so damn funny. Oh my God. That is, John, what is your stance on big bags? Inquiring mind.
Well, there are big backs everywhere. I walked through the park last night and there was a big back just laying on the grass, like, you know, with the head up off the ground and just looking at like some little kids walking by. And I was like, that is a beached whale at the park. How did that beached whale? But it wasn't a woman, FYI. This was a man, and he was huge. It was like, it was impressive to just see the head lifting off the ground, but the body kind of lying on the side. You know, it was he was huge, and there's homeless people at the park. They live at the park. I can't believe the police let them, you know, just set up tent. But you know, I think that everyone needs to go to the gym, get some sunshine, have a, you know, and eat less. I think eating less is one of the bigger components because I find myself personally when I, you know, pack on the pounds, it's because I'm eating a lot, having huge meals or eating all day long. I mean, fasting, you know, and intermittent fasting and eating less is more. And they say that in these monkey experiments that they can prolong monkey lives like 60%, 80% by doing a caloric restriction diet. So overeating, I think, is the poison, the primary poison. So basically, you want to eat, you know, very healthy foods as little as possible, you know, and maximize your eating efforts. So that's how I would address the big back crisis in America and in the world today.
And I missed for clarification, it wasn't Adams. I just assumed that was Adams. I went into the chat. It was Mike who said that? Not Adams. Yeah, Mike. So sorry, Adams. I just assumed because Adams is the only one who talks about big bags. But it's Mike. Okay, no problem. Still funny.
And Ro, it's good to see you back in the room. And I just want to remind you of the house rules about not bringing in prior drama from other rooms. So, in that way of being in the now, all of my recordings are actually compressed in the now, but exterior on YouTube, if that makes any sense, or Instagram.
Ro might be sleeping, huh? Isn't it like late where he is, perhaps?
Yeah, he's asleep.
Oh, I didn't see him in the room earlier. So Bima, you know, I would consider you the anarchist liberal contingent of this campaign to elect candidate Congressman John Kitover. You are far out on the spectrum. I'm just wondering, you know, you couldn't offer solid explanations on many of your, you know, neo-anarchian positions. So I'm just wondering, like, what would your priorities be, you know, if your government was to take root?
Well, first of all, I reject anarchist liberal. Okay, no. Okay, it's a voluntarist, which is very different, and that is a free exchange and voluntary association of like minds coming together without the use of coercion or violent back force. And the answer to your question is, I'm not, everybody knows I'm not the smartest person in the world. I do know that I don't like, you said, how to win friends and influence people. How do I like to be treated? I like to consent, like explicitly, to things outside of my private property. And I like to be able to exchange peacefully. I'm a peaceful human being. I've never harmed another peaceful person in my life. So, with that being said, that's what I leave. That's what this particular government would be. It would be leaving it up to a bunch of other amazing individuals who are much smarter than me to bring like minds together and build competing institutions to be able to innovate and really expand and really tap into the creativity that's been harnessed, forgotten, exploited, destroyed through the public education system, the Prussian-led and influenced public education system, stripping us and creating these little sheep boxed in perfectly to become just meat machines for the meat grinder. So yeah, somebody that's smart, that's the type of person that has a particular passion for something in society, whatever it might be. Yeah, we're gonna look to that person. We're gonna say, hey, how you wanna do it? I just want to say hey to Dope. What's up, Dope?
Hey y'all, how's it going? Nice to be back on this godforsaken hellhole.
Oh,
But this is a new room. This room seems pretty chill.
It is sometimes.
What's the topic of discussion?
We're trying to figure out how to make friends and influence people on Clownhouse.
Why exactly would we need to do that?
Because I'm running for Congress and we need as much social media digital support as possible, from campaign strategists to AI strategists like Dr. Adams there posing as an aide to the Darren LaHood campaign. What are you prepared to do for freedom today? How are you going to make a change right now, Dope?
Oh boy.
Well, are you seriously running for Congress?
That's right. We're running for Congress, and today we have our first campaign signature vote gatherer to put together petitions and ballots so we can get in the March primary.
Which district are you?
16th Congressional District of Illinois. Rockford, Peoria, Bloomington, Normal, Illinois.
And I'm assuming GOP.
That's right. Abraham Lincoln's Liberty Party of Freedom for the African American people of the United States of America.
I mean, that's cool, yeah. I don't think Clubhouse is the most efficient way to do this, though.
Well, we're taking the message to the masses on X and YouTube right now. Some of the comments on YouTube for the day: why all the phones? Look, everyone, it's a homosexual. That was an actual comment today. That account's called Staying Off the Grid.
So I have a question for Ashley in the room. Have you seen the new Battlefield 6? It looks sick. Go watch the trailer on YouTube. Go watch the trailer on YouTube right now. Dude, it looks sick. I'm literally in the process of buying a PC this weekend just so I can get Battlefield 6.
And then we're watching some Call of Duty Zombies together.
Yes, 100%. And Warfare, obviously, but you gotta watch the trailer for Battlefield 6, Ashley. You're gonna fit yourself. That shit looks amazing.
Oh, I'm gonna go watch it right now.
Yeah, right now.
You know, Pockets, yesterday you thanked me for my service, and I said, don't thank me, thank all the dead soldiers who died in Iraq and Afghanistan to give you that liberty to get that video game and get that PC so you could make a salary from Medicare, Medicaid, so you could buy the latest technology out of South Korea, and Taiwan and China. So all I'm asking to you, Pockets, is if you want to increase the economy, it's inversely related to cutting, borrowing, and spending. And therefore, you need to stop the spending, Pockets. We're in a state of austerity. This is Americans for Austerity. We've got a super PAC going, Pockets, called Americans for Austerity. Are you ready to donate to the super PAC today, or are you ready to donate to the campaign to elect candidate Congressman John Kitover? Thanks, Pockets.
I will when you get rid of that iPhone. 100%.
I'm gonna sign up for the free beta right now.
Yeah, do it.
I'll stream it in the Discord, even though I'm not supporting chillism because Nathan's a liar.
I will be watching. It's literally gonna ruin camping for all campers. That game. You can literally blow up all buildings.
Also, if any of you know any great discords from people here on Clown House, if you could put the antidote link in my profile, or I'll put it in the chat, or we can pin it to the room. But if you can spam chillism, or with messaging on behalf of the campaign, do like John Kitover, I'd appreciate it. Or if we're gonna do a chatter rollout, if you don't have chatter, download the app now. Live stream this room onto Chatter. Live stream this room onto X. Live stream this room onto YouTube. I do all the heavy lifting, but we need your digital media support more now than ever, unless you're willing to give $1 to $10, 10 not 11, 10 not 9 to the campaign to elect candidate Congressman John Kitover.
John, I have a question.
Oh my god.
John, get over. Are you there?
Keegan, your question cannot be related to any former day's drama or any type of information related to anybody from any former room. It has to be directly related to the campaign, policies, etc. Thank you, Keegan.
Okay.
Oh, Pockets, by the way, it's on Xbox as well. Or PlayStation.
Or Microsoft as well.
Yes. I'm glad I brought you to the smart side gaming PC master race all the way. The only master race I believe in is PC.
Well, I was gonna get just like a gaming laptop because I don't want to do like a whole setup. It's fit in my room. I like a lot of space in my room. Like I'm taking up so much shit. So I'm thinking about just getting a gaming laptop. Thinking about it, I'm gonna go stop.
I have one, and honestly, they're not as good. They're really not as good. Like, if you get an actual desktop, it's a lot better, and you can hook it into your PC. Oh, I see. That's nice.
Yeah, and I know the graphics are obviously probably better on the storage or the gigabyte. So I don't know, man. I'm thinking about it.
Unless they've improved, the lag is pretty bad. Like,
yeah, I heard that. Yeah, I heard that even when you have that aim, even on like a gaming laptop, that your aims are super slow. You're fucking aim fast, you know?
Oh yeah, I'm happy to hear people older than me play video games. Very fun to hear that.
How old are you?
I'm 26.
I'm 29. Relax.
Whoa. You're still older than me. John, my question for you is, do you support state funding to LGBTQ programs? This is before I can be publicly an advocate towards your campaign.
No, absolutely not. And, I also don't support local municipalities or counties giving millions of dollars to abortion care providers.
Harry.
So I hope I knocked out, 2 home runs for you there, Keegan. Any other questions you want to ask?
As of right now, no. As of right now, you have my full support.
See, it's wonderful when principles are aligned. So Keegan just let us know his particular position. See, what's unfortunate is sometimes the state and politicians will take your tax dollars, theft, and then put it towards things that are against your moral compass. And that's not nice, and that's not fair. So if we just go with John Kitover, just take the funding and bring it back and put it in the hands, the direct agency of individuals, how can you fight with that? Your moral principles will stay intact, and you'll be able to wake up and live a great life every day.
Thank you for that, Bima. Okay, so we're gonna transition this show this morning retinue, we are apparently not repeating the same cycle as the past 3 to 4 days. The tornado has blown out of Oklahoma City, and it looks like we have clear skies in the campaign to elect candidate Congressman John Kitover. I'm looking at a beautiful blue sky right now at the beach with the Lady Hawk, and we have a surprise guest here on the Lady Hawk at Montrose Beach. Give it up for Hakima. Hakima, come on over here. I got the clubhouse room going. Where you at? Hakima, come on over. Put that margarita down. Come on over here, Hakima. Yes, I got an extra bathing suit for you, Hakima.
What happened?
I said the tornado blew through while you were sleeping, John.
Oh, that's good. I like to sleep during large storms. Let other people ride it out. I'm sleeping.
I'm a spectator. I love watching that chaos.
We need a topic.
Definitely need a new topic. Yes.
Can I have some questions for John, actually? Can I ask some questions for John?
Oh, yeah.
So, yeah, John, I'm looking at your website. So, what would you say you describe yourself as in terms of the current Republican Party? Like, which, I think it's bifurcating in certain senses. Not even bifurcating. Like, there's like 4 separate categories. But would you describe yourself as more aligned with Trump and MAGA? Is that how you'd identify?
Well, I do not identify fiscally or economically with the big, beautiful bill supporters. But I do support Trump's strength, his courage, his mercurial political, capabilities. He is, to me, an American hero. And, he resisted what I would consider like a deep state Democrat attack, which is contradictory, to essentially our good sensibilities, our American way of doing things, fair, truthfully, transparently. So, but to me, the biggest issue that I have with the Republicans having, trying to get into Congress now and working in trying to become a committee person, is it's definitely the debt, borrowing and spending, and especially the 100 trillion in unfunded liabilities. But the 37 trillion of funded liabilities and spending 2 trillion more a year that we don't collect if we're collecting 5 trillion. If the Republicans aren't actually trying to set up a way to permanently cut our spending and our borrowing by having a balanced budget and that amendment or act, we won't just keep kicking the can down the road, and it doesn't matter who's in charge, whether it's Republicans or Democrats, because the debt is what's all important. But from a cultural perspective, the liberals and the Democrats and transgender mutilation and abortions and vaccines at large for a Wuhan virus made and funded by Dr. Fauci. We are living in clown world, and I gotta say, if you want to continue living in clown world, that's up to you. But in the campaign to elect candidate Congressman John Kitover, we are letting all the constituents in the 16th district know that Darren LaHood is a rhino vaccinologist, super debt creator who poses as a Republican, but he's not a Republican. His daddy's a Democrat, and he's a Democrat. And if you want to say the swamp or the deep state, he has a lot of seniority in Congress, and he supervises a lot of spending. And you can just do a comparison on Grok. If everybody here wants to do an exercise on how to determine how people vote, just ask Grok to do a comparison of Darren LaHood's open secrets and the HR acts and determine what percentage of his votes are attributable to his donors at Open Secrets. So we need you to take direct action today. And this is the hardest, most unbelievable thing is people will sit here and listen to me for hours, but like 1% of people will actually do any digital physical footprint, activity. So follow Darren LaHood on X right now. Follow John Kitover IL on X right now, and please help do some digital marketing operations for the campaign today. I hope that answers your question. Thanks, Doug.
Cool, yeah. that kind of gives more perspective. Just one more. Would you say you're more like economic protectionist in terms of like foreign economies? Like, are you in support of Trump's tariffs? I think the following election with the GOP will be interesting because there's still the economic protection side that's been, kind of originated with Trump. And I think J.D. Vance would probably be the type of person to carry that on in the GOP when 10 years ago this would not be the norm at all. So would you say that's what you align with, or you're more, you're not as strict on that?
It's a very simple answer. It's a variable solution or a smart contract. If it's smart to do it. If it's reciprocal and strategic to get new business markets open for U.S. corporations, we'll do it. But we don't want to get taken advantage of, and if we can't compete in their marketplace and they're dominating our marketplace, well then maybe it makes sense to use some strategic, smart contracts to force an issue and come to some type of solution with foreign governments and foreign manufacturers. I mean, that you do everything smartly and in a business way. Does that make sense?
I get it. So you're just more pragmatic about it. That's what I got from that, at least. Yeah. Okay, that's cool. I don't know. I don't know who I'd vote for. I'm not even in your district, but this upcoming midterm should be interesting. So yeah, I guess good luck to you.
You know what's so funny, John? My dad and I were talking last night. I called him and I was like, dude, let's do a political ideology test together. And we're literally almost 96% the same with political ideology. But I asked him, one of the questions was, what is a good attribute that you want to have in a president? And my dad literally said, I want our president to be feared. He was like, I want people to be scared as fuck of our president. He's like, that's the type of president I want, is one that people fear. And so I thought that was interesting when you were saying, you like Trump's courage and his, boldness and, type of stuff. When, my father was just saying that he wants someone to be feared by their people. I thought that was amazing.
A little Machiavellian.
Big shout out to Mike as well. Thanks, Mike, for donating to the campaign to elect candidate Congressman Kitover. I know you and I have been talking on this app for many years now, and I've critiqued your public speaking. We've talked about communication, theory. I'm just wondering, Mike, why did you decide to give to the campaign to elect candidate Congressman John Kitover when you voted for Kamala Harris and J.D. Vance? How did I melt your heart, Mike?
Oh gosh, I like you on a personal level. I think that you're a good human. I think you're smart, and I don't necessarily have to agree with everything that you think you believe. I don't have to agree with every platform that you support in order to want to see you succeed. And in order to believe that, generally speaking, we'd be better off if people like you were in charge rather than the host of people that we have currently. So, in short, I just don't need to fully agree with you on everything to want you to be successful. So, I donated to that for that reason. But in general, as for why I support you after I voted for Kamala, because I've remained open-minded about Trump, and I'm giving him the benefit of the doubt, and I like your obsession with fiscal responsibility, which brings you in line with a lot of the way I am. I'm probably more rhino for sure than MAGA, and I think that you kind of take the best of both sides of it in many respects. And I appreciate the fiscal responsibility and the focus on that. So that brings you more to the rhino side for me, which makes me like you more.
Thanks. I think obsession with fiscal responsibility is what everybody does in their own personal life, and I hear that, I hear that sentiment in you and your life, and talking about taxation and income and mortgages and all these things with you over these years. So the way you live your life, the way I live my life, the way everybody here lives their life, fiscally responsible, trying to maximize their investment opportunities, save, protect your assets. That type of attitude is not the sentiment in the government. At $7 trillion a year and $5 trillion collected in taxes, it is spend, 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 and you can't spend enough. And it's utter madness. And the Republicans pulled a bait and switch with the big beautiful bill. They're not fiscal conservatives, but that's the game in Washington D.C. And that's what Darren LaHood has been doing for the past 10 years. And if the patriots of the 16th district can get this message, and they can rise up, help me get signatures. This is the most amazing thing. Is this is basically a parallel society here on Clown House, that we have raised money on this sentiment. Now we have to actually get people on the ground with the voter list and the addresses to knock on the doors, stand at grocery stores, go in the downtown areas of Peoria and Rockford, get the signatures, and we can get on this ballot. And there is a third Republican candidate now running, and there's also three more Democrats running. So the field of people running in the 16th district has tripled from where it was just a couple weeks ago. So more people are running in this race, and we'll see if they can get the signatures, to get on the ballot.
The big beautiful bill, I never spent a long time looking at it. That is the annual budget bill, right? That has to be passed for the government to continue running, or no?
I have no idea.
So I'm going to ask Grok, give us the top 10 line item expenditures in the big beautiful bill, and I will tell you shortly.
No one's gonna say yes or no for me?
So no, Scarlett. So there's a different budget that happens after October 1st. It's basically there's an actual budget act that was put in place in 1974. So you can't do any budget cuts, anything related to the budget, until October 1st. So what you do is you implement all your raises first, like all the products, everything you're going to implement ahead of time in the big beautiful bill, and then you do the budget cuts after the fact during the fall budget process. That's the only way you can do it. The budget is done at a specific time of year, October 1st. That's the beginning of the fiscal year for Congress, and that's the only time that you can start that process of doing your budgeting for the year, doing your cuts, doing everything you're going to eliminate, and the government wasn't cutting things and reducing the size of the budget. So that's why they didn't introduce.
I really have a follow-up question when you're done.
Okay, that's why they didn't introduce anything new, budget cut-wise, in the big beautiful bill, because they can't do it. They're not legally allowed to do it by law.
Okay, did I not learn? Like, I'm asking genuinely. I understood the executive branch is responsible for proposing a budget that the legislator tweaks and amends and does all kinds of stuff to. Is that wrong?
That I'm not entirely sure on. I think it's more the Congress that, the House and the Congress deal with that, and then they can come to a consensus, and then of course the president has to agree to, or he won't sign it. But
I want to say I thought I remembered presidents in the past proposing budgets, so I'm going to look into that. Thank you, Nancy.
Most of the stuff that's being cut, like Doge cut, all that, those were all executive offices that the president had actual direct control over to cut. These were all implemented by executive orders, etc.
I'm gonna be honest, I should have paid attention in history class. Back in school. So.
I too am embarrassed that I don't know this. I think Civics 101 classes should be taught on Clubhouse because this is something I should know, and I'm sad that I don't know it.
that's gonna get rectified today. Your Monica, I'm like, I have no idea what the fuck is going on.
So the only reason I even know anything about this is because it's been a constant hotbed topic of debate on a Discord server that I'm on that's a conservative Discord server. And so that's been the thing that's been...
McNeely, can you share the link to the, is it open to the public, the Discord server, or no?
Yeah, it's the largest Discord server, conservative Discord server.
Is it called Politics?
No, it's called Conservative, our Conservative. It's,
can you drop a link for it, for anyone interested?
Sure.
I have no idea what's going on. Or not.
Scarlett, just basically what I know, and it's not much about the budget either. Congress proposes.
Say that again.
Congress proposes the budget. The House starts, and they figure out what they want in the budget, and it goes to the Senate, and the Senate tweaks it, sends it back to the House. House approves it, then it goes back to the Senate. Maybe it's tweaked a little more, until they come the meeting of the minds, and then it goes to the president. And if the president likes it, he'll sign it. And a lot of times presidents sign bills they're not crazy about certain aspects of it because they can't touch certain areas. Or if the president disapproves and sends it back, they're gonna fight again. So a lot of times, everybody's not happy with the budget. There are things that people don't like, even in government, because they have to compromise. When you have the majority in the House, you have some strength, and you have a majority in the Senate, you also have strength. But there has to be a compromise, most of the time. So, as for the big beautiful bill, I'm not crazy about it. There are things I don't like about it, but for instance, we go further in debt. But really, we're so far in debt, we can't have a balanced budget, which I think is really the goal of the whole thing, to balance the budget. Kudos to the president. He's bringing in a lot of money in tariffs, and the talk of it being inflationary has not come to bear yet. And I hope we get a rate cut by the Fed, and that'll save us a lot of money, because when those come due, the Treasury has to pay it, and if they have to pay it at a lower rate, it's going to save billions of dollars. So we're headed in the right direction, is what I'm trying to say. And
so it reminds of.
Go ahead.
I'm getting the bar too.
You're in the matrix.
When you go gambling, yeah, I know, it's terrible. I'm driving, I'm going to grab that driving. Is it any better now? The area that I'm in is a little friendly. It's a courthouse. Yeah, so, when you're at the casino and you put your $5 in, and it says that you won $2, it just really means you lost 3, but they're softening the blow of losing by allowing you to keep a little bit of your money. It's kind of how I feel a little bit about the big beautiful bill, and I still think we're in a better position than we would be if Kamala was president.
There's no doubt about that, but I don't see how you could make an analogy with a casino. Casinos out to make money. We as citizens have a responsibility, I guess, to pay our taxes, and that people rise up and don't want to pay taxes. Everybody's looking for loopholes. The rich in this country pay most of the taxes, no matter what they tell you, but there's never enough because they want to spend. The system, we just heard somebody running for Congress, where is it, John, who runs for Congress. The system is created for the person running for office to tell the people that politics is today. But you have to, and you know, it's very hard to analyze a big, beautiful budget because it is big. I don't think so beautiful, but it's big. There's some good features in it. And, you know, and I'm just talking because I look at certain things that affect me. And, you know, a lot of things don't affect me per se, you know, but so I look at what affects me and analyze whether it's big and beautiful. That's all I gotta say about that.
I just mentioned that week in the chat.
So Jules, I actually think my gambling analogy is pretty good, considering what you just said.
Well, you know,
The house always wins, and we are
Well-
definitely not the house.
well, not true. Not true. How do you determine what a winner is? Is it the tax you pay and what you get in return for the tax you pay? Is that a winner to you?
Depends on the game that you're playing.
Well, we're talking about, all right, well, I say that because half of Americans don't pay income taxes. So they're getting,
Well, let's get more specific. The bottom 50% of Americans, bottom 50% of income earners, pay a total of 2.3% of all of the federal income taxes, where the top 50% pay 97.7% of all federal income taxes. I would say that we need to stop saying that that we need to tax the rich more, and we need to open up an honest dialogue about taxing the poor more.
we've gone through this before, and what I agree with you is that everybody should have some skin in the game. And that's why I agree with you. I think
I prefer having my skin in the game, for sure.
right, right. So I think everybody should pay taxes, or maybe, you know, like you said, the bottom 50%, make it the bottom 10% pay no taxes, you know.
What's the argument for paying no taxes?
You gotta live. You're gonna get back in here.
Yeah, well, here's the thing, right? If you're putting in tax dollars and putting in a minimal amount and then taking out a maximum benefit, I don't see how that's equitable. I think what we need to realize is that the wealthiest people, they do pay a large number in tax, but it becomes a smaller portion of their wealth, which I'm totally okay with that. I'm pro wealth inequality. I'm absolutely in favor of wealth inequality because, you know, where you have wealth inequality is where you have large concentrations of wealth. And so if you wanted to shrink the gap between the wealthy and those that are not as well off, then typically you find that in societies where there's not a huge accumulation of wealth. This is a good sign. It's a positive sign when you see wealth inequality, quote unquote, what they would call inequality. And by the way, the things that you would ask the government to do to make things more equal would be completely unfair.
And we're just talking income taxes. There's sales taxes, there's property taxes. So, and the rich are paying much more of that too. So, I kind of agree with you on income taxes. We've gone through this before. I like your analysis about having skin in the game. You know, nobody likes to pay taxes.
So there's. Oh, I'm sorry, Jules. Go ahead.
Go ahead. Go ahead.
The people that earn less than like the poverty line, people underneath the poverty line, you still think they should pay taxes?
Well, the answer police department, they have whatever, sanitation department. They should chip in for that. They're getting the benefits for that too. Maybe definitely on a small level, but I agree they should have some skin in the game. They're gonna vote, and when people vote to have in a lower income bracket, they're gonna vote for someone who says, no, you don't have to pay taxes. In fact, we'll give you refundable credit. So the rich could pay, and that's just a talking point that Mojo and I have spoke about before. We both don't like it. It's not fair. But lower income earning people should get benefits too. And of course the benefits are going to exceed what taxes they do pay, but they should pay taxes. Does that make sense? I mean, this is a society that's benefiting from monies the government spends that we contribute to. So everybody should pay their fair share of taxes. Go ahead.
I'd like to see us implement Milton Friedman's negative income tax. I think that would be beneficial for the country entirely. Because what it does is it shifts off the non-working people. It eliminates the entitlements. And if you're working, but you're making less than the poverty line, you get for a certain livable wage amount. We'll say that, right? If you make less than that, then you get back in the income tax at the end of the year up to that amount. Right? We're paying this. We're incentivizing people to work. But you have to work. You have to do 40 hours. And if your job is paying you too little to make up to that point, the government subsidizes that. But no entitlements. They're all gone. Right? And if you get a promotion, it just, that gap closes as you promote. So you're not being incentivized to stay in a welfare program like you are now, where if you make too much, you lose benefits, and then there's a gap there. It just slowly phases out until you make over that amount, and then you're just slowly moving up the food chain as you normally would. It incentivizes people to work. It incentivizes people to do better for themselves instead of staying out of this poverty chain that we have right now. Now, there's one downside to it that needs to be worked out. I'm going to say it. The only criticism I have of it is you need to make sure that you have some method in place to make sure that these companies are not abusing that system and just paying everybody less than the poverty line so that the government supplements that.
I never liked Uncle Milty's proposal either. And governments, you say government subsidizing, we are the ones subsidizing. I never liked the term government pays. Well, government doesn't, nothing to pay.
Right.
In the government, all right. So that's the point. But you talk about incentive to work. My God, we have to give incentive to work and earn a living and make money for yourself so you can live a certain lifestyle. No, you should have that built into yourself. Everybody should have the incentive to work.
But right now we have these policies in place, but they're getting free money and they're not being incentivized to work. They're just incentivized to leech off us.
That's right. Yeah. It's our problem. Right.
This is what we need to eliminate. We need to make sure that, hey, you're working, or you might have a disability where you can't work, and that's a justification that can be considered work in a certain way. Even if you're a Walmart greeter, that's work. So there's ways to work around that system to make sure it's beneficial to everybody. And then what happens is you see that happen. That increases. We have people working; they're not sitting on their ass. And then as soon as if they're working up the food chain, if they make more than the minimum amount, that we're putting into place here, I mean, at some point these taxes will you'll see the decline or the need of taxes. Hopefully that would come back to this later on, but you see your money is now being spent for more things that you want them to be spent for, and less of these individuals that are being lazy asses, etc.
Well, I think people should want to work. And one thing I love about Trump's tariffs, if you don't get tariffed, if you have companies in the United States producing the product for whatever country. So to me, that is unbelievably great. It's creating tons of jobs in the United States, and we're going to have people working, contributing to society, contributing to well, get rid of that. Contributing to society, and you know that's the great thing about the tariff that people don't talk about right now. Tariffs are not inflationary like all the jackasses predict. It can have an inflationary spike here and there, but when things settle down, it's so pro-America, it's unbelievable, the money that's coming into our country. And you know, so far I like it, and it's gonna bring jobs, it's gonna allow us to compete in other countries, it's gonna benefit, it's really gonna benefit the world. They're gonna get the benefits of American production, American factories, whatever. God bless Trump. I mean, the way he looks at things economically, and today, I think if Trump's gonna try to pull off. I'm surprised you guys aren't talking about today what Trump's trying to pull off. And it's in our history, undeniable. If he can get a peace agreement between these two crazy countries, these two crazy people who favor war, and well, maybe there's just one, but if Trump could get an agreement there, and you know, he's so smart, his agreement is not going to only be stop fighting, it's going to be how to divvy up the profits. That's what Trump does. He's gonna give a sweetener to Putin, which in a way I'm not crazy about, but I want peace, because that's like rewarding a person who's a maniac. But in the long run, Putin's going to have to stop. He can't keep this up. So Trump, in short, I know I'm talking a lot, he's really an economic president. He has economic genius in him. He's a brilliant guy. People will hate him, will say he's not. But, you know, I was involved in international taxes. There were some very complex areas I dealt in. I'm not going to get into it. But I heard Trump making a speech about it one day. I'm going, how the fuck did he know this? How did he, you know, he just knew certain things that nobody knows. Certainly Biden did. Obama had intelligence, but he didn't. You know, and the Bushes were the Bushes. Trump is really unbelievable economic genius, and when you globally get him involved globally, he looks for deals that other people come out saying, "Hey, we gained also," and you know, getting peace, getting economic prosperity in the world, not only in the United States, is what he's shooting for. And I don't think there's anybody on the planet that could do what he's doing. And I hope he just broke his peace. All right, I think I spoke enough. Hey, Marshall, how you doing, buddy?
Good, Jules. Good to see you, man.
Good to see you too. What do you say? Signs an agreement or agrees to ceasefire today? What do you think?
I think Putin is going to tell Trump that he's going to continue to take the Donbass. I don't think he's going to give that up, so we'll see.
So that means he's not going to agree to a ceasefire right now.
Yeah, I don't think he's going to agree. No.
Yeah, I think Putin called for this meeting, you know, so he has to call for the meeting and has to give something when you call for a meeting. I don't know if it's going to be enough. but you know, there's some sweeteners in it that Trump, like I said, that Trump's going to give him economically, and Russia needs it right now. They're a one-product country, and with Trump's third-party tariffs, that's going to kill him. That's going to really hurt. So he has to come to the table and realize he got to get what he can get, and then his economy could flourish. But you got to realize this. I know he's a maniac, so I don't know if he's going to. You know, I think I'm 50-50 on this. I don't know. I would love the ceasefire for starters, and then get into nitty gritty. But that's step one. How did I get from income taxes to the war in Ukraine? But
well, I don't know. I would like Mojo's answer about the poorest among us paying income taxes. I agree. Like, I really did like the item in the Big Beautiful Bill that able-bodied adults from this age to this age who didn't have children should have 80 hours a month of some kind of work. Charity work, volunteer work. I liked that. I thought that was good. Can someone tell me why an able-bodied person couldn't or shouldn't be required to do that?
They should work, you're right. But isn't it preferable for them to work on their own, that they want to work? I don't like the government forcing someone to work, but then again, I don't like the government paying someone not to work. So I have to lean on the side that you're saying, that they should work if they're capable, yes.
They're not saying they have to work in a coal mine. They're not saying they have to work picking up trash or cleaning out sewers. They're not they have incredible flexibility about where and when they work during the month. So I'm struggling to find a downside, and I haven't heard an argument yet where able-bodied adults who are living on government assistance can't give back to the community in some form or function.
The way you put it, you're 100% right. You can't be wrong the way you put it.
Oh, that's scary, Jules. I'm sure there's a hole somewhere.
No, you're asking for where the hole is, but I love the way you put it. You know, you not only have a good voice, you have a common sense good voice. You're right. Contributing to society, where we are a society. People are taxed too much now. We're giving more than we should be giving from our taxes, and we're not getting the benefits that we should be getting.
I'm not gonna lie though, Jules. I have, some girlfriends who have multiple kids, right? Not with multiple baby daddies. They're actually I know women who are, both parents are in the household, 4 or 5 kids, right? And these moms, man, the shit they do throughout the day blows my mind. I don't think I saw her sit down once from when she dropped her kids off at school, because she also has I think a 6-month-old baby, my little nephew. And I think, for some it's very hard to volunteer those extra 5 hours throughout the day. When your kids are at school, you're cleaning the house, you're making dinner, you're doing the laundry. So sometimes it is a little difficult for, both people in the household to give those hours. Because, the dad's working and she's at home taking care of the house. So I feel like, it'll be a little hard when it comes to, people with bigger families or more kids.
Wait, I'm going to ask Monica something really quickly. Sorry, Jules, I'll make this really quick. Monica, are you asking about able-bodied Americans who collect benefits from the government?
Yeah, that's what I understood. People were saying, oh, they cut Medicaid, they cut Medicare, they cut. And from what I understood is they added requirements for those, and I, like, look, now I didn't do a deep dive, I was busy. I was distracted with a myriad of other things, likely Sydney Sweeney and blue jeans, but so like irrelevant, fluffy things, but, you know,
But here's my thing though, really quick, not to, just to kind of, vibe with you on this. Here's my take on it. If they're able-bodied, meaning they're able to work, right? They have no medical reason or disability that prevents them from working. So they're able to work, yet they're collecting benefits from the government. And you're asking why don't they give back to the community? And I'm thinking to myself, if these people don't even want, if they're unwilling to do for themselves, meaning just go out and get a job, right, without depending on government assistance, why would they help the community? They can't even do for themselves. That's how I look at it. I shouldn't say they can't. They're unwilling to do for themselves. They would rather have somebody take care of them, i.e. daddy government. And so I'm not sure that these people have the mindset to be motivated or inspired to give back or help their community. You see what I'm saying? I feel like there might be a little selfishness there. Like they feel they're entitled to the government.
Change, I think.
Yeah.
Let me just jump in quickly. Pockets was talking about a married woman with children or a woman working with children. Either way, the woman working with children is filing a tax return, and the married woman, even if she doesn't work, she's filing a joint tax return. So we're not talking. I'm not talking about them. That's number one.
I'm not talking about married couples either.
Okay. So all right. So I'm talking about a woman who's working, you say. So she's.
No. I'm talking about a woman because with Medicaid, they're gonna, the requirements they have for Medicaid now is that you have to put in 20 hours of work or volunteer work throughout the week to qualify for Medicaid if you're willing and able-bodied. So that's where I got to the point where women with multiple kids, mothers who are stay-at-home mothers, their Medicaid is going to get cut because they're not putting in those 20 hours of volunteer or work, but they're spending most of their days taking care of the household and the kids. So it gets, to me, that's where I'm like, this is going to be a little difficult, or it's going to have to be, the red tape's going to have to be cut for certain households.
Yeah.
But the ones who who don't have kids, who are just fucking soaking up these benefits that, are really doing nothing with their fucking lives except getting unemployment and Medicaid, yes, 100% kick them the fuck off, but put it over.
Right, not contributing to society.
I don't understand. If you're a single mom and you have 5 kids and you're not married, where's your income coming from if you're not working?
So they live in the same household, right? So in the eyes, I guess in certain states, it would be considered a common law there, but they live in the same household. So they're just not married. But you do not have to be married to be claiming each other's kids and to be getting Medicaid for your kids. You do not have to be married.
So you're questioning why we should require people able-bodied to work 80 hours a week because
so 20 hours of volunteer work or work if they are.
80 hours a month. Sorry, 80 hours a month.
Yeah.
So you're suggesting or you're questioning why we should make them do that because there's a group of people who have a bunch of kids who are not married, who live in households with men already working, and it might not be okay to force them to work. That's what you're suggesting, right?
Well, yeah, when it comes to stay-at-home moms who are not married or filing jointly, their Medicaid is going to be cut as well.
I mean, part of me wants to say it's a decision to have 5 kids, and if you can't work, if you don't have the energy to work in the first place, you shouldn't pump out 5 kids when you're not married. I mean, part of me, like at some point we have to hold everybody individually responsible for their decisions and say, if you're going to accept money from the government, then you're going to put it into the system in a form of manual labor. It equals your ability to do so, regardless of how much time you have on your hands or whether or not you have to take on a second job, i.e. the 20 hours a week in addition to your full-time job, which is taking care of your 5 kids that you chose to pump out without getting married to a guy that's in the house with you. Does that make sense? like I don't have much empathy or sympathy for that. I think that if they're able-bodied and they have 5 kids, that they should maybe be forced to do what everybody else has to do to survive, especially if they're taking money. First of all, why are they taking money from the government if they're in a house with a guy that's working anyway and they have 5 kids? Why is that happening?
Mike, what do you think? What do you think about a proposal that adjusts federal income tax based on obesity?
Damn.
I'm not saying this to be joking, but like you're clearly like if somebody is obese, they're going to have higher risk for heart disease or diabetes or any other of these types of comorbidities. And my question would be, if they're going to be the biggest drains on the system, not to mention living a shorter life, which means being productive for a shorter period of time, wouldn't it make sense for us to consider establishing income tax rates based on your health?
Well, they should have to pay more in their health insurance based on their health, for sure. They should have to pay more based on their weight. If they're 600 pounds, their health insurance shouldn't be the same as somebody else's. But that reminds me of my idea about like airplanes. Like an airplane expends fuel to move a pound a certain amount of miles. So if you weigh 600 pounds, you instead of buying 2 seats, you should just get charged by the pound. So you just step on a scale and they see how much you weigh, and then they calculate that based on the fuel, and then that's what you pay for your flight. I mean, let's put them at that too. Like realistically, yeah. I mean, I thought about that a long time ago. And I'm like, nobody would want to do it, but I don't really give a fuck. They weigh my luggage. Why does 10 pounds make a difference on my luggage if the chick next to me weighs 360 pounds?
So what should happen is you and your luggage should get on the scale,
yes.
And then the total is how they should bill.
100%. That way, if I want an 80-pound bag, I can pay the 30 pounds for that, but I don't have to pay for my weight.
So let's think this way. What if they just said, okay, you've got a 250-pound limit, right? And let's say you weigh 250 pounds, and let's say you have a 30-pound bag. Well, then you got to pay for the 30-pound bag. But if you weighed 150, right? If you weighed 150, you could bring a 100-pound bag and still meet the 250.
100%. Yeah, and then you don't have to worry about making them buy 2 seats. Like if they pay twice or 3 times as much as a normal person, they get the amount of seats they need to fit their fat ass in safely. If it's 2, then it's 2, but it's not 2 because a fat person buys 2. It's 2 because the person weighs enough. Because the shape of the person requires the 2, but they're going to pay for it anyway because they're going to charge what they weigh.
You know what I would do? I would come out of retirement and work at the airport and just be the person at the line that where you could just make a visual observation, where you could just say, okay, you guys are fine, you could go in through this entrance, and then if the people that look like them and their bag might be more than 250, then you put them through the scale line.
Exactly, yeah. Like it's basically it'll basically be a fat line and a regular line, but we won't call it that. We'll just base it on the 250 pounds.
And then some people, their weight is distributed differently, so I think we should weigh all women.
Well, I think it would be great that I think it would be fair to weigh everybody because usually men who are tall and have a lot of muscle mass walking around the world have a lot more privilege. Just do.
Have you ever noticed women with big titties that they're just heavier than women with small titties?
So would you be offended if you had to pay more money than the lady who's sitting next to you?
No, look. If I flew to a toy convention and then I flew back and my bags were filled with toys that I purchased, I should have to pay for that.
I agree.
Yeah, I mean, there's nothing inherently unfair about getting on a scale with your luggage and paying based on what you weigh. That seems completely fair. To be honest,
yeah, and the reason, Mike, you already said it. The reason is because the airline itself has to adjust fuel costs based on the weight, which is the reason they charge you for the bags.
Right, but they're trying to, yes, exactly. And there's this whole, and they've already tried to make two fat people buy two seats, and that always becomes an issue. They always resist, or they say it's prejudice or whatever. This would solve it. It's like, yeah, I mean, you're wide, you need two seats, but you also weigh 600 pounds, and your ticket is 3 times more than the 200-pound guy. So you get two seats. Not three. See, they'd actually benefit. They'd actually make out with that.
Hold on. In the chat, Regan Michelle says, brain rot conversation. Listen, the only reason why somebody would say this, the only, hey, why are you know where you're going with this? Why are you where you're going with this? The only reason somebody would not like this conversation or believe that it's reasonable is if they suspect that they might be over the 250-pound limit. Listen, nobody got offended that weighs 100 pounds. Nobody got offended by that. Most people are just saying, that seems reasonable. It only seems unreasonable to the fatties. The other solution is to just say, hey, look, you're going to be too much of a drain on this particular plane ride, and so no, we can't do it. We can't put you on this plane. Maybe you'll get an Amtrak ticket.
So if I weigh 150 pounds and my bag is 30 pounds, can I bring my 125-pound llama? It's an emotional support llama, mind you, but can I bring that along and just pay the difference?
If you have a 25-pound llama, I would see it.
The problem with that becomes storage, because there is a space component to this. Where would it be? I would say that if you have an alpaca or a llama, you probably could bring them, but I would recommend that you'd have to pay for a second seat just because of the space that it would take up, not about the weight.
What about a koala?
I'm an ambassador of the big back community, and I propose that us as bigger people, we get our own airline. Or our own section, because if we're going to have to pay more to fly, then obviously, we need more space. So therefore, we get more room, we get the space we need, and y'all can be cramped up in the little seats. That sounds like glorious to me.
Well, you already get that. You just flip up the armrest and you take two seats like you already do. I'm not going to give you more leg space. I mean, I'm 6'3", I want more leg space, and I'm not fat. So it doesn't mean you're going to get more leg space because you're big, but you can flip up the armrest and get two seats.
Yeah, hey, I want to bring something up, and I'm only going to bring it up briefly, and I don't want to make this a big deal, but there was a room the other night, and when I went to sleep, there was people left modded, and in that room, there was some doxing that took place, and really it's just some rude behavior. And I've heard about this from multiple people. I'm not even going to call out the people by name, but let me just say that should you find yourself at the end of a long day getting a mod badge in a particular room, whether it's this room or anywhere else, it's probably not a wise thing to participate in a conversation about doxing other people. A, it's a dangerous practice. B, it's a violation of the house rules here. And C, it just, once people recognize that you're participating in that, then they'll take defensive measures, and I know a lot of people might block those people because they deem them as a doxer. So again, that's the last word I'll say on it. I don't really need to open that up for discussion. I just wanted to say those words out loud for whom it may concern.
So can we get a reset?
Why are the gays always asking for a reset?
Oh my God! Not everything is about faggotry. Let's put the faggotry down for a second and focus on the conversation, Roger.
I think with my allyship, if you look at my PTR, I am showing strong allyship. I can talk to the gays how I wish.
Okay, I'll give that a pass because it's Friday.
Thank you. Mojo is the gayest. No objection. Mojo is the gayest.
So I got a little campaign update. This is kind of an interesting exercise. If you ask Grok to identify the top 25 profiles in, say, Rockford and Peoria, Illinois, that are politically conservative or active or might be interested in supporting the campaign to elect candidate Congressman John Kitover. So it identifies all the profiles, and now I'm following up in the Grok reply, tagging them and asking all these individuals who are geographically located if they'd be interested in signing a petition to elect fiscal conservative John Kitover. So this is one quick way how to find voters in the 16th district.
Oh, isn't it a great time for a reset?
Yes. They were just discussing how when you go and fly on airplanes, they should be charging people based on the weight of themselves and their luggage instead of, the whole one seat, two seat thing.
Thank you, Senator. But you the best.
And Mojo suggested that all women be weighed, and women with big tits tend to be bigger than women with smaller tits. So all women should be weighed for tax purposes.
What if we taxed women based on bra and panty size?
I would definitely get those puppies cut off.
Go into a surgeon and ask them for a tax reduction.
Exactly.
A mastectomy might help with the flight thing too, because you could shave off a little bit of the weight. All the women will go get mastectomies, and all of us will have boobs anymore. It'll be great.
I ain't cutting my titties off, ladies. Do you for them tax deductions? But yeah, we'll just go ahead and pay them taxes.
Well, maybe you could get a tax sponsor. If you could get with a guy that likes them big old titties and just have him sponsor your tax.
I was thinking that, but I didn't want to say it to sound whorish. But that's exactly what I was thinking. Mm-hmm.
Maybe I cut out, but I like how everyone assumes smaller titties means less tax. I think it should be more.
Well, no, we're trying to tax by the pound, and I think the easiest way to assess that would be on boob size. I mean, it's unnecessary fat kept in the upper region. Anything more than a mouthful is a waste.
I think airlines should deduct the weight of the boobs. We should weigh each boob as well, and then we deduct that from the overall weight of the girl in order to disincentivize women small breasts on purpose. Like, we don't want women getting breast reductions just so they get cheap fights. Like, maybe it's almost like a write-off. Like, we should write their boob off.
Or what if you're a big girl and you get a special where you can bring your flat-chested friend and flat-chested women fly free, kind of like the bags.
Yes, yeah, I like that.
You know what?
Coming from the chairman of the Itty Bitty Titty Committee, I support everything you guys said.
I think this might be cultural because I feel like men of color want some titties in their life. And no disrespect to the white dudes, but yeah, y'all tend to like them real slim and no titties, no ass, no thighs. So yeah, I guess it makes sense.
So now
go into a room with some black dudes, they would disagree.
But now here's the thing: the people that like big titties and small, tight little pussies, it's because they have big mouths and tiny penises. Like if you have a big penis, you probably don't want that.
Yeah, I was gonna say something, but it's kind of foul and explicit. So yeah, that part.
It's Friday. We'll allow it.
Yeah, I can't even say it because it's okay. The guys packing, generally not all, they want some titties, because then you can do things with them titties. You can motorboat, you can titty fuck. You know what So yeah, shout out to the guys that like titties. You know, you did.
I've been very blessed to sometimes I get real jealous. I'm like, damn, I want some big old bitties. Like I really want that shit so bad. But then other days I look at my friends and they're like, my fucking back hurts. When they run, that shit hurts. I'm like, okay. So there's some like positives and shit and negatives to both sides. But I wish for big old bitties all the time. My mom got hers done as well. We had come from a little itty bitty titty family.
Well, Nye, what about us mid-tier cocks? Like, where do we fit into this whole thing? Like, we're not like, like Asian deficient cock size, and we don't have the brother man tubu coo problems. Like, what about those that are just, we're like the Goldilocks of cocks. We're just right.
Listen, as long as a man knows what to do with his cock, it's all good. The size really doesn't matter. As long as he just knows how to work it out and he's creative with it, yeah, that's all that really matters. But if some titties, if a little extra titty meat scares him, I don't know. That sounds like, he might have to work on that. And I would encourage that guy to stay with the itty bitty titty committee. Don't get with the big titty girls. So we need to have this conversation, right? Because there's fat girls and then there's thick girls, and some people get confused on what a fat girl and what a thick girl are. And we could describe what a thick girl is, but just understand, you will not get called thick if you have an ugly face. In order to be considered thick, you have to have a pretty face and then have those dimensions that people might say is thick. But if you're ugly and you have that same frame, same exact frame, people are just going to say you're fat. And so the line oftentimes between thick and fat has to do with how pretty their face is. I don't think I'll argue that. I hadn't really thought about that. That's something about things that make you go, But I suppose so. From a man's point of view. And if I were a lesbian, I suppose I would look for pretty faced girls if she was a little bit on the chunkier side. Yeah, she would have to have a cute face. I think I agree with that.
I think I know a lot of big, ugly people, so I would disagree.
Yeah, but you got,
Honestly, I think thickness makes girls prettier.
Wait, hold on. Kima, your vote really doesn't matter here because you are not very picky when it comes to women. You've went and had 11 children with 17 women. Like, this is, like, it's a feat that nobody would vote.
How does that mean I'm not picky? I'm confused.
You'll fuck anything, is my point.
No, every one of my baby mothers are beautiful women.
Would you fuck a female gorilla?
I don't know. What are you talking about? I won't even ask that.
I want to hear from Trillian. Trillian is one of my favorite blacks on the entire planet, on the entire app. Trillian, tell me what your thoughts are.
Well, thank you, and you're one of my faves too. Blacks, it depends on the photo, and then other. I guess now you're in the other face. To medium-sized dicks, absolutely. I like the story that I read, Goldilocks and the Three Dicks. One was just right, absolutely. Why do I need a huge monster cock pounding me? I feel like the only women who like that have been abused as children, and I hope they heal. As far as being thick, I'll be honest, I don't like being thick. PTR a picture of my body for reference, because I notice it attracts a lot of poor black men, and I don't care how that sounds. I don't want poor black men looking at me, because they think I have snacks and food, and I'm cooking home-cooked meals.
You can't make this shit up. It's so funny.
But
hold on.
Yeah.
Somebody read rule number 7 to Trillian.
No use of the N or K word.
I don't know what the K one is, but there's still time for me to figure it out. That's fine. But anyway. Okay, I've been working out though, I will say. So I've lost 30 pounds. I feel like I want to lose 60 more.
Get it, girl. One of the best ways to lose weight is to shake that thing.
So I also second Trillian. I think that there is a certain point in penis size where it's just too much. Like I had this guy come over. He had a 10-inch dick, and I was trying to suck his 10-inch dick, and my jaw for 3 days hurt like a bitch. Like, that was not a fun experience for me. I'm never doing that shit again. If I see another 10-inch dick, I'm sending it home, because it's not going anywhere near me.
And like, just really quick, I just want to say one quick thing. Because I like anal sex, so I'm not putting that dick in my ass.
Wow.
Especially at your mother's
Okay. Hold on. I'm gonna unfollow you just so I can refollow you for that comment. That's amazing. I also want to just give a warning. If Scarlett returns to the room, we have to change the subject immediately.
No, we don't.
Yes, we do. There's no fucking way we have this conversation in her
Ah,
presence.
dude, we gotta bring the freak out of her, man. Come on.
Nope.
I know she's weird, dude. I know she's weird.
Pocket and I had the same feeling underneath it all.
Yeah,
Like it's always the quiet one.
Listen. I know women don't like listening, but I'm telling you, this is one that I'm fucking 100% right on. Listen, there are not a lot of classy women on this app, right? There's not a lot of them. She's the classiest. So we don't talk like this in front of her.
No, I'm gonna message her right now and be like, do you like anal? I'm gonna message her right now.
Don't do that.
What you don't get to hear, like with our friends, we get to hear the things.
This is the Final Mojo Experience, Super Positive Vibration, Part 1.
Wait, hold on. Ashley, listen. If you think I don't hear from the hoes on this app what y'all talk about, believe me, I know all the fucking dirt. Mojo hears everything. Listen, I want to explain something to you. Mojo hears
certain women. Classy women.
Listen. I'm only referencing one classy woman because they're rare on this app. And I'm just telling you that while you may have whorish discussions in your little circle of whores, there are some women that don't participate in that. Some women they rise above that. And I can say that Scarlett is one of those. She does not have these conversations. Not here, not there, not anywhere.
That's because politics gets her off, man. Come on.
Wait a minute. Oh, Ashley, you have a circle of whores and I wasn't invited? What the hell?
Wow. I will add you to my circle of whores.
Thank you.
I'm kind of mad. Wait, hold on. If
you be one of my hosts too.
If someone doesn't start a fucking house right this
doing it now.
Mute your goddamn mic. Somebody start a fucking house called Circle of Whores.
Did I hear you say that all white women are whores at some point?
What did you say?
Didn't you say your opinion is that all white women are whores?
No. I'm not a racial essentialist. In fact, the whitest of white women that I know on this app is the furthest thing in the world from a whore.
I could have sworn you said something like that.
Yeah, people make up shit about me all the time.
Add me to the circle of paid whores.
Bougie about it. A whore's a whore. Come on.
I gotta do garden tools because it won't let me use whores.
You could use it if you take inspiration from the title of this house. You could just run the words together and you could say whatever you want.
Good idea.
Y'all remember Cat in the Hat when he said, "You dirty hoe"? And he said, "Sorry, baby, I love you."
So I want to announce something about the campaign. Marshall has said that he's too busy this month to fly out to Chicago for an all-expense-paid trip. But we do have somebody who randomly responded to a Craigslist advertisement. Today they wrote, "I'm more inclined to work as a campaign manager or field director. I'm in Chicago now. I have a team in place. However, they work per valid signature. Please contact me at your earliest convenience to discuss this further. Thank you." So what I'd like to do is call this individual and tell him that he's on a conference call with our campaign HQ and see what he's all about. Is anybody open to having a conference call in 10 minutes with this individual?
Fuck yeah, dude. Let's do it.
Hell yeah, let's do it.
Great voice though. I gotta do an accent. It's gonna be weird.
Alright, I had to get creative, but I will share the link to the circle of whores. It even when I ran them together, it wouldn't let me.
Can I just point out that this is where Clubhouse is at its best. It's like spin-offs. If you guys remember, like the Jeffersons was a spin-off from All in the Family. Great shows have great spin-offs. So hopefully the project for Circle of Horrors takes off. I support your effort, ladies.
We talk about smut books. Oh, it'll be great.
And don't you dare send an invitation.
What the fuck is this snuff book?
Do not send an invitation to Scarlett for the Circle of Horrors.
No,
I'm telling you. Listen, you guys are gonna get on my bad side. You're gonna get on my bad side. I will banish you from this fucking space. You cannot be in the muff if you're sending that kind of shit. Listen, I'm not a big believer in banning books, but I do ban houses from being broadcast to innocent women. Okay. Clean it up. Everyone clean it up. Everyone clean it up. Get your minds out of the gutter.
So yeah, racism is horrible, dude.
Welcome back.
Good shift.
Wow, my goodness. What have y'all been doing in my absence?
You don't want to know. You just sit there.
I want to know the link to that red bubble that you're wearing in your shirt right now. In your shirt, I mean in your picture.
You can Google it. I think it's Target. And that's a legitimate ad. I didn't make that into a meme, although it is a meme now. I just think it's hysterical. And, my sense of humor is not the sense of humor of everyone. But I think if we have a sense of humor at all, it helps us deal with the difficult stuff. And this t-shirt means a lot to me. I actually might buy it.
So
if only you knew our humor.
You like to force your opinion on others. Is that what you like to do?
No. Wait, so what? So apparently, time out, this shirt means even more to you than it does to me. So you tell me what this shirt means to you.
No. It's common sense. You just pointed out that people need a better sense of humor. So you want to put on a shirt that offends some people, right? Hey, wait.
I said my sense of humor is not the same as everyone. I don't know why you're just framing me today, but I've got time for it.
Follow the rules of the room. Follow the rules of the room. Do not cut off. Yeah, thank you.
You cut her off, boy.
You think?
Hey, hold on. Order in the court. Look, we're gonna do this. Who has a sexy reading voice that can read the rules of the room? Can someone do this?
Absolutely.
Do you mind? You have a lot of them.
Let me have the rules and I will read them to the room.
Go ahead. Click up top. Figure it out.
I'm pressing R. It's going to take me to X. Is that where it's supposed to be going?
Oh my god.
I got it. Okay, and I'll I got it. So the rule is no threats of violence, no doxing, stay on topic, keep your shares brief, do not interrupt speakers, especially mods. Mods may interject when appropriate. The N and K words are forbidden on stage and in chat. Don't spam the chat. Do not bring drama here from other rooms. English only. Keep families out of your mouth and no speaking while eating. I like that one.
Okay, so that was not sexy at all, and your microphone doesn't sound crusty. What the hell's going on?
Oh, that's too bad. Suck it up.
You used to have like a really clean microphone. What happened to it?
Yeah, I dropped it and it broke, so you better deal with it.
Well, put your cash app up. Maybe we'll do it.
Sean, you don't have a fucking speaking role here.
Pockets, would you consider doing us a favor? Would you consider Pockets doing the favor of singing the rules to us in a recording that we could play? Because your singing voice is so lovely too. That I think would be awesome. Personally, I don't know how Mojo would feel about it, but I think it would be lovely.
Now I see why people don't like you, Scarlett.
Well, hold on. If Scarlett thinks it would be lovely, then I think it would be lovely.
I'd like to get back to a Timeout's question about her shirt in the ad and what's the message behind that ad?
that the model loves being a black woman. What's the matter with that?
Does she look black to you?
Are you gonna judge her lived experience, sir?
Yeah.
Like, what's your
Okay.
problem?
So you're just gonna be disingenuous and sarcastic. Got it. Done.
Oh my
It's
God.
very small of you, Scarlett, to find joy in, well, a lot of people do that, right? But most of the people who do that are very small, tiny people. And if that's okay,
Just say you hate black women. That's all. You hate black women. That's fine. You can hate black women if you want. If you want to hate black women, you can. I won't.
I told her she's passive aggressive racist.
Hold on. She's a very strange girl. And Mo, that's your figure of affection. It means you're very strange too, Mo.
Well, hopefully opposites attract, right? So that means Mo actually is a little bit more mentally well balanced. Hopefully opposites.
No, that's his blind spot.
Wait, hold on. Listen. I think this is probably uncomfortable for certain people in this room, and I don't want anyone to feel uncomfortable, especially the purest women on this entire app. So, can we just move on with the conversation? Let's center this conversation around ideas and not around people. How about that?
Well, let me just say this. I enjoy interacting in the room. I enjoy your humor. But like Pepe, Scarlett really thrives on attention because she's insecure, right? So I'll let you.
I disagree, but go ahead.
You can disagree all you like. I'm talking about the way I think, and she's your lover. She's the person that is this.
Nope. She's not my lover.
You're in love. Love.
It's a friendship based on mutual respect and admiration.
Okay, so I'm not coming to the room anymore because I'm not.
This is the offer that I'm gonna make to Mojo and only Mojo. Mojo, in the spirit of winning friends and influencing people, I, for now, will offer to change my, oh my gosh, so nasty, foul, and racist that I love being a black woman shirt.
No. Don't change it.
Just for you, sir.
No. Do not change that shirt, sweetheart. I don't force any of my opinions on anybody like you.
I don't think you understand that I'm not doing it for you. I would do it for the room and Mojo only.
No, I don't care what you think, little person. I don't care.
He's not processing, is he? He's not connecting the dots.
No, he feels attacked, and it's hilarious right now. Like, he feels oppressed. It's just hilarious.
So, Mo, it's been nice.
I think it's pathetic talking to you. Think it's hilarious. But go ahead, Simon. I'm sorry.
I don't think I fail to see why a man of color. I don't understand why a man
It's been fun.
It's very strange.
How you don't understand that? Now you want to say something because I'm racist.
No, don't leave. I'm serious.
No, I'm never coming back to this fucking room. Never. And when I say never.
Wait, hold on. One mic. Time out. Don't leave yet. Hold on. Hakima, what'd you say? Hakima, what I said was,
Go ahead, I'm sorry.
I don't know if your comment was directed towards me, but what I was saying is, I don't understand why there might be some confusion among anyone in the room or on the stage, why a man of color would feel some way about the shirt.
Oh, okay.
That's what I said.
I thought you was questioning why you feel something.
So now the reason being is she particularly does this so she can do her passive aggressive racism and her passive aggressive bullshit, and it's an ongoing pattern with Monica. It's an ongoing pattern with cunts like that, and so if people have the ability to call it out, and it's fine, and then she's the victim immediately, and she gets people like that think they want to cover for her, and in reality, Monica's not a decent person. The world would be better off with.
I have an ISO with Nye after Brad.
So I again, like you see how she gets.
Brad's gonna sound like an ISO.
Brad, I'm leaving. Mo, it's been lovely. Nye, I'll talk to you.
It's great to see you.
Please keep it up. I hate that he left. I really do.
He's really one of the nicest people in that.
I mean, that's
So
unfortunate.
Nye, can I have an ISO with you?
Shout out to Hillary. What's up, girl?
Hey, the clubhouse lingo what ISO means?
I don't. So I was like listening to it. At first they said eyesore.
So maybe if you mute up, I could explain it. And
No, I refuse.
If she's interested or not.
Hey, the next person that interrupts when Scarlett's talking is going to get moved to the audience. This is getting ridiculous. Read the fucking rules.
Alright, you consent? Okay, thank you, because this is very important to me. Nye, when you see my PTR, what are your first thoughts and your first emotion?
Well, my first thoughts are it's Monica, so she's likely trolling. Number two, I think it's a bad marketing ad because they put a white woman in the shirt. So maybe the company is trolling us as well. And number three, where's the link so I can buy the shirt? Point blank.
Yeah. So I love and appreciate all of that. All of it. So if you're not offended, and like, to be clear, and I want you to be totally honest with me, are you offended that I have this shirt as my PTR?
I don't know that I'm offended, but I honestly think that you're just being a troll. So I've come to understand that Monica trolls a lot. She does things for attention, for conversation, so I'm used to the show that is Monica. So I don't know that I'm offended. If I didn't know you, perhaps, and I don't know you personally, but if I didn't know your clubhouse antics, I probably would be like, she's up to it again, maybe trying to bait black folks into being outraged and, causing some division with blacks. But I just think you're trolling.
So tell.
You're in the Matrix. I can't hear you.
Such a waste of
But
time.
the worst connotation of this PTR is to some people, like Time Up, because he's really offended by it. And I'm having, like, I think it was humorous. And I'm remembering the little boy in the H&M commercial, the ad, cutest monkey in the jungle. And because he was a black boy,
I have that green sweater, by the way.
People were very angry about that ad. And so I'm like, you can be mad thinking that H&M, whose market plan is to sell shirts to people, like put a black boy in a cutest monkey in the jungle shirt, but the cutest monkey in the jungle shirt could be worn by any child of any race or ethnicity.
True, so they chose a black boy, and we know the racial stereotypes and connotations associating blacks with monkeys. That was the casting director could have done a better job with that ad. The director, the PR firm, the ad agency, but that's calculated. That wasn't an accident that they selected a black boy to wear the cutest monkey in the jungle. I remember that ad. And so, they don't get a pass for that.
Okay, like fair enough. And I'm almost done with the ISO, and then we can open it up for discussion.
When the ISO is complete, I would like to wait.
Almost done. So comparing that faux pas, that either nasty troll or a stupid oversight, where does this shirt rank in that spectrum of being offended and offensive?
Well, I mean, I think it's really an individual case, right? I can see why people who are not black or not from the BIPOC community, I can see if you're not from that community why you don't think that a white woman in this ad with that shirt is offensive. While members of the black community or the BIPOC community look at it with the side eye because why is there a white model wearing this shirt? It's very strange. My question to you is, Scarlett, you woke up this morning and decided to make this your PTR. So my question for you is why?
Same question.
Yeah, sure. And then we can open it up for discussion because I am trying to get somewhere and I probably should be talking less while I'm doing it. So I an admittedly weird sense of humor. I think race relations in our country are best handled lightly as possible with the best sense of humor, with the best intentions. So I am imagining a black model with "I love being a white woman" shirt. And then I'm wondering about the existence of "I love being a white woman" shirt to our culture, and if that might not end up with some bruises and beatings, because I don't think people can love being white women in our society today. So there was like I had 5 reasons for this PTR, and one of them was not being so provocative as to offend in the muffers to make them leave the room. That was never my intention. And that's why I offered, for the good of the room, with Mojo's direction, that I would bank this in my PTR album for today. And I'm still willing to do that for In the Muff and Mojo, but Mojo has to say, yeah, Monica, it's a little too much for some people who are sensitive, and let's just put that on the shelf for today. And I will.
Do you think you would have changed your PTR if Target chose to do, I don't know, "I love being an Asian woman. I love being an Indian woman. I love being a Ukrainian woman"? Like, like, again, it's just like, I can see why Time Out.
Did he go into the Matrix? Because honestly,
sounds like it.
you know,
I can't hear him.
I just want to say that at some point.
Oh, there goes crazy Monica. She's just trolling again. Oh, what a nut. She's so nutty. But yet, when you walk out, like, Monica, are you walking around? Like, are you gonna, like, in real life, are you gonna walk into a black community and put on that shirt?
Well, in this age of, you can identify as whatever you want to identify as. You know, she has that right to walk into the black community with that shirt on and say, "I identify as a black woman."
And Nye, you just shared one of the 5 reasons. Thank you, Nye. Thank you, Nye. Thank you.
I mean, because listen, I identify as a tiny word, so.
Wear it in real life, Monica. Wear it in real life.
I would like to jump in here. So, this is one of the areas where Monica and I have disagreements. And I don't do it publicly, but her and I have private back channels that I don't need to read to you, where I think she could fend off the mob, as it were, by doing things slightly different. That being said, I think that there's a huge leap that people make where if she decides to, wear a shirt in a provocative ad that generates a conversation, has an opportunity to allow us to discuss what our thoughts are when it comes to race relations. I would love to get to a point where anybody could wear that shirt and it wouldn't, inspire the thought that, like, oh, this must be hateful, we should fight about it. That being said, I don't think we're there. I think racial tensions are still in a place where people are overly sensitive, in my opinion. And but my guidance to Monica, and she can tell you this is true, it's always been to, like, my advice to her is to do less discussions about race because of the perception that people have that somehow she is a racist. And I will put my entire reputation on the line to say that I do not believe that Monica is a racist. I don't believe that anybody has ever made that case. I also think it's fair when people say that they think that Monica's a troll, because as I've told her many times before, I think she's a benevolent troll. I don't believe that she means to harm anybody. That being said, her intentions to not harm people doesn't necessarily mean that overly sensitive people won't get offended. That will happen. And as soon as I, as soon as I, end what I'm
Scott,
saying,
welcome to the campaign to elect Kitover. You're here
somebody will
listening to
jump in
Mojo pontificate about
how
Monica.
I'm wrong.
You haven't helped the
They'll try to
campaign yet, Scott.
assassinate
I'm
her character,
asking you,
and they'll make
please
a
take an
bigger
active
deal
effort
of
to
the
help.
fact
Do
that
an
she's got a
interview, do a
photograph
repost,
of
do
a white woman
anything. What
wearing
can
a
you do for
t-shirt.
the
She didn't
campaign,
create
Scott?
this ad. It's not her wearing the shirt. She thought it was funny.
Sorry, Scott, what was that?
I'll do anything. You know I live and die to campaigns.
I personally,
Alright, I need you to go to
that sort of
X,
thing,
and I
but
need
I'm
you to
not
do some
above
retweets. Can
playing
you do
with
that?
ideas. I mean, if you look at my PTR, I'm
Or
not
even go to X
homosexual,
and type in,
but
hey
here I am
Grok,
with a
why should the
rainbow
voters
flag
in the
and a
16th
rainbow
district vote for
scarf,
John Kitover
and
versus
that
Darren LaHood?
generates
And tag
discussion.
Darren
And
LaHood.
so
And say,
Monica's just
Darren,
got a
are you
different
man enough to
flavor of
debate
doing it.
John Kitover for Congress?
I again, to protect her, I advise her to walk some of that stuff back because some people just don't. They don't want to get along. They want to. They want to catastrophize everything, and they want to vilify everybody. They can't be a good guy in their story if they don't find a bad guy. And so I don't think Monica's a bad person. I don't think Monica is out to hurt anybody. I certainly don't think she's a fucking racist. What I do think is that she's a fucking incredible troll, and I think that when people do get offended, that's working. And again, and for what it's worth, I have cautioned her to to troll in different directions. She doesn't listen. She's her own woman. It's one of the things I respect about her.
I'm sorry. So just to be an example of the double standards on
Her
how
PTR is
women
now
are
of a
treated with
chimpanzee
greater
and a
scrutiny
red
than
ski
any
cap
other
with a red
population.
flannel and
Darno
drinking a coffee.
had this PTR and another one of an obesity on his profile, and he had a little discussion about it, but not the pressure and not the censorship and not the moral conviction of righteous indignation, despite literally having a lumberjack monkey as his PTR. Now I'm going to change it right now.
Hey moderators, could you put me in the queue, please? This is John. Thank you.
Hey John, you get the mic right now because I'm gonna change my PTR again.
So the campaign does have a response from a Craigslist job applicant who claims he's a field director with a team up in Chicago who can get signatures. I'm asking if in 12 minutes we do a hard stop, a room reset, a title reset, and we call this gentleman at 2 o'clock who claims he's willing and able to help the campaign. Also, Antidote just made the first wire transfer into the bank account today. It takes 2 to 3 days, and it was for $500. So thank you all who contributed, and thank you very little anyone else who has claimed and done libel and slander about stolen valor and made death threats on the app. Thank you so much, everyone.
Can I say, I think the ad is reach bait.
We'll see if Brad goes crazy.
If we're going to do a call, I'm going to request that everyone remain quiet for that call. If you can't do that, if you can't fight that temptation, move yourself down. If you make noise during that, I'm going to, even though it's not a written rule, I'm giving you a verbal warning. I will absolutely remove you. So when we have that call, I hope everybody can hear it, and it'll only be effective if everyone remains quiet. Ashley, you were saying something.
I think like the campaign on the shirt is rage bait. I think it's obvious, but I went and I looked it up because I wanted to see if Target, if they had gotten any blowback, had removed it, and I see Walmart actually has that same shirt, but it's a white.
Yeah, I don't know if you saw my Instagram, Scott, but go to John Kitover, you know, and I basically outed Brad for making death threats against people on this app. You know, looking out for Jane, beautiful Jane, poor woman, horrible things were said, horrible things, insane things.
Yeah.
So I'm sticking up for Jane.
Chat doesn't cross the threshold.
Jane is a Kitover fan.
Racist for using it in their PTR.
I wouldn't go as far as saying it makes them a racist for using their PTR, but it's hard to ignore the bizarre magnetism and,
feeling so compelled, feeling so called to immediately, hours after the ad comes out, to rock that PTR, because if Target says it's okay, then I'm not a racist.
Like, just an observation, and again, for what it's worth, and the last comment I'll make, I'm not a fan of the shirt. I'm not a fan of Monica choosing this as her PTR. That being said, I think the overreaction from some of you it helps me to understand why Monica might want to do it. Maybe what she cares about most is exposing overreactions.
It's the underreaction.
I'd still, Hakima, can you tell me why love being a black woman is bad?
I mean, when you're not a black woman and you have the reputation that you have, when you walk around with a shirt on saying that I love being a black woman, when you're not a black woman, how is that okay? It's clearly race baiting. It's rage baiting. And anyone that chooses to participate in rage baiting or race baiting is a racist.
So if I wore a shirt, I love being a white woman, what would your reaction be, sir?
There's absolutely nothing wrong with you loving being a white woman. You wear shirts and I love being a white woman. Kudos to you for loving who you are.
And see, that's interesting to me because I would never want to wear a shirt saying I love being a white woman.
Because you're more proud of being a black woman of what you're not? That makes sense.
Hakima, would you wear a shirt saying I love being a white woman?
Can I finish? I wouldn't dare wear a shirt that way. It would be nice if I finished the sentence without you jumping off the mic.
You can't, Hakima, because she can violate her own fucking rooms that she wants to go on.
What if I wore a shirt that says, because some days I do identify as a rich Jewish woman, a rich Jewish white woman, when I'm not identifying as a Time Lord. So can I wear a shirt that says, I love being a rich white Jewish woman? Would that offend anyone? I'm just curious.
Hold on.
That would be epic.
Hold on. I'll go to Cafe Press right now and have it printed and shipped to you if you want one.
And I'll wear it in my PTR.
I would love that.
It's not going to go over well.
Why, Hakima?
Hakima, it'd be an interesting case study to see what the reaction will be when the black woman wears a similar shirt. It'll be an interesting case study. Social media experiments. I love social media experiments.
They're going to call you a black
Me too.
They're going to call you a black Hebrew Israelite.
You know what would have been more clever by Target in this non-binary, I identify as this, I identify as a toaster, if they actually just flat out said, I love being a woman. I love being a man.
Hakima, Scarlett, you did read a book.
Walmart has an ad of a white man wearing the shirt and rocking it. I think that's hilarious.
Scarlett, you did read a book with Hakima the other day, didn't you? Wasn't it called The Tao Te Ching? You both read a book together. What was that book about exactly, Scarlett? You read a little bit, and Hakima read a little bit. Do either of you remember what you read?
There's a phrase in there that caught my attention about good men being models for bad men and bad men being the work of good men. Did I get that right?
Scarlett, I have a better idea. Why don't I wear a shirt that says, I love being Monica? What the cow?
Could I have one? I love being nice? So we can be friends? Oh, man. I want to grow up to be nice.
Hey, Monica, why do you relate that phrase to race? And we're talking about race, and he actually remembers something. And you said that phrase as if somehow the good man and the bad man is somehow racial.
I don't know what you're talking about, Hakeem, but John asked if we remembered what we read from the Tao Te Ching, and that was the one line that I remember that I was paying attention to, because I had questions about it. Did you make it racial, sir, or did I?
You did.
Okay, we
No,
got...
I don't think I did, Hakeem.
Ladies and gentlemen, let me interrupt your discourse here, because in 5 minutes we're going to call our field director, and I'm going to inform him that he is on our HQ conference call, and there's about 30 people listening. But you have to remember, if anybody comes off mic, he probably will not be able to hear you. and it will just sound garbled to him. So anything you think he can hear, he's not going to hear. So don't waste your time trying to interrupt a quick and short, pleasant conversation.
So wait, you're gonna fuck around with a guy who's actually looking for a job on your fake campaign?
See, it's that kind of comment, Brad, that I'm worried about. That this gentleman who has responded to a Craigslist campaign, who needs money, and we have money to give him, and he wants to get signatures, you might discourage him from doing work for the campaign. So, as Mojo said, if anybody interrupts, and I'm going to tell him he's on a conference call, if anybody interrupts or causes a rude outbreak, they're going to be put to the goo because you will be stopping the flow and forward progress of this campaign to elect myself, John Kitover. And Brad, you can go to my Instagram account. I'm not going to bring up former drama, but I did make a post about you. I think you blocked me on Instagram. I hope you unblock me and we become friends. But you can go to John Kitover on Instagram to see some legal information involving yourself. Thank you very much.
Yeah, probably not. And we'll never be friends in any legal action. You can go ahead and try. I really don't care. And I've got time and attorneys to deal with shit like that. And as far as I'm concerned, some whack job on Clubhouse is not going to do very much. Again, what I have, you really are stretching. You're gonna fuck with a guy who's actually looking for a job, trying to find something, not trying to scam anything. He's going out there for a job, and you're gonna fuck around with him. So at the end, are you?
We're not effing around with anybody. This guy responded to a job ad. We've got $500 in the bank account, and we need signatures, Brad.
Allegedly raised. Out of the model, like, yeah, I expect this out of Monica. I expect this out of a bunch of people. But holy fucking shit, Roger, you're gonna fuck a man over and toy with him about a job? Fuck, new levels of bullshit these guys had. Monica, you're a fucking piece of shit.
Where did you all of a sudden get your empathy from, Brad? Like,
because the
listening
guy's
to
out
you the
looking
last
for a
couple of
fucking job.
days, you don't seem to care about people at
I
all.
don't give a fuck about you or Canadian cunts like you, but fucking A, you're gonna fuck with some guy in the real world that wants to fucking get a job? You're wasting his time.
Where'd this empathy come from all of a sudden?
Fuck you, dude. Shut the fuck up. Go gag on a dick. Go make potions or whatever it is you do in Canada. You guys are gonna really fuck with some guy and think it's fucking tits up. You guys are gonna have a good time with it? Holy fuck. Nah, I expect better out of you. Holy shit.
Well, I didn't expect
Serendipity, I expect better out of you.
Really
You guys always brag about your moral authority over and over, and you guys think this is a fucking joke to make
I didn't expect to hear one empathetic statement from your mouth, but you really surprised us here.
Hold on. He said he expects better out of me. Brad, sir, this has nothing to do with me. This is all John's work, John's campaign. I am just chilling in the muff, co-moderating in a space with people that I really enjoy sharing conversation with. This has nothing to do with me. What am I supposed to do? I don't control John. I don't know John. I don't know these people. I don't give a damn. Like,
1 minute.
Why are you me in this?
All right, everybody. I just updated my PTR. That is Darren LaHood with Speaker Johnson.
You're gonna mess with some poor guy off of fucking Craigslist who's probably out there job hounding. Because I know this. I got candidates that are lined up that are asking for work, that are sitting out there, and I have like 400 fucking candidates to go through a position that I may have two. Like, I hear their complaints. They're telling me it's rough.
Scott, you see how hard it is to organize people?
This guy who's fucking out there beating the pavement, who's actually looking for work and trying to find something,
This is completely
insane. With him,
I know, it's like dealing with people on the psych ward who are extremely aggressive.
What the fuck? Are you like into torturing little fucking kids? Do you want to watch a pedophile fucking do a child? Are you guys like that desperate for fucking content? That's what you're akin to doing here.
Okay, I updated my PTR to Darren LaHood, shaking hands with Speaker Johnson, and Darren LaHood is on the left. That's who we are going to defeat and remove from Congress in the 16th district. Now, Brad, your negative criticism is taken and noted. Everything is live streamed on YouTube and in other rooms, so please refrain from speaking as we call our new field director from Craigslist. And everyone in the room who thinks that this is a joke, well, that's okay. Get your dopamine, but go to John for Congress. And also, Mojo, if we could do a room title reset and pin the link for donations, because I think it's moments like this where people are going to go into their heart, dig deep, and know that road raging on Clubhouse, screaming and shouting everybody down, and constantly coming into rooms every single day to repeat yourself is the definition of madness and lunacy. And that's exactly what I'm fighting against in Congress, in the Senate. And I think the big beautiful bill, which adds $2.4 billion to the deficit, and that Darren LaHood voted for, is a complete travesty, and it's theft, and it's fraud, it's waste and abuse. And I want to encourage everyone to repeat the mantra: stop borrowing, stop spending. Say it with me, everybody. Stop borrowing, stop spending. Okay, Mojo, if we could change the room title, pin the link. I'm ready to call our field director.
Some poor guy who wants to get a job. Way to go.
Okay, you're breaking the room. You're breaking the house rules, Brad. I'm objecting that you're breaking the house rules. Please refer to the house rules.
Jesus Christ. Do you think anybody's going to vote for you? You don't even know your own district. You don't know what's going on. You're fucking thick as fuck. You're the dumbest motherfucker on this app. You are retarded. Like, shut the fuck up. You're just fucking scamming some poor guy who wants to get a job to feed his family. You don't know what he's going through. You don't know what last leg he might be on. He's answering Craigslist lags, which means he's desperate for fucking anything. And you're gonna fuck
Why
around
are you
with
pretending to care about people?
Jesus Christ. I'll fucking care all day long, dipshit. I wore a uniform and tried to protect Americans. You want a fucking booty clap because it provides you some mild fucking entertainment perfume maker. Go back to Canada, suck daddy's dick. Stay the fuck out of America's business.
I don't have the link to the donation page, but I will say this: as someone that's hired campaign workers before, you have volunteers and then you have paid positions. If the guy's looking for a paid position and gets hired for it, he'll get paid. I don't think anybody on this stage is pro-slavery.
Yeah, we've raised $1,000, and we're going to have an open and transparent conversation with this gentleman that we respect and replied to our Craigslist ads. So Brad's accusations are a violation of the room rules, and it's wasting our time and slowing this campaign down. I'm willing to sit here and be patient and take our sweet time to come together to, donate to this campaign and call this field director and see what he's all about, because a lot of people really like this work, and I've worked with very enthusiastic people who love politics and being on the ground, and the marshals of the world that love shaking hands, meeting people, and organizing for politics. So I'm going to refrain from mentioning former speakers in this room, and I'm going to leave all former drama out. But my Instagram at John Kitover, if you're not following me yet, I have written a legal warning to Brad to refrain from doing any more libel or slander against me or this campaign. And if everybody's ready, we can call the field director and see how he responds. And I'm going to inform him that we have some heated people in the campaign HQ. And, if they do break the rules, as Mojo has stated previously, if anybody speaks up and interrupts this call, they will be immediately kicked to the goo. And I'm going to tell our field director, the rules of the campaign HQ conference call. Okay, I'm going to let the room simmer for just about 5 minutes, and then we're going to call the field director.
Do you think it might be a wise idea to do maybe a couple deep breaths? If somebody can lead us to a breathing exercise, I think that might help.
Mojo, can I just say I've been on this app for a while. This is great content. This is fantastic. I just want to affirm everything about this.
Was it great content when you needed financial help and people had to pitch in and people were begging for you online? That was great contact, wasn't it? Since you're so quick and easy to jump on that one.
I'm just saying, I'm enjoying what's going on. What did I do, Brad? I'm just saying, I think this is interesting.
Yeah, to fleece some fucking poor guy who's looking for a job. Yeah, it's great. Says the fucking Christian minister, take your holy roller ass and fucking move it on.
Brad, what did I like you? What's supposed to
Nothing, Scott. Good to see you, Scott. I'm glad that you're here. Sig, we got Scott in the house. Nice, good
Scott,
guy.
can you
Charles,
do
Sig,
Trump
Sean.
impersonation for Mojo, please?
We got some Moose. We got William. We got Hakima. We got Mike.
Bima.
Great gentleman.
Bima,
And there he is. And
Bima,
number one.
Bima,
Go ahead,
Bima.
Mojo. Yes, sir.
Can you please walk us through a breathing exercise? Just instruct people to take a deep breath and breathe in, breathe out. Can you do that for us?
Can someone just stop her when she's breathing in, and then we can just see how long it takes before her evaporation?
Yes, let's close our eyes. Closing eyes and take a deep breath in. Hold. And a deep breath out. 2 more. Deep breath in. Hold. Deep breath out.
Just wrap the plastic bag around your head, and then we can just be done with this and hearing your voice.
And the last. Deep breath in. Hold. Deep breath out.
John, I think this is the most ready we're going to get for this call.
Okay, let's do the call.
Remember that since somebody's so fucking happy about it, the next time you guys want fundraisers, the next time your kid needs fucking surgery or you can't pay the lights, you need mechanics, and you come to me and you ask for money, you've asked for kidney transplants, you've asked for wheelchairs, you've asked for fundraisers. I'm gonna remember this, literally all of you, because you do this shit. You guys run into problems, and then you come to someone like me, hey, can you pay my fucking bills? Oh, hey, my kid needs this. Oh, hey, can I have that? And a number of you have done that. And you know what? I'm really fucking disgusted that a bunch of you would actually toy with this guy off the street who's looking for a job. A poor kid that's fucking looking for a job. You're gonna toy with him. And get your kicks out of it? The fuck, man? Now I know why. You spare me your fucking political rhetoric. You ain't for change. You're just for fucking people over. You're sick fucking purveyors. You guys are just as bad as the people you try to condemn. You're no different.
Well, what does the application, what does the job post on Craigslist actually say?
Yeah, I'd be happy to share it with you if you'd like. I can put it in the chat. Maybe that's a good idea before we call him. Let me get you the Craigslist link. Please hold.
Is he waiting right now for you to call him?
No, he said call me at your convenience. I don't even know if he's going to pick up. I'm just saying, we're going to have to get past these road bumps before we can actually successfully conduct a campaign conference call. I'm getting you the Craigslist link, and then we can do the call. But, I'm willing to sit here all day and be as patient with Brad and others in this room as long as it takes. I'm very patient when it comes to this campaign.
If Brad feels that badly that we're taking money or opportunity away from the gentleman, perhaps he'd like to donate to your campaign so the funds can go directly to the interviewee.
Okay, so moderators, maybe you could pin the campaign, a fundraising campaign. I can't do all the heavy lifting. I know Mojo is doing 99% of the campaign coordinating here, and he's just an independent contractor, not actually volunteering or even working for the campaign, but merely conducting a positive Mojo experience. So let me pin the campaign donation from my profile, which you can't copy and paste. Let me put it in the chat. If anybody here can send $10 or $100, it's much appreciated. And guess what? It's going to go to hopefully the gentleman we're about to call. And again, this campaign is totally transparent, and I'm matching every dollar up to $1,000. And right now we are at $1,100, and Clubhouse users have contributed over $500. And I want to thank Mike Moon. Brad, what do you think about Mike Moon sending $25 yesterday to the campaign to elect John Kitover?
I think he wasted his money. I think he pissed it down the drain. I think you're still a scammer. I think you're still full of shit. And you have been.
By the way, Mike,
and again, you're fucking scamming some poor guy looking for a job, which just tells me everything I need to know. And for all those that go around preaching their conservative Christian values
and all that high level shit. When it comes to the real world, and you start fucking around with people who actually are looking for jobs, looking for work, the ones that conservatives are all up in arms about, you apparently have no problem fleecing that over. So, like, you got your Monicas out there who quote Jordan Peterson. You got your Beamas talking about individualism and anarchy. But you know what? Fuck that. Go ahead. Fleece the guy over. See how well it works for you. Like, fuck with the poor guy. Go ahead. Get your kicks out of it. I bet you flick that little fucking beam after you lift your flupa up. Flick that little thing until you fucking orgasm on it while shoving ho-hos down your throat. Because quite frankly, you're fucking with somebody in real life who's actually out there pounding the pavement.
Hold on a second. Nye or Scarlett, if you could share the link up top to the campaign.
I'm sorry. I'm in heavy downtown Dallas traffic. I can't.
No, okay. Where's the link? I'm sorry. Where's the link?
It's in John's.
It's in the
profile.
chat. It's in the chat.
Go ahead.
Okay, I'll grab it.
Okay, cool. And Scarlett, don't tell people where you're located.
Oh, yeah, that was a slip. I just wanted to see the Craigslist ad because I'm confused. Brad's talking about things, but if it was.
Got it. Let me get it for you. Hold on a second.
Clear about payment. Maybe it was written in ways to get experience working campaigns, which there are plenty of newly out of college or even in college kids that would love to do that type of thing for free just for their resume.
100%.
Or whatever money can be thrown their way. I mean, I don't understand what Brad. He's not targeting people who are. What are you picturing here?
Okay, link is in the chat. This is the ad in Peoria, and I put up multiple ads across the state of Illinois throughout the district. It's also in Bloomington and Rockford and Peoria. Those are the three major towns in the 16th district. Peoria, Bloomington, Rockford, and you can check them out. They're all on Craigslist. It all shows the other postings, and that's what I put up. I can read it to you all if you're too lazy to click. It says, Republican candidate Congressman John Kitover, #Illinois16, is looking for Republicans and politically interested citizens to join the campaign in a variety of roles: door knocking and grocery store ballot signatures, podcast content creation on X, YouTube, Instagram, AI content creation, social audio content creation, treasurer, fundraiser, and event coordinators, etc. Compensation $15 an hour. Now, the gentleman who replied says that he's been working in politics for quite a while, and he wants to be paid per signature or board or for a full petition sheet with certified signatures. So, in order to call this guy, I would just encourage everybody in the room to take a deep breath, and I'm ready to give him a call if everybody else is.
Yeah, John, can I just recommend this? With the 500 plus valid signatures that need to be submitted, maybe, even though the campaign right now only has $1,000 in it, I would offer him, $2 a signature for the valid signatures. I think that would be, as somebody that's donated to the campaign, I think that would be a wise way to spend that money, and see if he's okay with that.
Is $1,000 your cap that you're able to pay him, or do you have your own money that you can pay this kid to? Like,
we will continue to raise money, but if he's getting $15, actually, if he's getting $2 a signature, that's something that you can promise, because you could offer $2 a signature. And in fact, if he surpasses the amount that we have, I'm happy to kick in more to be able to cover it. I mean, it's less than 600 signatures to get on the ballot, but they have to be valid signatures, which means he might need more signatures, because the valid signatures is what counts.
Okay.
Hold on one second. I just also want. Hold on one second. I also just want to address one thing Brad is suggesting or implying, that we're wasting this man's time. I have spent many days here now with Mojo and yourself and other people here, and a lot of people here, their money is tied up in this now, Brad. And I want to be as transparent about this as possible. So you can watch the YouTube live right now. I put the link in the chat. I'm going to inform him prior to the start of the conversation that the conversation is and will be recorded, because he lives in the state of Illinois. So I want to make sure that all of this is documented prior to this call, because there shouldn't be any legal complexities about this campaign conference call. So Mojo and other moderators, I am asking you to please enforce rules and not waste this gentleman's time, because in my opinion, Brad is projecting. He's wasting our time, and if he starts interjecting, he'll be wasting his time. And now, Brad, you'll become the hypocrite. So don't waste his time, don't waste my time, don't waste anybody's time in this room. This is all transparent and fully legit, and I'm wasting a lot of time doing this, but I'm telling you, it's all documented, it's all legit.
How about this? I'm going to take it an extra step. I'm just going to remove everyone from the stage until the call is over, and then I'll bring people back up and we can discuss. Is that fair?
It's fine by me.
People can move themselves down too. That would help.
No, there's a possibility that this conference call goes absolutely nowhere because when I inform him that he's on a recorded line, he may decline to want to even continue to speak. Just FYI.
You may also want to tell him, it's a good idea to not share his name.
All right, well, I've got his name in the email. I'm not opposed to sharing his name, maybe. But anyways, okay, are you ready to do the call?
Let's go. Let's go. And please, everyone, stick around because after the call, we'll bring people up and maybe people's hearts and minds will be changed on what this effort is, and we'll get some more donations going so we can pay this guy.
We'll see. He's got a New York number.
Hello.
Hey, Ed, it's John Kitover in Chicago calling you about the field director campaign manager position. How are you doing?
Hello.
Hey, can you hear me, Ed?
Yeah, I can hear you now. How are you, sir?
Hey, I'm good. How are you? This is John Kitover in Chicago. I'm calling you back about the field manager position, campaign manager position for vote signatures on petitions.
Yes, sir.
Hey, so, can you tell me your interest and why you want to work for the campaign, or where do you live, and how we can work together maybe? What are your thoughts?
Okay. Yeah, I'm from Memphis, but I'm up here working on some state rep petitions with my group, and finishing up here, and so I'm totally open to working with you. Like I was saying, most of my guys, they work for SIG, they're pros, and so just want to see like what was your business scale model, how did what were you trying to do? We usually get a budget and come in, we knock them out, validate them through our app or your app, however you'd like to do it, and get them on in, notarize, and move from there. You've got demographics, whatever if you're trying to reach, and then we go out there, boots on the ground, and get it done.
Okay, that sounds good. Listen, I'm gonna let you know that I'm gonna put you through to a conference call with our HQ, who's helping me do a lot of the marketing and campaign strategy, digital strategy, so they can listen into the call. And the call's gonna be live streamed onto YouTube. Are you okay being on a recorded line for the rest of the conversation?
No problem.
Okay, so Mojo here, is our campaign director, and he can listen in and he can speak as well. I just wanted to, see, like, how much are you asking per signature?
You said you need 1,200 signatures.
Correct.
And what time frame you trying to do it by?
Mo-
September, March?
what is it, Mojo? End of October?
It has to be submitted by October the 27th.
October 27th. Everything's got to be notarized and submitted.
And is this a statewide or just a district?
It's District 16. The major towns are Rockford, Peoria, Bloomington, Normal.
District 16. So you're looking at probably like what, 50-mile radius?
Yeah, at least. And it's, you know, top of the state to bottom center of the state, Peoria.
So there'd be some travel.
It would be two cities, really, Rockford and Peoria.
Rockford and Peoria, okay. So would you be handling lodging for the guys as well?
Yeah, we can do, you know, on a Friday, Saturday.
Friday, Saturday. I'd say anywhere from $8 to $10 a seat.
Yeah, 8 to 10 a sig. So right now we have budget. We only have a budget of $2 a sig based on our campaign contributions. We've got $1,100 in our campaign account, but we believe we'll be able to raise more, substantially more over the next, 72 hours. We're doing a lot of new digital marketing and social media stuff on X. And we have other people who are listening in on this call. Just FYI, there's a lot of people listening in on this call that have a lot interested in this campaign. And so everything, yeah.
What's the demographic area of Rockford and in your district 12 that you're trying to reach? I know it's Republican. Is this a rural area or is it populated?
Yeah, it's rural. I mean, these are the two largest towns in the district, and they're pretty substantial in size. So, any major grocery store, there's always going to be enough people on a Friday, Saturday night in Rockford or Peoria to do significant amounts of signature and petition signing. That could be major bars, it could be hotels, it could be grocery stores, it could be restaurants. There's a lot of people out on a Friday, Saturday, and within 2 weeks, I think the signatures could be gathered. It's just a question of, if you want to do it individually or you want to, get 1 to 2 people. But again, I mean, your help is really needed. You are the only person who has responded to our Craigslist ad other than, where do you live, and can you maybe tell some of the people listening who might be contributing to your work? Because everybody listening will most likely donate to you. All this money is going to go to you directly. So what would you want to let the people know who want to give to you? Tell them about yourself and why they should trust you with their money.
Well, I'm Everett Matthews. I've worked on several campaigns. I've worked on getting people on presidential ballots. So I've been a regional director with Ron DeSantis. Texas, I was on that campaign. I've worked with jobs.gov. You name it, Vanguard. I have a track record. I can send you a resume as well. But I'm in Chicago right now, finishing up. I'm working on the 42nd District's state rep, and just finished up the 98 kick butt, and got her on the ballot. Nona Parker. So I mean, we're killing it, and so I just happened to see this ad. Somebody forwarded it to me, and I was like, hey, let's shoot for it and see what's going on. I mean, because we're about done here, and so I take pride in my work, and so do my people, and we travel the states, looking for Native Americans that are trying to do their due diligence and deserve a shot to get on ballots.
Okay, that sounds great. So are you comfortable sharing your name and your telephone number or your social media handles with people in this room that would want to contact you, speak to you directly, follow you, and get to know you before they send you money?
Sure.
Okay, so how can people get in touch with you? And I will repeat back what you tell me so everybody can make sure they can hear it, and I'll put it in the chat of this conference call.
Okay. It is Edward Matthews.
Well, actually, people are saying don't share your number. I'm not sure because we have. So I want to let you know, Edward, that we have people also listening in on this call that are not happy with our campaign, but we still include them in the conference call regardless. So you're gonna get.
What do you mean not happy with the campaign? Are they contributors that are not happy with the progress, what's going on, or you just broadcast this?
It's an open conference call on an app called Clubhouse, and I've been doing Clubhouse is the app. You can join the can you actually maybe download the app Clubhouse and join the room?
I used to have it, but I'm actually in a restaurant having lunch right now, so it probably take a minute. But send me the link. Can you give me the link for your room?
Yeah, I can do that.
Okay. But you just look up Edward Matthews on Facebook. I'm not really social media kind of guy as far as my private life, but I have what is that website?
LinkedIn.
I have. Let me get my assistant right quick. Hold on.
And by the way, do you have do you have a vehicle? Do you have transportation?
Yes, I have Lane Mason on the phone. Lane, can you check me the website that you just put up the link to my phone number? Can you text the the website that you just put up to me? I have this is Lane Mason. She does a lot of my web and administrative duties. She works with me. She's on the call. Is that okay? Hello?
Yeah, I'm here.
Yes. So yes, she's about to text me a link and then I'm going to shoot it to you. I thought she was already on the phone. I'm just trying to bring her up to speed. Can you introduce yourself to her, sir?
Sure. I'm John. What's your name?
Elena.
Okay, yeah, I put up a Craigslist ad because I'm running for Congress, and this is a conference call where we're discussing Edward's, application to gather petition signatures. So there's a lot of people listening in on this call that will be funding Edward's operations and vote petition signature gathering in Rockford and Peoria. So I think he was asking you if you have his LinkedIn or a resume that you could send. Or post it to a social media profile so people can like it or retweet it.
Oh, okay, I got you. Okay. So, Edward, I just sent you the link now.
Okay, cool. So I wanted to ask you, do you have transportation? Do you have a car? Do you have a car?
Oh, yes.
Okay. All right, well, send me that resume, and I'm gonna send you the link to the Clubhouse room. And if you download the app, I'll send you the room, and you can come in here and talk to individuals who are going to be contributors to funding your vote petition signature gathering. So again, and you feel you're confident, you're the right man for the job, that you can gather these signatures. You've done this before, and you're motivated to do it. Correct?
Yes, yes, yes. I wouldn't have called if I couldn't have did it. That's why I was asking. Yeah, 1,200 signatures is not a lot. Um, but still have to look at the terrain. Everything sounds good until you get out there on the field. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
But yeah, so I probably wouldn't need 5 or 6 people. I probably could, just come out there and bang that out with a couple guys. So when you said $2 a signature, it's like $2,000. And that is the most that you could do.
We right now the campaign has $1,100 in it. I would personally bring it up to 900 to the 2,000, but I'm 100% confident that based on the number of people we have listening in on this conversation right now, we will easily surpass the $2,000 mark. And if you really show results, and if you come and join the conference calls and speak with other campaign organizers and donors, I think you'll self-fund yourself, and you could maybe generate thousands of dollars doing this work, and it could be a very profitable experience for you.
Okay. Sure. Have you sent me the Clubhouse link?
I will in a second. Just go into the App Store. Are you on Android or Apple? Just download the app, Clubhouse, reinstall it on your phone, because if you don't have the app, the room URL won't work anyways.
Okay, one second. And besides signatures, what other areas of assistance are you looking for?
Well, it's primarily a digital marketing strategy position where you'd be creating content and having conference calls with constituents and campaign donors, as well as gathering the signatures. So there's a digital marketing component to this, which is all through Clubhouse.
Okay. Arena?
Yes.
Did you hear that?
Yes, I did.
That is her forte. She's a webmaster, social media, pay-per-click, search engine optimization. She does all of that.
Okay, fantastic, because we definitely need that, and I'm 100%. If you also joined our conference call on Clubhouse, you could probably help raise hundreds, if not thousands of dollars for your valuable work.
Oh, awesome. That sounds really good.
Okay, fantastic. Well, can you introduce yourself maybe to the people listening in on this call?
Yes. Are you talking now or in the Clubhouse?
Yeah, you can do it right now. Go ahead.
How you doing? Matthew, from Memphis, Tennessee. I'm here trying to get a little more information about the petition gathering, signatures, and campaign managers. And I'm the guy for the job. We go out
awareness. I think that's the key word there. I'm sorry, what was your name again, Miss? Who you do all the marketing and the digital optimization?
You said about it?
That was excellent. But what was the other young lady's name who was speaking just a moment ago?
Hi, this is Elena.
Elena, can you maybe
Elena Maven.
Elena Maven, can you introduce yourself to all the listeners on the conference call?
Okay, hi, my name's Elena. I'm out of Memphis. I've had a lot of experience on various campaigns, petition gathering, information gathering, strategic. I also, well, one of my main things is digital internet marketing as well. I've built quite a few websites for lead generation. I have experience in search words, search engine optimization, some social media background as well. So that's a couple of things that I've been working on.
Okay, great. Well, listen, I want to let you both know that you are the only two legitimate respondees to the Craigslist ads that we put up. I shared the Craigslist ad link with everybody in the conference call. The conference call has generated over 1,000 chats, and right now there's about 50 people listening in, and many of these people have donated to the campaign, and we're at over $1,000 in donations. And I want to let you know that all of the money we have raised as of now will be going towards you two if you both decide to join and help work on the campaign. And the number one priority is getting the signatures, verifying the signatures, and getting it all in by October 27th. That is the goal. There's no other goals, but that is the primary goal. So if we can get those signatures, we can get on the ballot box in March. And if you two are key, a lot of people are listening to this and they're excited that you've done this conference call, and hopefully you'll join the campaign. But is there anything else you want to tell people listening in on this conference call?
Yeah, I'm really excited. With the information that I have, I'm definitely sure we can definitely get it done. Definitely.
Okay, when we end this call, I'm going to send you the link to the clubhouse room. And if both of you can join the clubhouse room, I'd like to introduce you to some other campaign coordinators, and we will tell you the next steps. How does that sound?
Sounds great.
Okay, thank you guys so much, and I'll send you the clubhouse link, and we'll talk to you soon.
All right, perfect. Talk to you soon. Bye-bye.
Okay, take care. Bye-bye. Okay, that's the conference call. Hope you guys enjoyed it.
Listen, I'll give my feedback. I think in the future, I would probably not do this. That being said, I'm glad I got a chance to hear from people that actually do the work. This is the dirty part of politics that nobody wants to talk about, where somebody actually is doing real fucking work. We don't think about that. These are the people that do the real work, and I'm enthusiastic about them. It sounds like they have real world experience. This is more to the campaign today. So when we do the money bomb room, I will definitely kick in more. Hopefully, people feel the same way. We do have a poll up above. Should John add these two to the campaign? Heck yeah, they rock, or heck no, they can kick rocks. I'm going to go ahead and bring people up and we can talk, get everybody's thoughts. I'm sure some of you are going to have some very strong and interesting opinions about this. I like them, and I just want to hear from everybody else and see what you guys thought. So we'll get those invites out and bring you guys back up here. Feel free to just jump in, just popcorn style, folks.
Would you be opposed to make them?
Sorry, no, go ahead, Ashley. Sorry.
I had a quick thought. Would you be opposed to setting up a separate fund that's just for the two of them, since they're, there for the people on Clubhouse that might donate to them, but they don't want to donate to the campaign?
I think that earmarking funds for donations is a good idea. Earmarking funds specifically to make sure that the money goes where you'd like it to go. Which, by the way, the commitment at this point is to get right now. The whole game is ballot access, and ballot access is about signatures. And so this is the most important component of everything at this stage of the game. Once the signatures are gathered and ready to distribute, or rather ready to turn in and get them validated, then there could be additional expenditures, moving forward to advance the campaign, to whip votes. But right now, everything is about, getting on the ballot. And I don't know if you guys agree with me, but it sounded like people that have done this type of work before and feel confident that they can get these signatures. So, yeah, I feel good about it.
Yeah, it sounds like they're the only two applicants. I think they're, that actually responded. So I think they're perfect for the job. So I have a question for John, and I guess I'm wondering two things. When did you know that you were? It sounds like you had this plan, albeit the applicants were in the dark. But it sounds like you had this plan to broadcast this on Clubhouse. I mean, I do give you did acknowledge you did inform him that it was being recorded eventually. I guess I'm wondering what was your why? Are you going to interview? Are you going to be doing this again and interviewing all your applicants publicly? Do you really like to, Mojo's point, his advice as your campaign manager, it sounds like, is to not do that again. Why do you think he's advising you not to do this again?
Well, it sounds like your question has a bias in it, or you have your own opinion. And before I answer your biased opinion,
your own campaign manager said I would not advise you to do it again. So let's just go with that.
all right, I heard what he said. Are you asking to listen to what my opinion is, or do you want to share your opinion with me first?
No, I'm going to mute up. Thank you. I don't know if you're talking, John, but you're muted.
Listen, I am trying to be transparent because I think after yesterday's stolen valor, libel, slander, and extreme donk down on John Kitover the roast, I'm a pretty resilient and flexible person. But I just want to say that, politics is not what you think it is. It's pretty insane, nasty, clicky, despicable, and just it's like an OCD, experiment in anger management. What I'm trying to show is what Mojo just stated, is that real people, and I've worked with these people that worked on my committee person campaign here in Chicago in the 45th Ward, and I worked with real people. I worked with people so real that as I received the clipboard with the signatures back, guess what was crawling on the clipboard? A bed bug. So we're talking about people that are sleeping in churches, gathering signatures at train stops here in Chicago. So Moose, if you're ready to kick in $10 to this campaign instead of complaining, and I'll tell this to any other complainers in the room, I'll address your complaints and we can put it in the Clubhouse complaint box for you, so you can retrieve them later. But I've worked with real street people that gather real signatures, and you just talked to some hardworking people, and they agreed to be recorded and put in a conference call. And guess what? Moose, they're going to come to this room, and you can ask them your questions directly. Moose, how do you feel about that?
It's interesting that you pose my question as a complaint, which in itself is then you calling the kettle black. I'm calling the kettle black because you're implying I was being biased. But you're receiving my questions as a complaint. They were pure questions out of curiosity, which, by the way, you didn't answer. In the guise of being a real politician, if you want to manifest this thing for real, then yeah, by all means, deflect, as all politicians do. And I agree. Politics is a very dirty game, extremely. Both sides of the aisle are dirty. It's by any means necessary. But again, I was just wondering if you wanted to answer the particular point that your own campaign manager put out to you was advising you not to do this again in this format. Do you think that's?
I heard him say it. Why don't you let Mojo answer? Mojo, can you address the question, please?
Yeah, no, I'll address it. Look, I think that those conversations can be done private. I think that the exercise of exposing a little bit of transparency of showing people that look, we're having real conversations with people that want to go out and do this type of work. They have experience and do this kind of work. Maybe it'll help people to understand that there are people that apply for these types of jobs and they want to do this kind of work. I just don't think that the vetting process requires a listening audience moving forward. but I do think it was a good exercise in transparency, and hopefully it'll motivate people to to think about the people that were on the other end of that call and think about the work that they're going to have to do. They're gonna have to put some miles on their feet, and it's not easy work. When Marshall gets in here, ask him what it's like to go knock doors. He'll let you know. It's oh, there you go, Marshall. It's not easy. It's easy work, is it?
No, it's not. And if you don't have the right attitude, it can be highly discouraging. Like, for that job, attitude is everything, as in most jobs anyway.
Yeah, I think for me, I wouldn't need to hear another one of those, but it was good to it's good for everybody to kind of be able to be a fly on the wall and hear what that was all about. And I also like the fact that when they realize okay, I'll talk to the people that are listening. They're even willing to jump on this app and continue the conversation. I think these folks are great. I think anybody that's involved in politics should say, okay, this is cool. Maybe I'll have a campaign down the road that I need to tap into a resource like this. And so I'm happy that they're going to be jumping on the app. I think it's a good thing. I would also ask people to be respectful if they do and not badger them when they get here. They have an opportunity to try to make change and get paid for doing it. It's not like he didn't offer them no pay. He offered them pay. It was very clear about what the terms would be. So if it comes to an agreement and they join the team, I think that'll be a good thing. In fact, that conversation motivates me more to provide whatever backing I'm capable of providing for this campaign. So I'm excited about it. But it sounds like for the most part, I look at the poll. 10 people, 10 out of 10 said that John should hire these two for the campaign. In fact, we heard nobody has voted that he shouldn't hire them. So I think the people that were listening to that were enthusiastic and could feel the sincerity and the experience and felt good about it. Okay, we've got one person that thinks that the people should kick rocks. Does anybody want to explain why they think that those two hardworking individuals, those applicants, should kick rocks?
Yes, because they would be better off actually working for something in their field instead of the fucking state bullshit campaign and bullshit rhetoric and the clubhouse fucking antics that are going on in this room by admin of all fucking people.
Well, first of all, my name is John Kitover. I'm running for Congress in the 16th district. And you know what, Brad? You can kick rocks. And you can go bake a shepherd's pie tonight, and you can cry yourself to sleep. But this campaign is marching on with or without your shepherd pie. And your haggis.
Hey, John, I was wondering if you already had these ideas of, really getting your direction on your campaign out there to, I guess, the younger crowd. Maybe going to, the college campuses around your area, trying to get these younger people involved. I think a lot of them, if they really like where your campaign is going, they might actually volunteer and actually help out to get signatures on the campus there. Like you said, there's plenty of train stops that they can go. I don't think necessarily door knocking is the only way to go, but I think there's other ways to go. And definitely, trying to get yourself embedded into some of these college campuses, with the younger generation, I think would be a great idea as well.
Do you know why they door knock versus public gatherings?
Oh, I know.
Oh, I wasn't asking you much. I was asking Harry, but okay.
Yeah, because they see who's registered as a Republican or a Democrat, and they specifically go to these houses where they are registered as whatever vote or whatever party they're registered underneath.
Well, also because you can track your work, right? Like petition signing is one thing, which I guess is what John's doing. So you can have people there. But if you're trying to show to possible donors that you're going to have broad support for a potential base, you will want to both do the train stops and look into door knocking at the same time. I promise you, people, you can't reinvent the wheel. You can add some spokes strengthen it, but campaigns been done with door knocking for a very long time for a very particular reason. And that reason is it is the most efficient voter contact method for the money. Always. So mix it up, but make sure you actually hit the doors.
Hey Marshall, can I ask you a question? Do you think the display that was just John, the fact that you just took people who want to work in this, who are looking for a job, who responded to what they believe was an actual job, do you think that this by Edmund of all fucking people, the troglodyte of Clubhouse for 5 years, do you think that this is actually something people should be donating to? Do you think this display was genuine? Do you think this was even fun?
I have not donated any money and intend not to donate any money. I'll let that do the walking.
What about Marshall to the point of I'm guessing you've probably worked with interns, college people campaigning, free or otherwise paying them. Well, just the framework of holding an interview on a public app, telling the applicants, several minutes into it, and by the way, putting them on the spot, so if they say, no, please stop recording, they may feel they may not get the job, they're feeling awkward. It's not ideal. Do you think that is conducive to finding the best applicants and building trust with said people as you're building your team?
No, I don't. I wouldn't have done it. I would not have done that. I get why Johnny did, but I wouldn't have done it.
I think the record will reflect that in hindsight, this is a learning lesson. But I think that if they get the job and they get paid and people in this room are paying them, that was your introduction to the people you are paying. And I want to be fully transparent about this campaign. And you just heard the two first people who responded to our Craigslist ads. So all the complaints, all the words, which are like photons and disappear the next day, these are two people who are now in the record, and if they get the money and they get the signatures, well, they earned it. And you're all witness to that. So you complainers who like to complain, you witness capitalism and politics and social behavior real time, live in this Clownhouse Act, in this app right now. So click the link above. Oh, we took the donation and we got the survey. So William, Moose, Marshall, donated in this room to the campaign who will be funding, their $15 an hour or $2 a signature, whatever kind of, terms we agree, it's going to be fully transparent. I won't publish any documents with anybody's information. So I want to thank people in the chat who discouraged sharing personal information.
Yeah, people should trust Edmund of all people on this fucking app. You would be better off putting your fucking faith in one of the fucking Ponzi schemes that existed on the app. This is akin to that fucking...
Okay, Brad, this is libel and slander again. Libel and slander. I'm gonna post again to the Instagram warning you of legal consequences from what you're saying on a public social audio chat app, Brad.
Roger and a whole bunch of people were scamming fucking, because at least I'll hold my morals and principles there. You faggots fucking want and use these people as a team. That's what's sad.
Are you running your mouth?
So again, you can shut the fuck up. So the YouTube
I could shut the fuck up, but I won't shut the fuck up.
I don't give a fuck whatever you got to say. Go back to fucking killing kids, dude. That's all you're good at. So again,
whoa, that's slanderous. That is defamation, Bradley. I have your full legal name. If
I want to shoot immigrants if they cross. Everyone mute up. 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 There you go. There you go. Listen, we're not going to be doxing anybody here. This is not what we do in this room. It's rule number 2. You can refer to the rules. If you can't follow the rules, you can't participate in the room. Look, I just want to point to the poll. 88% of the people that responded to the poll believe that the two people that we just heard from would make good additions to the campaign team. Only 13% believe that those people should kick rocks.
Yeah, I don't think John should add anyone to his campaign. I think it'll denature the authentic John Kitover experience, and I'm not going to dox anyone. I just want You know, I just want
Then
families
how
to
do you
understand that if you're going to say
don't have any
things about,
fucking staff?
if you're going to touch children, you're going to
No.
children.
How do you win a campaign if you don't have any fucking staff? How do you do it?
Marshall, it's called force of character, okay? It's called charisma. It's called that shiny, polished, bald head. It's called wit.
All right, you guys are doing the interrupting thing. Hold on. Rule number 5. Don't interrupt people.
Thank you. I'm not sure if I interrupted you, Marshall. Go ahead and continue to tell us how you need a staff.
No, all I was saying was people who think they're going to run their campaign on their own and they're going to knock all the doors by themselves and they're going to raise all that money by themselves are fucking delusional. The people who try this shit lose 100% of the time. You know why? Because you have to have more than yourself to win a fucking campaign. You may not think so, but you've never stuck your fucking hat in the ring for public office.
Have you? Did you vote for Trump, Marshall?
No, I voted for Chuck Norris. It's irrelevant. So.
No, it is relevant. I mean, if you
it's not fucking relevant. It's not relevant. We are talking about how
don't interrupt.
you.
Hey, Rule 5.
Rule
5, Marshall. Rule 5.
How you.
I'm talking. Rule 5, please. Mods, can I get a Rule 5?
Yep, we had a Rule 5 infraction.
Thank you. All right. So, just to be clear, ultimately, when we're trying to determine whether or not someone should be a part of a campaign, we want to look at their actions. What are their behaviors? What do they believe? How do they act? And if someone voted for Donald Trump, I assure you, the old adage, fool me once, shame on you, fool me twice, shame on me, holds to be true here. If you were stupid enough, and I mean stupid enough, I mean, you know, the literal definition of the word stupid, enough, you've got enough stupidity to vote for Donald Trump not once, not twice, but 3 times, you are not going to add anything relevant to any kind of campaign that I want to be successful. And I want John to be successful. I do think that John is clinically insane, and I hope that will be a good shakeup for events in Chicago. So I don't want you, Marshall, to hitch your wagon to any star because you're going to hold it down, you're going to bring it back, you're going to be a problem. You are a dyed-in-the-wool, staunch advocate for the status quo, whatever that might be, and whoever else established it. You don't want to break new ground. You better not fucking touch John Kitover's campaign. All right? I land. Thank you.
Said the guy that's never done any political work in his fucking life. Yeah, I and everybody in this room am going to take your advice seriously when you've never done the work before. I may not have voted for Trump any of those 3 times that he ran, bro, but I've worked in campaign politics for 10 years.
Okay, so you definitely...
One of the things I have learned is that you can't win a campaign on your own. And that you shouldn't stick, as you said, clinically insane people next to power. If you think he's clinically insane, then you shouldn't want him near power. Clinically insane people make dumb decisions. Really dumb decisions. But it's okay. You're the same dude who said in order to solve the immigration problem, we needed to establish a wall, to put machine guns on it, and shoot women and children as they tried to come across. So yes, you certainly have a decent head on your shoulder.
Okay, that's slander, first of all. I didn't come up with the idea of putting machine guns on a wall. That wasn't my idea. If you can't detect the difference between sarcasm and an actual assertion of a policy, that's on you. And I'd like to point out that it's been far more than 10 years since our politics have been fucked. Okay, so whatever you've been doing, you've been participating in that fuck. And I don't want more of that. I think somebody who's clinically insane could provide a pleasant change of pace in the Chicago area. You know, I think really the way to find out what John Kitover is made out of is to give him as much power as possible. And you know, maybe it turns into a circus. But sometimes it's fun to go to the circus. What I don't want to do is go to fucking Chicago as it is now. And so unlike you jackasses who all voted for fucking Trump believing it would be anything other than a return to the status quo, he's a fucking liberal Democrat who is not going to deport any of the 30 million fucking illegal immigrants who he is going to offer amnesty because they work in the fields and hospitality, and we have to protect them, and I love immigrants. And all of this was obvious before you elected him. John is legitimately fucking insane. And you know what? I vote for change. I vote for John Kitover. Here, here, John. Fair winds and following seas, brother. Fuck you, Marshall.
So you would willingly vote for bad decision making. Again, if you think somebody's politically insane, they don't belong anywhere near power, which makes me glad that you don't have any power because you don't belong anywhere near it either. And the original machine gun idea may not have been yours, but it's one you promulgated.
So like, you don't get to dodge your fucking.
I will just interrupt and remind the speakers that what you're stating against candidate Congressman John Kitover is libel, is slander, and we will add you to the roster of libel, slander, civil lawsuits, Marshall. Watch your tongue. You've been warned. The campaign from John Kitover will not tolerate this libel and slander. You're all put on notice legally henceforth. You have been put on notice.
I think he's insane. Put me on the roster. I think he's insane, and I'm going to vote for him because sometimes the thing that we need to deploy is a tactical nuclear strike, and that's John Kitover. You don't like the way political things have been progressing in your city? Vote for. Okay, vote for John. And I'd like to address these accusations, these allegations made by Marshall, as if it's some kind of shock to anyone on Clubhouse that the idea would come up that a border would be defended with lethal force. Because, see, that's what Marshall is recoiling at. Marshall was shocked to his soft little core, his little pudding cup center, when he heard that Diogenes was hosting rooms where the idea was not only asserted, but confidently seconded that the border should be secured with lethal force, as all borders must be. And again, Marshall doesn't have the imaginative capacity to recognize that a border can be both secured with lethal force and permeable to those who are following the legal process. What your name is? I'm trying to perform right now. If you could back the fuck off, I'd appreciate it. It's not shocking. It shouldn't be shocking to propose securing a border with lethal force. If that is machine guns on walls, or if that is men with machine guns patrolling the wall. It is performative. Are you not here to be entertained? Are you here to be miserable? Yes, it's performative. You vote for performative. You love performative. You watch Netflix for performative. At least I'm not sucking Jew cock. At least I'm not being paid to do it. So it's a lot more authentic.
Rule
okay?
number 4, keep your shares brief.
Hey, all right, fair enough. Consider it briefly done. Marshall, fuck you.
Hey, John, when you're a public slander, the standard of slander is much, much higher.
I have an ongoing civil action against someone for defamation by slander, John. If you'd like any advice, I don't know if you're planning on taking people to the magistrates or if you're trying to go to a higher court. At least in Georgia, there's several cases where defamation is per se. You don't even need to prove damages to collect. So, let me know if I can help you. I'd love to take Marshall down. Stupid fucking cocksucker.
Why Marshall?
I've been in politics for 10 years, and I can tell you how it works. Yeah, it doesn't work. Okay?
I never said I thought he was crazy. I was repeating what you said. You said you that at least, and I'm not some soft little person that thinks defending the border is a bad thing. The thing I drew a line at was your.
Oh my God, one. You're in the Matrix and you're drunk?
Assertion that we should shoot women and children.
All right, he's in the Matrix. So in case anyone's wondering what Marshall is going on about, Diogenes was the head of the Deportation Depot, short-lived program. You're in the Matrix, Marshall. Don't torture us.
Yeah, Marshall, you're in the Matrix. So
Marshall, you're in the Matrix. Yeah, this as punishment for your stupidity, okay? And I'd like to clarify, John, I don't think you're clinically insane. I don't think you're crazy. I know you're crazy. I know you're clinically insane. And that's a breath of fresh air. I really, truly. And again, I wish you fair winds and following seas and promise support to the fullest extent that I can provide it. Anyone curious about Marshall haranguing me about this border thing has to understand, it's never a decision to shoot women and children. It's a decision to secure your border with lethal force. When you secure the border with lethal force, you'll find that the women and the children don't try to cross that border because it is secured with lethal force. When you don't secure your border, when the state creates incentive programs in the hundreds of millions, in the billions of dollars to provide welfare and incentivize, encourage women and children to come across the border and offer them free food and free lodging and protection, then you're going to create a situation where someone is going to close the gate. And all I'm saying is the gate needed to be closed. Now the gate is closed. Some of you diehard Trump supporters who consistently refuse to face reality are content that at least has been accomplished. The border is now significantly more secure. It is extraordinarily secured in consideration of the last administration's actions. But what you're not seeing, what you will never see, what Diogenes Spooner told you years ago when he guaranteed you that Donald Trump would be president in 2025, is the deportation of the 25 to 50 million illegal aliens who were allowed, not just allowed, who were encouraged to come into this country to substitute the labor, to drive down wages, to drive up asset prices, and to help Donald Trump preside over the bankruptcy of the United States of America. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. Vote for John Kitover.
I'm just curious, what are your rules of engagement on arming the border?
The rules of engagement for the border? What do you mean?
Yeah,
I mean,
do you understand what the words rules of engagement are?
absolutely.
Okay,
Sir, I was enlisted in the most noble...
I don't know why you had to ask him a question. I don't know
why did you do
had to do that.
I'll answer that. Jeff. That is a valid question. He just didn't want to hear me talk. With the left woke moral men who want to police everyone like little school marms in the hall, they hate it when I speak because I say things that make little Marshall quake in his boots and piss his little underwears. The rules of engagement are: you are 100 feet away from the demilitarized zone. You'd better fucking stop. You see the sign? It's in Espanol. And you know what? We'll put the sign in Chinese, Mandarin. We'll put it in Arabic. We'll put it in all the languages, in fact. You get near that wall, things are going to start going boom. And just like the rules of engagement that I had in Afghanistan, you're going to get an escalation. And the closer you get to the wall without responding, the closer you get to bad, bang, bang. Okay? And see, that's not unreasonable. Hey, no interrupting. We have hey, this is Diogenes Spooner paging the boss. We've got a Rule 5 infraction.
All right, so I'm going to mute you so you can hear me. Nobody's yelling at you. You don't have to yell back. You can complete your statement, sir, without screaming at us, please.
And do it in a succinct fashion. You don't have to ramble on forever. Just make your point.
You know what the point is. The point is you need to vote for John Kitover. Everything else is just gravy on mashed potatoes, delicious mashed potatoes. Okay, William? Thanks for the question. Next question. Thanks, William. Thank you for the question.
Somebody gets near the wall and you shoot them.
The rules of engagement are that a nation is a sovereign and sacred thing. The most important law in a nation is that which delineates its border. There could not be...
You don't have to ramble.
It was a pretty straight question. Just answer it. And it's a pretty straightforward answer. If you can't listen to it, don't ask the question. Okay? The answer is absolutely. Lethal force must be deployed to secure the border of the United States and any nation. And where that integrity is at risk, lethal force must be swiftly and efficiently dispatched to address the threat.
See, I told
Okay, so Marshall that was not slandered by Marshall. You just reiterated it.
It absolutely was slandered. No, you're missing the point. If you were confused, I will happily say that. I don't have a problem with building a wall and putting machine guns. I'm talking across the board. I've got another Rule 5 infraction here. You can wait till I stop. I've given several pauses.
Can we have
so
one
let's be
mic,
clear.
please? Can we have one mic?
Thank you, Nye. Thank you. So I don't want anyone to be surprised. I don't have a problem saying we should build a physical barrier on the border of our country, and we should put some kind of defensive system with lethal capabilities that would, in fact, kill men, women, and children, or any other goddamn living thing that threatens that border. Yes, that's right. What I'm telling you is that Marshall... Oh, my God. See? Oh, you got me, Marshall. Oh, my God, you got me. Oh, Jesus. I just fell right into your trap. Oh, my. Imagine the pair. It wasn't a fucking trap, bro. That's the point, Marshall. That's the point. Do you think you're revealing anything to anyone?
I lobbed the accusation that you wanted to shoot people. You then skirted around that and pretended like that was not what you wanted until you were asked a series of questions in which the end was, yes, I will shoot men, women, and children.
Wrong. Wrong. I do not want to shoot men, women, and children. I have no intention of getting on that wall, and I have no intention of any men, women, or children dying. As I clearly elucidated for you, I would absolutely put good signage, very, very big words, very easy to read words in several different languages that made it clear. Lethal force will be used. And I think, repetition teaches the donkey. And if you paid any attention to any of the brilliant rooms I did with many brilliant people, you would have heard, and you should know, you probably don't because you don't have children, and no woman would put up with your stupid ass.
Wait, hold on.
I
have to ask John. I don't mean to interrupt, but I need to know something really quick because somebody wants to come up. John, is the gentleman you spoke to earlier Edward Matthews? Is John there?
Probably. He's getting a good dose of what Clubhouse is all about.
Well, maybe he can answer that in the back channel now, unless tell.
Well, the gentleman is trying to come up, is what I'm saying. Is this gentleman that he interviewed on the phone? He's in the room listening to this madness. I clicked on his profile and it says invited by John. So I'm just, just doing a little. Let's calm down a little bit. If this is the gentleman that John spoke to, because he's in the room right now. If that's him, and if that's not you, sir, I don't mean to call you out. I'm sorry, but I know John, the gentleman that John spoke to over the phone. I know he invited him to the club. I know he sent him a link, and now we have a gentleman raising his hand wanting to come up. I clicked on his profile, said invited by John, so I'm just trying to figure out if that's the guy.
He also has a party hat.
While we're all hurling insults and yelling, and he's coming into the space, right? So it might not be a good look. I don't know.
I hardly think we're throwing insults and yelling. I was doing a bit of raised voice, but let's be clear. This wasn't insulting. I think there's something for us to learn from Marshall's position and his estimation of mine on the border. See, the idea isn't that you want to kill women and children because you are willing to secure your border with lethal force. And anyone who spent any time around women and children would tell you that they learn very quickly when you say don't do that thing, and there are lethal consequences for that thing. See, one of the things missing from modern society is corporal punishment, right? Somebody litters in Singapore, they get beat. And they learn, if I litter, I'll get caught and I'll get beat. I shouldn't do that. It's incredible to me that Marshall thinks he can equate being willing to use lethal force with a desire to use lethal force. And that's the kind of stupidity that gets us trapped in this constant political cycle of bullshitter and bigger bullshitter. Evil, lesser evil. And so Marshall shouldn't be anywhere near a voting booth. Anyone that would let him near a voting booth is doing a disservice to their country. But it is what it is. And I don't want to be long-winded. I already have been. But I love the rules, guys. And I hope I'll be able to stop in more often. Hey, Brad. Is he gone? Is Brad gone? Tell Brad to go fuck himself. Tell Marshall to go fuck themselves. Vote for John Kitover. And I'll see you guys next time.
Can I do a poll asking who is the most thwarted theater kid on Clubhouse and have Diogenes, a guy who I'm not going to name, and a couple other contestants in the poll. Can I do that poll? Cause you guys are exhausting.
No, but what he's saying makes sense. I mean, it's the same strategy we use in Iraq. When you're doing security, you're given an order to secure a perimeter. You have a controlled entry point. That's the only way people can ingress and egress to gain clearance to whatever access point that is. If they try to access that barrier, that perimeter, and any other means, it's a verbal warning, condition one your weapon, they're in your scope, and give another warning in condition one, and after that, you take them down, man, 2 in the chest. It is what it is.
That's like an active war zone.
See, it only tends to happen once, right? And then the message is delivered maybe before the kids and the women show up. Like,
Well, that was his point. It would be a defensive measure, not an offensive measure. A defensive measure is completely different.
Yeah, if I could just jump in real quick, I just wanted to say that I am more enthusiastic day by day about the campaign, about the mission to defeat Darren LaHood. And right now, this campaign, it kicked off just a couple days ago. We're starting to really kick into doing fundraisers. We really did one fundraiser, and now we're gonna start doing that again today. So the link is up above, and I want people to remember that the money that gets raised here, this is not money that goes into a politician's pocket. This is money that's going to get paid out for very hardworking, intelligent people that are going to do the complicated work, the tedious work of doing the signature gathering, getting people to sign on the line and validating that these signatures are legitimate to make sure that ballot access is possible. You cannot win an election if you're not on the ballot. The idea of winning as a write-in candidate is just not going to happen. If you look high and low, write-in candidates do not win. You have to be on the ballot. The first thing that the money is going to be spent on is gathering the signatures, getting on the ballot. Once the ballot access is secured, which will happen the week between October 27th and November 3rd, then we can kick into new gears where we could say, okay, now that we're on the ballot, how are we going to organize, how are we going to mobilize, and how are we going to defeat this person that is robbed from the people? That is supported over taxation and borrowing in Darren LaHood. John Kitover for Congress is the one person that is going to be running, and that primary is in March. If he defeats Darren LaHood and gets in the general election, he will become congressman. So there's two things we have to do. A few things. We have to raise the money to pay the volunteers, to get the signatures, to get on the ballot. Once on the ballot, we have to drive the vote. If we win the primary, we win the general. Let me repeat. If we win the primary, we win the general. So in order for this to happen, we have to get on the ballot. I just wanted to welcome Edward to the stage. Hopefully you'll find this a hospitable place for you, and just welcome. Welcome.
He's new to the app. He might not know he has to press the mic on and off button to speak.
Yeah, Edward, if you wanted to jump in, just the mute buttons in the lower right, you just tap that button and it'll allow you to speak to us. And again, we're just really glad you're here.
Hello?
Yeah, we can hear you.
Yeah, I just got forwarded all the comments, man. And, I'm trying to make sure this is not some spoof at my expense.
Well, yeah, I don't blame you. I don't blame you for thinking that. But yeah, please go ahead, Mojo.
Yeah, I was just going to say, look, there are people that have personal vendettas against the man running for Congress. I could probably guess who the individual is. Maybe there's a couple of individuals. By the way, some of his biggest critics are supporting the opposition. So there's that.
Right, okay. Well, I've been listening, and it's very energetic. A lot like that. He's straightforward, and I like the way he speaks. You know, he's not talking like some stick in the mud, so I can respect that personally. You know, but so yeah, I'm here, and I'm just trying to get a feel of what's going on here. Are you guys ready to pull triggers, or you're just getting started? You know, and trying to get some traction going, or whatnot?
Why don't we hear from John, the man himself? John, are you there? Your potential employee has questions for you.
Yeah.
John, if you're there, you could unmute. That'd be great.
While John's thinking about unmuting, Ed, what do you see as the 5 main issues facing Americans today?
Are you asking me that question?
I was, but you don't have to answer if you don't want to.
Monica, this is Dr. Long. I can answer. I mean, I don't mind answering. You said, what do I feel the 5 main issues facing America?
5 main issues facing Americans today, most challenging issues.
Well, obviously, we've got the border. We've got crime. We've got, our foreign policies. What are we going to do with, being the policeman of the world? We've got crime and homelessness. We've got to take care of the home front while we're, going abroad, saving the world. And I'm from Memphis, and it's one of the poorest cities in America. And, we've got billion-dollar corporations moving in, and the workforce is for the little people is zero. And so I think that we need to have more home, based jobs, for the people that are from your city. You shouldn't have to, be working penny ante jobs. And so that's the main thing. Me personally, what I would say.
Thank you.
Have you ever gone door to door before, Edward, like campaigning?
Yes, I've done door to door before. Started from the bottom, like anyone else. My dad was a politician. My grandfather was a politician. So I started out young, campaigning for them, running for mayor, juvenile court clerk, things of that nature, comptrollers. So, I've worked on several campaigns as a door knocker and all the way on up.
What's your policy?
One second, I'd like to go ahead and answer. I'm just going to list one thing that's affecting America, and it's inflation, the cost of living, food insecurity. We just need to get business back into America. People want to live their best life, and they want the opportunity to do so. That's why we're here. Let's keep going with the business. Let's keep going with creating new jobs, less regulation. Let's get rid of some of the taxes. We pay too much in taxes. Give us some, let's just keep going in the direction that we can. Build up the infrastructure, build up jobs, build up business, empower people. People want to create their own future. People don't want handouts. People work, let's embrace this capitalist society. This is Dr. Long, and I'm finished speaking.
Hey, Edward, what's your policy on the number of signatures that don't verify? How many are you actually getting for that 1,200 you need? And how does that work as far as the payment goes of your 8 to 10 signature?
Well, generally, depending, if it's a client that I've worked with before and we have rapport, they'll set the rate. They know that I do good work. They'll fly me out. They'll fly the team out. They'll have everything set up so that's with expenses is already covered.
And the policy is, you know, if you want 1,200, then you're shooting for 1,800, because you have no control over what somebody writes on the paper. And the state of Illinois, I believe, for the district races, you have to petition in the district. Not only does the person have to live in the district, but you have to petition in the district. So some states allow where you can be outside of the district and get signatures. And there's just you have people watching, blockers, opponents, whistleblow. So you have to be in the district to get the signature from somebody in the district. The person can live in the district and you be outside the district and get the signature, and it's a no-go, depending on who finds out about it. So you shoot for over the top, and then you verify them, with the address and the voter registration. The signature matches up, and you run them through the scanner, and they match up, and you get paid. Generally, with me having my crew, we get paid up front. We have the treasure chest there, at least half or 75% up front with the expenses. And then as petitions get validated, you start paying off the petitions. And at the end, once you do the final turn in, then there's the remaining balance is covered. So that's generally how it works.
Are you saying there's expenses on top of per signature?
Well, of course. I mean, unless you're just going to be hiring, your church members and your family and friends, you know what I'm saying? But like I said, I am in Chicago. I just flew out to Chicago. I mean, I do this nationwide, so this was forwarded to me, and I was saying, hey, look, there's something going on over here. Why not make some extra cheese? So, I didn't know Bloomington was 100 miles from where I am. So obviously I wouldn't just shoot out 100 miles and, post up and be trying to get 1,200 valid signatures. I could get 1,200 signatures, but you want signatures are going to fly. So, 2 days, it just sounds like that's very unrealistic. If you want quality work, you're going to have to set up, post up, and just standing outside of shopping centers is not the way that you're going to get the best signatures. Some canvassing on the churches, finding out his demographics, where his followers are, really doing the research, man, to get the signatures and get them quick, and bring some awareness to find out, where we can get a lot of people at one time that are in the district that want to hear about them. If you want to have an event, things of that nature, and do the petition, barbecues. You got to think outside the box instead of just standing outside the Walmart, because people will just scribble anything on the paper.
But you're saying in your experience, 1 out of 3 is non-verifiable?
1 out of 3.
Well, you're saying if it's 1,200 you want, then you're saying get 1,800.
Yeah, all the time. I mean, because
so you're saying 600 of those. Actually, it's more than 1 out of 3. Wouldn't it be?
I mean, this is why it takes a special kind of person to do that. You know what I'm saying? Because it's how many times have you signed a petition, and then you got to put your name and your address on it. So a lot of people will say, yeah, I signed the petition, and then I have to put my address on it, and just put a scribble address on it. Or you just can't recognize the signature, and they meant well, they signed their name or whatever. It's just on the algorithm of the computer. Did that match up with the voter registration signature? So and then it depends on how much scrutiny the opponent is going to do. Is he going to challenge the signatures? This person moved, or this and that. It's right on the borderline of the district. So you have to plan for all kind of contingencies and problems. So if you want quality work, then you shoot for 12. Well, I got my 12, and then 3 days later, hey, we need 300 more. We need 40 more. So you plan for overages, and that's how that goes. So you're gonna have to have a contingency plan. Now, you pay for the valid signatures, but you're bringing in more than that. You know what I'm saying?
But you're paying for all the signatures, not just the 1,200, right?
No, you pay for the. It depends. It's a case by case scenario. You know, if you got rapport with a person, you know, sometimes they pay for all of them over a certain amount, and some just pay for the valid ones. And you know, so it just depends. You got a lot of shady coordinators out here that get people from all walks of life, and you know, they get try to jip people out of their time and their work. And you've got all kind of trolls that have sham campaigns going on. I'm sure you guys know about this. So, as a petitioner and a campaign manager, and I have to protect the people that trust me. To if I tell them, hey, look, we're shooting over here. We're gonna go 300 miles over here. We're gonna go 500 miles over here. You know, it can't be on just somebody's. Yeah, I'm going to pay you, because that doesn't work.
What is the, you don't mind me asking, Edward, it sounds like you're pretty experienced. What is the average or normal pay, be it per hour? I mean, I know some folks use volunteers, college kids, and friends, but folks like yourself are looking to be paid for the work as well you should be. What is the average?
Well, the average petitioner is not going to work for an hour. Because it's not worth his time, because you spend a whole day. $15 an hour, $12 an hour. That's go get you some, high school kid, college kid. But even a political science intern. I brought my son up to work with me before he goes to college this freshman year. He's playing sports or whatnot in college, and told him to come on out. And but the average professional petitioner is not going to work for an hour, so I couldn't even answer that question. But it's a lucrative job if you're good at it and you're bringing in good signatures. I've worked petitions for some nonprofits and community organizations that pay $10 a signature for 4 different petition ballots and initiatives, and person can sign all 4 ballots, and you can go turn in 1,000 signatures a week. Houston, Dallas, major cities, they have all kind of things going on, so you can make $10,000 in a week.
Yeah, that's pretty standard. It's always per signature, and your 8 to 10 is pretty reasonable. California here is much more than that. It's about 12, I think, is the average. What's your best opening line if you're pitching a Republican candidate, and your best opening line if you're pitching a Republican?
Well, opening line,
how are you getting my attention to get me to not walk into the Walmart? Right? What's your hook?
Well, it's generally, hi, right here petitioning for Mr. John Kitover. He's a Republican candidate for District 12, and he needs 1,200 signatures to get on the ballot. We're in your neighborhood, and we'd like to give him a chance to sign a petition. It's not don't go into a whole lot of details, because he's just trying to get on the ballot. So they don't even, and it's not even the Republican, Democrats will sign it. You know what I'm saying? Because he's just trying to get a chance to speak. Somebody might follow him. Somebody might, it's on him. He can talk himself into a nomination, or he can talk himself out of it. We just want to give him a chance to get on the ballot. So, the main thing is making sure they live in the district and they're registered to vote.
There's not a lot to it. People want to talk to you. It's just like Clubhouse in the streets. People want that dopamine, and they want to know what your petition's about, and they want to sign if they like your personality and how friendly you are. It's signature gathering, and
right.
That's what it is.
John, you're a little low. Your volume is a little low.
Yeah, I think one of your 37.
Sorry, I was just saying that, having gathered many signatures myself, and worked with a lot of people that got signatures, people want to talk to you if you're out there gathering signatures, and you'll have more than enough people coming up to you if you're in a subway station and there's, thousands of people flowing by you every day. There's a lot of people who like people that do petition gathering and gather signatures.
And so that's the main thing, some signatures be outside of the district or the region and things of that nature. But for the most part, it's not rocket science. But it is strategic. You have to have a strategy. You have to have
Yeah, maybe it's just California. We're a little apathetic here, but I've heard some outrageous hooks, and I've heard some reasonable hooks that got my attention. But most of the guys here, they have a hook. They kind of profile you when you walk up, and they figure which side of the aisle they think you're on, and they give you this question that kind of leads you to want to respond in one of two ways: either you're all in, or you're a little agitated by it. So I'm just curious what hooks you use. That maybe that's just California.
Well, I mean, sometimes it just depends on the candidate. If he was an ex-police officer or a firefighter, and you're looking at another guy, he's walking up and he looks like he's, you can do that, but sometimes that'll backfire because the person that you think's, because he's got a cowboy hat on and a big buckle is a Republican and he's a staunch Democrat, and you just lost a signature. So, it's a give and take. Hey, back blue and, so you never know. So, but you can try that. But the main thing is, you don't want to put yourself in that box because you can lose a signature like that. But I know a lot of people that do that. Hey, you back to blue? This guy's a ex-police officer. And it just depends. So reading people's what you think their personality is, that works. Profiling sometimes. But I try to stay away from that as much as possible. And put the clipboard in the face and give me a signature. That's the main thing. Do what it takes to get the signature and get out of there. And without trying to just keep it simple. You're from California, so you know the movie slang. Keep it simple, stupid. So you don't want to offend anybody, and then that goes back to the client. You know what I'm saying? Hey, you got these guys out here petitioning, and they're this and they're that. So the main thing is just you want to be friendly, smile, and if they say no, it's their prerogative.
Yeah, I had a guy do that to me, and he had an incredible turn. Then I watched him, and he had a turn for the other direction as well. So once he lost it, he was able to recoup it back in by his next line. He was a master of what he was doing. And I struck up a conversation with the guy. He's pulling down 700 to 800 a day because he's, like you were saying, he was doing, I think, 3 petitions at a time. And he was doing like 6-hour days, pulling 6 to 7.
Hey, Edward, this is John Kitover, who's running for Congress in the 16th district. It's not 16th, and this is my anonymous account here on Clubhouse. I just want to let you know that my campaign HQ is live streaming this campaign 24 hours a day onto YouTube and X and Instagram. So everything I do is recorded and fully transparent, and we have an EIN number, we have a checking account, an FEC filing, we have a campaign financial disclosure. Everything is set up from my end, and we need to create a to-do list and a next step. So part of this campaign is a decentralized hive mind, and Mojo here is the organizer of Super Positive Vibrations. And Mojo can help us get the PDF for petitions and signatures. So the next steps and the to-dos, I'd love to discuss them in this room.
Well, the next steps to do is to obviously get your money right, get your plan of action together, your steps to do. Are you gonna hit the community with some events? Neighborhood churches. Who are your followers? I haven't had a chance to Google you or anything. your background like, in the community? I see you got people on here like, so what was your occupation?
So I have been recording a film. I'm primarily a filmmaker, but I'm also a former U.S. Army veteran, as well as a employee of the U.S. Treasury and countless digital advertising companies like Google and Microsoft. So at this point in time, my biggest concern as a candidate for Congress is the national debt and the unfunded debt liabilities. 37 trillion in national funded debt and 100 trillion in national unfunded debt. So those are I'm obsessing over the national debt. That's primarily the focus of the campaign.
The national debt. Okay. And so you've got mathematical way to knock that down, I suppose, right?
We've got economic theorems to help, eliminate the debt and stop borrowing and stop spending.
Okay. So you served the country, so that's a great talking point. So work the strategy. We work the strategy around that. The digital marketing, analytics. We work the strategy. Get find your algorithm and Facebook marketing. Get you some. Look, let me ask you a question. Does Illinois do lead generation? I'd have to look into that, where you could get people to sign the online ballot, and then the people that sign the online ballot meet up at a particular place and then sign the physical ballot because they've already signed it online. And that one's free.
Yeah, 100%. The last campaign I ran, I did a petition.org for a homeless gentleman at the primary train station where we were gathering signatures. And, that type of marketing we need to do. But really the petition sheets, the PDF, and the signatures from members in district in Rockford and Peoria is the primary goal. So the mantra with this position would be signatures, 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 signatures.
Yeah, but you get the petition sheet, I believe, from the election commission, but it's just we the undersigned members and affiliated with the Republican Party and qualified primary electors of the Republican Party of the 16th of Illinois do hereby petition that the following named person shall be a candidate of the Republican Party for nomination to the office hereinafter specified to be voted for at the general primary election to be held on March. When is the election? 17th. And put your name there. It's 15 lines per name in the box. Voter, print your name, address, city, village, and state. The county. And there you go. But yeah, you should be able to get those off the election commission website.
So if everybody here can add Edward as a friend, and also the donation above is to the campaign. Edward, if you do, do the work. I mean, as far as I'm concerned, you got the job, and it's up to you to get the signatures. But I want to crowdsource, funding you and getting you paid and being totally transparent about it. Plus, if you have a Cash App and you want to set up donations, you can set that up because, even if some of the people on here on this app don't want you doing this work, at least you get something for your time today. So, I can't promise you that, this app is going to be friendly to my campaign, but I can promise to you that I'll be respectful and friendly to you if you work for the campaign, and I would love for you to work for the campaign and gather signatures, because that is the mantra of, the to-do action list right now, which is signature, 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 signature.
Right. Okay. Well, yeah, it's $ Workscape Oasis. I don't know how to put the chat is not giving me the options to
want to, release the chat, or Edward, if you want to put it in your profile, if you have a Cash App and people want to make a direct donation to you, not just the campaign, certainly everybody here, thank Edward for his time for the call today. And Edward, there were some people that were very upset that you were live streamed into this room. So, I apologize if I did disclose that to you right in the beginning of the conversation, but I quickly remember, that I needed to disclose that to you. So, people in this house, in this room, were not, they did not enjoy our live stream conference call, so I do apologize. Just want to let you know.
Elena had screenshotted me a whole bunch of pictures of what was going on, and I was like, hey, what's really? But it's okay, and no love lost, man. So definitely keep in touch with me and let me know how it works out, what's the next steps, and how you want to proceed.
Yeah, thanks for coming in, Edward, and don't get scared off by the diversity of opinion and intensity of emotions that you will find in Clubhouse. Most of us are reasonable people, and whether we disagree or not, we just have questions. You have a great day, and thanks for coming in.
All right, thank you.
Yeah, Edward, I would just say that Clubhouse is always going to be where I would prefer to conduct all campaign communications, FYI. Some people may not like that, but I am a big Clubhouse enthusiast and believe that this app is meant for this type of work, and some people will not agree. So, I would just encourage you to, utilize this app for all campaign communications.
Okay. All right. Sounds good. I have your number or whatnot, but I'll take that on the advisement.
All right, very good. Go ahead, John.
I was going to say also, this room does have rules, and most of the campaign work is being done in the month. So if you look at the other John profile, the PTR, or you look at the house and you click to the description, you can read the rules in this house. And there's a lot of people who come into this room and break the rules. So just FYI, there are rules in this room. So, I would read it because you may encounter some people in this room that break the rules.
Okay. All right. Sounds good. Give me a call and let me know what's going on. You guys, good luck to you, man. It sounds like you got great traction, got something going on, and stand by your name, and I wish you the best.
Okay, thanks. I will text or call you, and there's more communication. I'm sure that it's going to spin off of this communication. So I appreciate you being here, and I hope you have a great weekend. Thanks. I'll talk to you soon.
All right.
Okay, guys, check this out. In a few minutes, I think we will be closing this room down because the rational, hold on here, hold on. The rational discussion group starts in about 10 minutes or 1 minute. They usually open the room up at 10 to 4 p.m. Central, 2 p.m. Pacific with Anson. And so if you're not a member of the rational discussion group, go ahead, and I was trying to pin a link in the chat, but I can't quite grab the link for some odd reason. So I'm likely going to shut this down while they get ready to open up the rational discussion group. Wait, let me see. I'm not in the room yet. Maybe Mojo's come back. No, he hasn't come back. And so I don't know. I probably should ping. Let me see if he wants me to shut this room down. Hold on 1 second.
Don't worry, Nye. I'm link challenged too.
Yeah, I'm trying to grab it, and it's just giving me a hard time. I think my phone just keeps freezing up. So hold on. Let me see.
That dumb, rebellious thumb, right? Well, there you go, John. I tried to ask him the questions I would ask if I was hiring him.
Yeah, thanks. I mean, I've worked with a lot of people off of Craigslist, and I've never
God, dude, I've made conservatively 100 to 200,000 off of jobs Craigslist. I've hired conservatively at least 100 people off of Craigslist. I have had so many problems on Craigslist. Hired a lot of people I would hire again and did have no problems with. But Craigslist is the bottom of the barrel at the same time. It's like it is hit or miss. So at least you're in California. Maybe it's different where you're at. But you're gonna get the worst of the worst from Craigslist, or you're gonna get mediocre, or you're gonna get some good people. But the good people always you're like, well, I was only on Craigslist today. I don't know why I was even on here. Right? Like they all tell the story of why they were there that day.
Well, that's why I feel like Clubhouse is a good way to manage a lot of the relationships, that are generated from applicants on Craigslist, because holding people accountable, to speech and behavior and conducting conference calls in this way demand people's attention more. And, I've had all kinds of experiences with people. And, a lot of this campaign is being run digitally and, from the home office. So I'm just happy that he was able to download the app, come on here, have a conversation, and get a sense of what, hopefully he's a part of. Because I think, a lot of these people should sell themselves. And if they can't come on here and sell themselves, it's going to be a bigger challenge, than is possible. So I think this app is a great place for accountability and transparency.
John, you said you're familiar with Toastmasters. I think you said that, right? Like, have you actually taken the course in public speaking?
I have, Mr. Moose.
Okay, I'm just curious because, and I only point this out because I had a professor many years ago in a speech communication class pointed out to me where we did an exercise where you pretend you're interviewing someone, and the amount of times that the average person says, which is what you did about, I counted 11 times in 30 seconds, is really, the average person isn't aware of how many times we say, so just feedback for you. You may want to be mindful of that when speaking publicly.
When I was at the counter one time, we had to have likes and
Wait, I want to just say, Moose, when you know. And when you know, you know.
And if you know, you know.
Guys,
One of these days you're going to be funny, John. I cannot wait for it that day. Really looking forward to it.
I put the link in the chat for at least the Rational Discussion Group house because I couldn't grab the link to the live room that's happening now. So if you haven't joined the house, check out the link in the chat. Go ahead and join the house and you'll see the live room that's happening now. I'm shutting this room down right now. Everybody have a great day, great discussion, John. Thanks for everyone who stayed to listen to Edward and John. See you next time in the month.
Listen, you find crime in places that are low. Places that are like close to people with wealth. That's what you see.
Wait,
and if you look at how any city is structured, you're gonna go ahead, bro.
Have you accounted for over policing on those areas? Because if you over police or look for things, right, you're gonna find more.
Exactly.
Is your statement accounted for over policing as well?
He didn't put that in there. Because if you're gonna commit certain crimes, specifically if you're black, which could also mean that by that logic we could say that white people are predestined to be pedophiles, rapists, and also arsonists, and mass shooters, genocidal maniacs. What else? I could just all around just bad people.
So no one can even steal man my position. I dare anyone to.
Nathan, I have a question for you. Earlier, I don't know if you were trolling or you meant this, but you had mentioned something, and I'm paraphrasing, along the lines of like, there's something like innate within like black children that causes them to act poorly or like behave poorly. You remember you saying something like that?
Yeah. That was me trying to reword Mr. Finley's argument to show how absurd that sounds.
Okay.
Right?
I just wanted to see if you was being consistent because I remember you were trolling Renzo about him saying that like black people or like people of African descent has that gene, the warrior gene. And I wanted to see if you were trolling or if you were like trying to use that in this argument. But okay,
Oh no,
I was about to.
The cultists very quickly.
Nobody has any idea what's going on, and yet the talking heads are talking and talking and talking about what's going on behind closed doors. Anyway, it is a momentous occasion, and of course they have to cover it, and they have to cover it wall to wall. Hello, Scott, you fake preacher, you. How are you?
And this is, I am being accosted in the discussion group. This is, that's okay. I mean, any press is good press, and I've been assailed. People were complaining to me, messaging me, saying that we thought that the policy was no personal attacks.
Everybody on the stage, unlike many of the other rooms on Clubhouse. In the Critical Thinking Forum, we speak one at a time. We endeavor not to interrupt one another and also take great strides here. And as Scott and I just alluded to in the chat, which is linked above for your use 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, we also do our very best, better here than there lately, I must say, to treat one another with a degree of decorum and respect, even when we vehemently disagree with one another, and for that I thank you in advance. Generally speaking, after people speak, they are removed from the stage to the audience. This is not punitive in nature, but just only an opportunity for yours truly not to lose sight of the aforementioned cue. If that happens to you, and you want a second go at it, raise your hand. Time permitting, you will be invited back on the stage, because we are here from 5 to 6 p.m. New York time at about 5 minutes to 6. We will no longer be inviting people on the stage, but if at the 6 o'clock moment of truth you are on the stage and in queue, we will go into extra time to give everyone an opportunity who is in the queue to speak. So welcome to the Critical Thinking Forum, and welcome to the stage, John. I don't think I will have time to welcome people who I have not in the audience, so I will just do a blanket welcome to all as we are seconds away from starting this very important discussion in the Critical Thinking Forum. And we now are at the top of the hour. Welcome to the Critical Thinking Forum. We're here Monday through Friday from 5 p.m. to 6 p.m. New York time. Today's discussion, of course, is on the meeting, the summit that's going on right now between Trump and Putin in Alaska. And actually, I was not going to make this a topic today, because I knew that unless as the president said, might happen, the talks were going south right from the very beginning. He was going to walk out within the first hour. Well, the first hour is probably right about now completed. And to our knowledge, nobody has walked out. And so the summit is continuing. So you would think we would have nothing to report, that I would have to pull maybe a different topic to discuss and save this for maybe a Monday post-mortem. However, and many of you probably didn't see this, I'm going to paint the picture for you if you did not. What happened on the tarmac at the military base in Alaska was, given the current circumstances, nothing less than surreal. Because the president greeted the president of Russia on a red carpet that was literally rolled out for a guy who's being accused of being a war criminal for his actions in Ukraine, our ally. Ukraine is our ally. Not only did he walk the red carpet to meet President Trump, but as he walked toward President Trump, our president applauded the Russian president. And then they did the shaking of the hands, which really means nothing. That's diplomatic. You would just be honored. You'd do that. You would do that even if he was your biggest enemy.
If Ukraine is not there, then is it a sham meeting then altogether?
Okay, you'll get your opportunity to speak. We do this one at a time. I'll get to you. And you can express your opinion then. So, the shaking of the hands is, not unusual. The applauding on a red carpet, given the circumstances, is. And I am certain, I haven't gotten much feedback on this yet, this is not playing very well in Ukraine, where, although they are meeting under, at the backdrop of a what do they call those things? I don't even know what they call those backdrops, where they put a saying on the backdrop repeatedly. I used to know what they called it. There's a marketing term for it.
Step and repeat.
Step and repeat, thank you. This is supposed to be a summit for peace. Well, while this summit for peace is going on, the sirens are going off in Kyiv. The attacks are intensifying in Ukraine. It's almost like disrespectful to President Trump that President Putin would allow this to happen while the two of them are meeting to discuss peace. Wouldn't this be symbolically correct to just take a pause in the fighting for a moment while the two leaders are speaking? But no, this is Putin's way, in my opinion anyway, of showing, this is like two alpha guys. Who's the bigger alpha? And he wants to show that he is the bigger alpha. Now, look, all of this adulation in public toward Putin has nothing to do with what they might be saying behind closed doors. It could be a very, as they say in diplomatic terms, candid discussion. The president may be setting him up like a pool shark for some kind of a big letdown by greeting him the way he did in anticipation of manipulating the conversation in a way that he walks away with what he wants, and Putin has something that he can report positively, even though supposedly this summit is supposed to be just a precursor for the real summit, which would have to occur between Putin and Zelensky, because they're holding this without Zelensky. So how much can really be accomplished here, I don't know, unless President Trump gets President Putin to agree unilaterally to end the fighting. But then, of course, comes the details. Are you going to withdraw? And if you're not going to withdraw, did you accomplish anything? Maybe from your perspective you did, and maybe if your desire is altruistic to get the fighting to stop, or even if it's not altruistic because you're campaigning for the Nobel Peace Prize, and now you could say, you got the war to end, I deserve the Nobel Peace Prize, and we do know that he is campaigning for the Nobel Peace Prize. Either way, who cares? You get the fighting to stop, but does it mean much if they don't withdraw? How do you do this without Zelensky being involved? But who knows? They've been in there for a little while, although take into consideration the way they do these talks with Putin, and I don't know how much of an understanding he really has of English, but President Trump will say something in English, a translator will translate that from English to Russian. This gives Putin the opportunity to consider his response because he's hearing the question twice. And that's laborious and time-consuming. Now, here's something that adds to the surrealism of all of this, to which I first referred. We were told, we, the public, that prior to this summit, there would not be a direct one-on-one between Putin and Trump, but there would be two people each, 3-on-3, and I don't know, I guess that includes the whoever's doing the translation, but there would at least be one additional aide there. It wouldn't just be the two of them, I don't know, to use the analogy, putting the kids together without adults being in the room kind of thing, right? So what happens after the applause on the red carpet and the flyover of the B-2s and walking in between 6 stealth bombers? That was pretty surreal, that you put out stealth bombers on display for the president of the Russian Federation to see. Not that they haven't seen them before, the Russians, but still, the optics of all this was surreal. They get into the beast together without aids. So driving from the military, wherever, I'm not even sure where the summit exactly is being held, whether it's on or off the base, somebody can, if it's necessary, can tell us that, but driving from the tarmac to the summit, I don't know how long of a drive that is. The two of them were alone in the beast. So there was a one-on-one. We saw it occur right before our very eyes. Is that not interesting? So I don't think there's any way to predict, given that even that little nuanced issue was reported as one thing coming out of the White House, and that turned out to be another. What's happening right now behind closed doors? Now, by the way, there is scheduled a joint news conference after the summit, and we'll see if that actually comes off, and if it does, how this will be conducted and what we may or may not learn coming from the mouths of the horses themselves. One other thing to throw out there, Reuters reported, and it's all unnamed sources, but I'm going to tell you what they reported anyway, that there were discussions at the White House that the president would offer to Putin access to natural resources off the coast of Alaska in return for ending the war. It was detailed, which makes me think that there's some veracity to this. It was detailed to the point that in the Reuters reporting, Russian icebreakers would be used to break up the ice to get access to those resources, those petroleum resources off the coast of Alaska. Don't know how people feel about that, if in fact that is part of any deal and in fact that gets effectuated. I'm not sure that that's a price that the United States really wants to pay in return for ending a war that we're not directly involved in. But, and I don't know whether they're, just because they had discussions on this reportedly, it's even going to be on the table, and I don't know that even if it is on the table, whether Putin will find that palatable, but I find that very interesting and maybe even from my personal perspective, a little disturbing. So with that lead-in to today's discussion, I will now start calling on people in the order in which I see them on the stage. And today that order begins with Scott.
Well, Gary, it's good to see you. It's good to see everybody. Even though I've been assailed, my credential to assail things is fine. Great to see the Congressman, hopefully Congressman-elect rather, John Kitover, who can contribute to his campaign, my dear friend.
To the point of you being called a fake preacher in the chat, just want to tell you very anecdotally, before we came to Clubhouse, we were on a different forum. Alan, are you on the train?
No, I'm at the Acme actually. I'm actually getting my groceries.
Okay. It sounded like it was the train. The next exit or the next stop. Anyway, so Alan will remember this, that when I was hosting the show for a long time on another platform, there was a guy who was on there who used the nickname Newstorm. Remember him, Alan? And he claimed to be a reporter, which in fact he was not, but he would spread throughout the program that Gary is a fake reporter. He's not really a reporter. So, I mean, come on, I'm a semi-public figure. You can look me up and you can see my career. It's all there online. My body of work, some of it is online. But he did that. And so, join the club, my fellow fake person, Scott.
Well, I am thrilled to be in any club with you. My main man, Gary, and again, good to see everybody, my friends. It's good to see my buddy Steve Wee. I did a little impromptu room the other day about anti-Semitism, and is anti-Semitism Christianity's original sin? It was well attended, and my man Steve Wee was there. Yeah, it was fun. We had a good time. Yeah, I think it's very interesting. The way somebody like Putin, when Putin is coming head to head against any president, when you're the lifelong dictator, you've got the advantage, or dictator of most of your, seasoned political career, because you're not in a democracy, right? I mean, you've been on the world stage, you've dealt with lots of presidents, you're experienced, right? Somebody like Xi goes up through a bureaucratic system to be groomed for this. Putin, by the function of the fact that he survived so long, knows the world stage, knows how to deal with leaders. I think if you're a seasoned, if you're somebody that's been prepped well for the presidency, you're still at a disadvantage, right? Because of just the experience of somebody like Putin. I think that's double the case with Trump, who really is not somebody that's got a huge background in international affairs or came into the presidency with extensive with a lot of the kind of background a normal Republican or Democratic candidate would come with. Now, there's advantages to that too. I mean, look, we wanted a disruptor. I mean, people wanted someone he was an outsider, and I think one of the reasons he's won twice, 2 times he beat establishment candidates, because people thought, hey, the experienced establishment's not gotten us what we want. So, I mean, there are advantages and disadvantages. But this is one thing where I think this is a disadvantage when he's head-to-head against somebody like Putin, or if he was head-to-head with somebody like Xi. I think this sort of it's just interesting, the seeming being just so such a philo Rusite. I don't know what thing. I know you could be a philo Semite, but I don't know what it'd be a philo. Such a Russia fan. I mean, I think Trump clearly seems to have a favorite in this fight, and could have a lot of reasons for that. But he seems clearly to be inclined to sort of be on Putin's side, to be deferential to Putin. Compare the red carpet treatment to the absolute shameful treatment of Zelensky, right? Which I mean, we all saw, and which was notable. I mean, I think Trump has a favor here. I think that's probably going to play out in the willingness to come to push an agreement that will be on favorable Russian terms, right? I mean, oh my gosh, we gave him a less national resources than the war. That would be, especially to end the war in a way that would be favorable to Russia. I mean, that would be really wild, guys. Like, yeah, I mean, I don't have much to say other than I just think it looks bad. If Trump is the broker, I think that will look bad for Ukraine. I think it will be good for Russia. I'm not saying it will bring an end to I don't know that it'll bring an end to the conflict because I don't think Zelensky will give in. But, by the way, one last thing. Hillary Clinton went on Instagram, I guess, and said that if Trump could end the war without giving any concessions, without giving land, without giving food, anything, but if he could convince Putin to cease hostilities, without giving Ukrainian land to Russia, that she would nominate Trump for the Nobel Peace Prize. So there you go. You heard it here, buddy. Thanks, Gary.
I've always suggested that it was all an act, lock her up. I've always suggested that they have been and remain good friends, him and Bill and Hillary, and that his daughter and their daughter are buddy-buddy. It's all a game of cards, 3-card Monte.
Perhaps a house of cards, Gary.
Maybe perhaps. Ooh, wouldn't that be? Well, you know what? Let's put together a series of political intrigue and call it House of Cards.
We're on fire. I mean, people are already stealing our ideas, Gary. I mean,
yeah, I know.
I mean, I've asked these people if they want me to get the title of the room ahead of time so I can direct message it to them so they don't have to steal it. But our good friends, our competitors.
Well, the next time I have time to talk to Kevin Spacey, I'll ask him how the hell he stole our idea. Thank you, Scott. William.
Can I come back in about 20 minutes?
Yeah. John.
Hey, Gary. Hey, Scott. Hey, Alan. This is anonymous.
Yeah, no. I call John. John.
Yeah, that's me.
Well, no, you're listed here as anonymous, so I would call you anonymous. How would I know that anonymous is John? Because anonymous is anonymous. John, are you there?
Anonymous, but I'm John. But I'll wait. Okay, sorry, guys.
Yeah, you'll wait. I know you'll wait. John. Okay, well, John is asleep at the switch, so we'll go.
He must be in the muff.
And we'll go to Scott and my friend, Steve.
Yeah, Gary. I hear this stuff about the red carpet and about Trump clapping. What's the objective here? I thought the objective was to stop a war and keep people from dying. And, the negotiations I've seen with different people, if you're trying to cut a deal, the last thing you want to do is trying to insult a guy. What we want to do, put a brown carpet out there and have Trump give him the finger as he's walking down it? I mean, come on. I mean, I don't know. Are we looking at just style and not results? Trump has this little nuance to him that he'll do things like that once in a while when he's he's trying to get something going. But I don't see that as, come on, buddy, let's go here and see how we can put it to Ukraine. I don't see that at all. I mean, I think the whole thing's convoluted. When Trump went to Saudi Arabia, when they laid out the stuff for him, are we supposed to insult the Saudis? What are you doing? Giving him this role?
Can I just ask you a quick though? Like, I agree with you about this. That you should, if you're attempting to influence a foreign leader, be conciliatory. Don't try to humiliate them. Why humiliate Zelensky then on national TV? Why not also be respectful and
Scott? I'll tell you why, Scott. Because there's a lot of reporting on that, but before they ever got to the Oval Office, they discussed what Zelensky brought up. And it was supposed to be a press session that they is going to keep this thing controlled for messaging. And Zelensky, after he'd been told in a private meeting before they ever went to the Oval Office, brings this up and throws it in Trump's face and tries to twist the press conference. That's why he got what he got. Now, if I'm telling you, hey, dude, look, this is how we're going to message this. I understand your position. Just don't bring it up. We'll handle this behind closed doors. And then we get out in front of a press conference and you throw it in my face. Yeah, I'm not going to be happy with you, Scott. So that might be the reason Zelensky got what he got. That has nothing to do with what we're looking at now, though. I've been around where we've had major corporations trying to cut a deal with each other. Well, they tend to bring out the red carpet. They tend to try and set a mood that's going to make someone agreeable to listening to them. So I don't get this. I mean, what we want to show Putin that what a tough guy we are, instead of trying to set something up where the guy will actually talk to us. We want to be like Biden that just wouldn't talk to him at all while people are just being massacred on the battlefield. I thought the objective was to stop people from getting killed. I bet that soldier in Ukraine sitting on the front line, if the bullets would stop, wouldn't care if Trump clapped or not. I bet it wouldn't matter to him. I bet it'd matter to him more that a bullet's not coming at his head. So I don't get this. I mean, you're not going to negotiate well with people by trying to insult them. And, his idea of setting the mood for a negotiation may not be your mood or your way that you do it. And this idea somehow that Putin has this leverage on Trump, that he knows all these foreign things and he's been a president for all these years. Look, Trump has been cutting deals with people in one of the hardest core markets in the United States, New York real estate. He's dealt with hardcore guys before. He knows how to deal with them. He's cut deals his whole life. So you think he doesn't? Somehow he's lost this idea of how to cut a deal? You're cutting a deal about a war, you're cutting a deal about real estate. The same principles apply. So I don't get any of this. What we want to get Putin to the point that we get him on his knees and insult the guy and send him home, and then he just turns the stuff loose on Ukraine. Well, good job. I bet the boys on the front line in Ukraine would really appreciate that. Or you can say, hey, look, man, I'm going to treat you halfway decent, but let's get in here behind closed doors. Let's talk about this and let's see what we can do. I'd be more concerned with the results than the pomp and circumstance. If the result is that people stop dying, who cares if the guy clapped on the runway? Who cares? The objective is to get people to stop dying. And this idea that somehow Trump is going to give away land, well, let me tell you something. Putin's already got land. And Britain and France was talking about trying to force him out. Yeah, Britain's got a standing army of 70,000. They're going to go in there and push Putin out. How are you going to push him out of that land he's conquered? Are we willing to go in there and send troops and push him out? Does Ukraine have the ability to push him out? Are the Europeans going to go in there and push him out? So what are you negotiating for? You gonna say that the guy says, "Hey, I got this land, I'm not giving it back, but we can stop fighting"? Are you gonna say no because we're gonna push you out? And who's going to do it, and how are they going to do it? Whose son's going to go there and die in Ukraine to push him out? These are all serious questions, and to act like, well, Putin's going to get over on Trump if Ukraine don't get all their land back. Well, tell me how they're going to get that land back, and who's going to force Russia out of that land? Is it going to be the Europeans? They're feckless. Their army couldn't fight Putin. Three or four of the countries combined couldn't fight him and push him out of there. So who's going to push him out? And if you're negotiating a deal and you concede some of that territory, are you willing to concede territory, or you want to send your sons and daughters in there to fight on a European conflict that has nothing to do with our national security? So this whole thing is kind of disingenuous in my book. You're in here, Ukraine's in a compromised position. They don't have the resources, they don't have the manpower to push him out of there. The Europeans aren't going to push him out of there. So what are you negotiating for? And how are you going to negotiate? Oh, we can play tough guy with him, send him down the runway and give him a middle finger and tell him what a punk he is. Yeah, he's going to go in and deal with you then. You're going to insult the Russian people and the Russian country, and then you expect this guy's going to cut a deal with you? You don't have to be buddy-buddy with him, but you sure don't want to go in there and try and poison the well before you get into it. And like I say, if the thing falls apart, who's going to go in there and take care of this guy? It's going to be the Europeans, it's going to be us, it's going to be Canada. Canada's sitting there, they talk about Canada, they sit there with their 70,000 man army too. Let Canada go over there and take care of it. They can't. So what are we talking about? Let's get into the real deal. Not some theoretical, well, we're going to play tough guy with Putin. Yeah, play tough guy how? Tell me how you're going to play tough guy with this guy. And who you going to play it with. And who's going to be involved in this tough guy. And how's this going to be resolved? These are all real questions with blood as the answer at the end of that question. This ain't some theoretical thing. If you're going to play hardball, then whose blood you going to spill? Where's it going to come from? Whose money are you going to spend? Have people thought about this? So I think this whole thing, the circumstance surrounding, we can make all the hay we want out of it. Thinking Putin is Trump's buddy. Well, if it gets the war stopped and people stop dying, then I don't have to see some of our sons and daughters go over there and spill their blood on that soil. Yeah, they can be buddies all they want. So that's where I'm at.
Steve, I think that was great. I was just going to say, that was great. I know, it's very articulate, and I think, and passionate, and I think echoing the mid-20th century, Neville Chamberlain, when there was incursion into Czechoslovakia, was largely the approach, and Chamberlain's approach might be the way to go here.
No, this ain't Chamberlain. This ain't Hitler going on a spree. This is territory that is predominantly Russian in nature, and this is territory that there's been a long dispute in. And this is a country that we had NGOs in there permitting confrontation with them. So this is hardly the same thing as that.
Are you at all concerned about the image that this gives to Ukraine? That this is a snub in the face of our stated ally by him greeting Mr. Putin in the manner in which he did?
Well, Gary, isn't the substance in the details that come out of this? The people in Ukraine, if they didn't have bombs raining down on their city every night, they didn't have their soldiers being hauled off to cemeteries, you think they'd care if there's the imagery that comes out? Or do you think someone sitting in a town somewhere would be more concerned with a drone dropping on their house and killing everyone there? I think I'd be more concerned with the substance than anything else.
Thank you, Steve. Austin, we've repeatedly tried to invite you up to the stage. For some reason, you're not making the trip. It's not that we're ignoring you, and I know you were on a second ago and you dropped off. I don't know why you're having trouble getting back on the stage. Thank you, Steve. We'll now go to Addie. Addie. It's going to be one of those days. Andre, are you here or are you on the phone? The indicator says Andre is on the phone, and Andre, in the parlance, paramedic, and medical terminology, is unresponsive. Addie, are you back?
Yeah.
You're going to have to speak up. You're really, really low, buddy. Barely. Can't you speak louder?
Yeah, I can. What's the question? Sorry.
Yeah, I can't let you go on like that because nobody can hear you. It's a waste. And we want to hear what you have to say. See if you can fix that. And try again. I'm going to mute you a little later. Circling back on a lot of people. Have you noticed that? William asked for a timeout. John didn't answer. Addie's got microphone problems. Andre's not answering. Let's see if we get a better. And poor Austin is having trouble even getting up on the stage. What the hell is going on today? Let's try Dismal, see if we get a better response. Dismal.
First, I should ask, can you hear me?
Yes, great success.
Okay, so I think overall the summit was largely a gamble with major geopolitical risks and very little in the way of guaranteed payoff for the U.S. or its allies. In fact, the Russian media already painted this as a diplomatic victory for Russia, demonstrating Russia's resilience to Western isolation. And the threats of severe consequences for Russia are not yet necessarily founded. And it also painted Trump more as a facilitator of dialogue rather than a direct negotiator. And that is something that I would say weakens sort of the U.S. brand. It makes us seem like we're capitulating to another country
What's wrong with bringing two sides together to get them to negotiate as a facilitator?
If there was actual diplomatic progress, maybe. But Trump capitulated very quickly in 2018 for the summit, where he directly insulted the intelligence.
But we have no idea what they're even discussing right now. You know.
But I think that's also if there were real progress or outcomes, but Trump himself even stated, the win would be another meeting. It wasn't necessarily, there wouldn't be any gains here. So this was really just a conversation.
Well, wait a minute. First of all, we don't know. And secondly, wouldn't that be a win if you could get Putin to agree to sit down with Zelensky? Would that not be a win? I don't see how that wouldn't be a win. I think that the president deserves the credit if he gets the two of them to sit down with one another and they are able to agree to some kind of a peace treaty.
I appreciate you advocating for the devil, but to be quite honest,
how is it advocating for the devil when the president?
It's just playing the devil's advocacy role. Sorry, I'm just saying that for the purpose of any solid gains, I don't think the president was well prepared. The summit was kind of put together at the last minute, which suggests
put on the last minute for Putin as well. 7 days. They both had 7 days to prepare for this.
It suggests a lack of serious diplomatic preparation and progress, and I think that maybe I'll be wrong. Maybe I'll be proven wrong, and I'm going to be open-minded if I am, and there is some progress, other than just the scheduling of an additional meeting that also puts Putin on the stage so that he can again paint in the Russian media that he's now welcome back into Western circles. That that to me would feel like a loss for the U.S. But
I think you're right about that, and I think that is a perfect response to Steve's suggestion that some of us are overly concerned about the optics, because the optics be damned. He's right. The optics be damned if you are successful in pulling an end to the war. But the optics are very important because this guy is a pariah, and suddenly we have elevated him to red carpet treatment and applause. Netanyahu wasn't treated with red carpet treatment and applause by Obama. And nor was Obama treated with red carpet treatment and applause when he went to China. It's not unusual for them not to roll out the red carpet and play the trumpets prior to a summit such as this. This is serious business. So to that extent, I think you make a perfect argument. But to the extent that you are already critical of the outcome of a summit that is literally still going on right now behind closed doors, I think it's okay to question, raise concerns about, you're fearful that it won't turn out to be anything. But I mean, you went way beyond that, I think.
I think here's like, I'll be open-minded if there are like legitimate outcomes. Where I would be fearful of the closed door discussions is that the outcomes previously between Trump and Putin, and then also Zelensky, the "can you do me a favor" type of discussion where he withheld congressionally allocated aid to that country, suggests that we may not have like a good faith facilitator, which is how he was positioning himself. And so I just think if we look at his verbiage and then his actions, we see like a very disparate take of how he's actually behaved. And I find that a fundamental gamble, a risk. I don't think he's well prepared, and I don't think he's necessarily hired the best people to sit opposite of what I would see as, unfortunately, I hate saying this, but a far more intelligent group of individuals that actually understand geopolitics and how governments operate and how the world works.
Well, do you have no faith or little faith in Rubio, because Rubio is participating in the bilats that are going on?
I think Rubio is actually, I don't always agree with him politically, but I think he asks the right question. He did sit on the Intelligence Oversight Committee. He's somebody that I think does have a more solid understanding, but I do see like the cabinet mockery meetings that occur on TV where everybody capitulates to Trump and congratulates him. So I think he also understands that he has a short leash, and if he said anything that would contradict Trump, I don't think he would be applauded in that tight circle.
Thank you, Dismal. I just would like to suggest that any Secretary of State that speaks with officials of a foreign country in a manner which is contrary to that Secretary of State's president would fall into the same category no matter who the president is. You don't want the president outlining a foreign policy and the Secretary of State contradicting it, like a nod and a wink. This is what we're going to really do, but don't tell the president this is what we're going to really do. That is highly inappropriate. So I would hope that he would fall into disfavor if he presented himself in a manner in the bilaterals that was contrary to what the president's stated goals were, at least his stated goals in his direct conversation with him. Not so much his stated goals
on the public stage. That's relatively meaningless. Barbie.
I'm free now if you want to put me back in the queue.
Alrighty, Barbie.
Well, hello there. We finally managed to turn the chat away. Can you hear me?
We can hear you, and I'm happy to hear that in addition to your great insight into religion, which we had a long conversation on in the chat.
I'm sorry.
And it's my fault. It's my fault. I brought the issue of religion up, and that was enough to, release the hounds. But now I am looking forward to your great insight with regard to diplomacy.
Oh my God. Well, I don't know that it's going to vary that much because ultimately it's all about the study of human nature. And I was mildly amused to see how much, perhaps it was my comments, Steve, I appreciate you, that it really got under your skin. The reason the clapping is an issue is because, well, the clapping is an issue. It's the fact that he's not at a campaign rally. He couldn't help himself. That was a Freudian slip. There's very few ways that Trump acknowledges other people being, stronger or more powerful than him. That's very rare. But I think it's been very, very clear that there is an admiration there. Now, I hope something comes out of this. But the body language, etc., I have to also disagree that, because he's dealt with, negotiated with tough guys in New York, this is prepared him. Like I said in the chat, Putin grew up, he's got, in his veins, in his blood, in his family legacy and history, he was actually raised into this position. And the fact that his grandfather was a personal chef for Lenin, that he cooked for Stalin,
that he headed the KGB. It's like George H.W. Bush. Both of them took demotions to become presidents of their countries.
Exactly. And also, as I've mentioned, the Cold War, the Iron Curtain, the gulags, we've forgotten so much of that. Most people don't even know that history anymore, other than, there were bad communists. They've forgotten that people were committed to mental institutions for their religious beliefs and for other beliefs. It was horrific, and he was in the middle of that, and it was like the Nazis. It really was, and this isn't, an exaggeration. So I think that, we had forgotten that, so he is much more wily. And it's a fact that, for example, Russian state TV has frequently loved highlighting members of the Trump administration, or quoting them, or running them there to say that they support Putin or whatever. So I'm just saying it's not the same as negotiating with a union boss or with a land developer or with a bank in New York, even with the mafia in New York. And I do hope that something comes of this. I don't respect the fact that Zelensky is left out of it. And I will say this, that when they had that meeting in the Oval Office, and he brutalized Zelensky the way he did, my beautiful, attractive 30-something-year-old daughter said, wow, right now Zelensky is the sexiest man in the world. Because he stood up to him. And I don't know. I think we'll see. I do want to see. Look, I'll say a good thing about Trump. You guys are used to hearing me say that. I'm an independent, but I don't mind the fact that there are greater presence in the waters off of Latin America right now, trying to get the actual bad guys. So I'll give you that. We're not going to change subject, but I'm just saying I'm not incapable of saying good things either. But in this case, I just think it's actually silly to defend him and to infantilize him to the point that every single thing he does, even if it's dumb, it's like, oh no, he's playing, six-dimensional chess. Oh no, no. I promise you, he is very manipulatable. And I think in this case, I would honestly suspect that Putin is outsmarting him. But I hope with all my heart, because no one wants to see more bloodshed, I hope something comes of it. Betraying Ukraine and just saying, okay, might is right. And if you're a bully and you take over a country, you get to keep it because we don't want to rock the boat and make other people angry. That may be the pragmatic way to go, but but this is not going to end well, even if it's 10 or 20 years from now. It's not going to end well because what goes around comes around. That's all.
Thank you, Barbie. Just a note to people who try to send the moderator messages during the while the person's trying to moderate the room. For goodness sakes, if you know anything about Clubhouse, and I don't claim to be an expert, you know that if a person clicks on the message, that takes them to the message and away from the room. So why would you try to message a person who's trying to host a room? And I don't know why Clubhouse doesn't give you the permission, or maybe they do and I don't know how to do it, to block messaging. Because I would block messaging because all I ever use Clubhouse for is to moderate this room. So I'm not going to take any messages. So if you can back channel me on Facebook Messenger or on Instagram, wherever you like, but don't message me, please, on Clubhouse. I'm not going to take it. William, you say you're back.
I am back. Sorry, I was driving. So
no worries.
I'm going to start by saying
safety first, brother.
Yes, so I'm going to start by saying my insight into this geopolitical region goes back to 1988 and 89 when I was working for RTV, Russian television, taking the news from the motherland and broadcasting it here to the Russians in Los Angeles. I was there the day Boris Yeltsin sent a fax over saying, hey, calm down, don't worry, I got this under control with the infamous coup that happened. I also have had personal communications with Mikhail Gorbachev. I have been studying this region for a very long time, and I just want to give a little bit of insight into Putin's motivation, and then I'll make my theory as far as what's going on from his side, then I can perhaps address Trump. I'll try and keep it as short as I possibly can. So after the fall of the Soviet Union, he tried to take Chechnya to reestablish his southern border. He then didn't work, obviously. Georgia, the two states on each side of the Caucasus Mountains are still in existence today, back to separatists. There's a city within Moldova, which is still a Russian enclave. What he wants in the Ukraine is all over the Donbass region, and he's taking other territories to swap them. When he took Crimea, he has basically a narrow roadway, a very limited land bridge to get in and out of Crimea, his warm water port. It's not defensible in the slightest. There was two rebellion groups, the separatists. Ukraine's fought against that. That's been going on since, 2014. All of this erupted, and what it comes down to is a real estate deal, a land swap, and how far close to Kharkiv are they going to get, or is Kharkiv going to be within the territory that's traded? That's what Putin is after. That's all he cares about, in my opinion. Now, for what you're saying about Trump and the thing about Rubio, Trump throws out both sides of an equation. I don't think Rubio was countering what Trump was saying. Trump uses people in order to get out both sides of it. It's a manipulation tactic. If I give you an extreme opinion and you go, oh my God, that's so extreme, and then somehow I come back and I give you something more reasonable, suddenly you're willing to deal with the reasonable because you're fearful of the extreme. That is his tactic. You also have to keep in mind that a lot of what's going on up there has to do with oil. If you understand the difference between light crude and heavy crude, and the fact that we are pretty much the only place that can process the heavy crude, that's why we export light crude to everyone else, we take in their heavy crude. He wants to open up the Arctic. Russia wants to be able to stop getting from China. Russia wants to be able to continue with Europe. We don't want him dealing as much with Europe and China. We want him dealing with us. It has more to do with that than what we think is going on. That land deal, that real estate deal, in my opinion, it's like it's in escrow. It's already a done deal. They're just waiting for it to close.
Well, that's terminology that clearly President Trump understands. He understands land deals. So,
oh, and by the way, the clapping, absolutely embarrassing, shouldn't have been done, but he doesn't give a fuck.
Thank you, William. Wow, somebody who worked for RT, that's pretty interesting. You never know who's going to end up on the stage here in Clubhouse, and that's what makes this forum so exciting. Marshall.
I'm here. Can you hear me?
Most certainly can. there's a good signal, but the audio is like you're talking into a pillow.
No, what it is when I connect to my car speaker system, the actual audio is low. So I was gonna say was like I'm gonna go ahead and agree with William. The clapping was absolutely embarrassing. I don't think he should have done it. I, however, don't have much to say about the rest because I was unable to watch it. So I'll leave it there.
Thank you, Marshall, and please drive safely. David. Again? David.
I'm sorry, Gary.
There we go.
Well, I want to take us back to when Carter negotiated peace with Israel and Egypt, and the historic photo ops of him holding hands with both sides, and how historic that was from the standpoint of the peace that we've had since he brokered that. And now we have Trump with one side of the party, Putin, and no Zelensky. So I think that's a non-starter going into this. The fact that one of the actors, one of the victims and the players in this negotiation is not there. So what they're going to have to negotiate something, and then they're going to have to go to Zelensky and get him to agree upon it, or are they just going to ram this down his throat and say take it or leave it? That appears to be what when you only have one side of the party. What's the other alternative? The fact that Putin is coming into this very smirky and snarky, and he's deflecting these very direct questions by the press. He's now on Western soil, so he's receiving the kind of questioning you would get in a normal Western style democracy. And so I think those are great optics for the world to see, because what would be brokered between him and Trump has to definitely involve security guarantees for not just Ukraine going forward, but also the Baltics, the NATO states in line, Finland, and the rest of Europe. And so if he leaves Europe out of the equation with regard to these negotiations, then what is he really negotiating? So again, it's still early to say, Gary. We'll see what comes out of this. I think talking is always better than just shooting. But at the end of the day, we're dealing with a very steeled, sophisticated tyrant in Putin, and he's not good at losing, and he's not going to lose. He's not going to give up something that he feels he's all run. He's kind of in the driver's seat here with regard to he's got Ukraine on their backpedaling. So I think he's got a lot of heavy wind in his sails going into this, and we'll see what Trump decides in terms of how he represents all the important players here. And the red carpet and all that. I know that you gotta you're gonna trap more flies with honey. To use that metaphor, kind of align with some of Steve's comments. But Putin's going to see through all of that. He's seeing through all this. He knows Trump's a schmoozer, and he's going to go right for the jugular. And we'll see how Rubio stands tall in the face of something that isn't right for us, isn't right for the Ukrainian people. Hopefully, he grows in conscience. He comes from a family background like mine, where dictatorships and autocracies ran his family out of Cuba. And so he needs to think about what he's dealing with here, and does he want another Fidel Castro raining down on the Ukrainian people going forward? And that's all I've got to say. Let's just cross our fingers and hope our better angels win here, and the future democracy holds along the legacy of Reagan tearing down this wall in World War II and the architecture of the post-Cold War, and all of that we enjoyed. And I'll stand there. Thank you.
This is a complete aside to the main topic, but an observation I'd like to make. I'm looking at the feed coming from the briefing room at the Joint Base in Anchorage, Alaska, where Mr. Putin and Mr. Trump will address the reporters when they are through. And there are various reporters there doing their stand-ups. Of course, they got to fill the time, and It's they're most of them, I'm sure, network people, and I don't know, they're probably from all the world. And there are those there with the traditional big cameras and standing up at the platform, but there are a number of them who are standing in front of the stage, reporting back live to their networks using iPhones. It's remarkable how technology has changed. Holy cow. It's just, to me, having lived my entire life covering, my entire adult life as a journalist and standing alongside the TV folks at events, and hauling in all the equipment. No equipment, no camera person. Just the correspondent and an iPhone. Just amazing how the technology has changed. Thank you, though, for that, David, and we'll go to Tiger.
Hey Gary, I just watched the footage of the two leaders coming out their planes and meeting on the red carpet, and I have to say the entire thing looks to me highly choreographed.
Oh, of course it was choreographed. They timed the arrival of the planes. They timed. I don't know if you saw the split screen. The split screen. They were walking down the stairs from their presidential planes at precisely the same time. They both touched terra firma with their first foot at exactly the same time. Of course it was choreographed.
Yeah, that's exactly what I'm saying. And Trump even got two of the F-22 jet fighters in front, and as if it's a showing of strength. Like, you could interpret it that way, but I do wonder, like, who the audience is going to be. I think he's primarily putting up a show for its domestic constituents, just like perhaps Putin is also using this as an opportunity to do propaganda within Russia's.
He got into the beast alone with the president, and all these cameras zeroed in, and he was like grinning. I mean, this was a big photo op. So Trump had the photo op of greeting Putin, getting him to the table, showing the power of the United States on land that was once P.S. part of Russia. So, boy, he got his licks in. But Putin got his licks in using the same photo opportunities. So it's all optics, and that's why we should not be so dismissive of what, as you correctly point out, is being choreographed.
Yeah, so with that said, I think there is a reality that everybody has to reckon, which is that Ukraine has been lost in terms of this war, right? They're not completely out of existence, but as a sovereign state.
How do you know that? Because we have, as I said to a previous caller who thinks that she knows what's going on behind the closed doors, you don't know what's going on behind the closed doors either. How do you know that Ukraine is lost?
Well, it's because I watched updates on the satellites and the details map on where the battles are being fought and which land are being lost. So I have a very up-to-date understanding of how the war is developing in eastern part of Ukraine. So yeah, it wouldn't be an understatement to say that the front line from the Ukraine's perspective is being collapsed right now. The last fortress in the Donetsk region they have, which is Pokrovsk, is being surrounded on three sides, and there's a single road that can be used to carry troops in and out, and that's already being covered by Russian.
What happened? We lost your audio, Tiger.
On a daily basis to give another conclusion about how Ukraine still has a fighting chance to maintain its control or eventual control over the territories that it used to enjoy. So I think it's pretty on definitive terms that Ukraine has been lost, and Ukraine has sacrificed itself, its own sovereignty, its prosperity, its future, its population, and teach the world a lesson on reality, on realism, right? I remember there are idiots earlier in the war celebrating that Ukraine is going to have a counteroffensive and the Russians won't have a chance when that happens. And people like Greg Suttel, I don't know if anybody remembers him, used to say, in the diplomatic circles and in political science, realism has already been forgotten. Nobody cares about realism today. People cares about values and things like that. But I think the reality is that it's a slap in the face to all those people who operated on ideological grounds and disregard the unfolding of reality, which is actually material and physical, and there is logic behind it. So once we are confronted and we have to recognize the reality, then I think this is a welcoming development, because if you listen to people who know the negotiation, actually the events leading up to this war, people like Jeffrey Sachs, who of course has a narrative, right? But from what he described, that the biggest criticism he has against Biden wasn't that he actively was pushing the eastward expansion of NATO as a military alliance and jeopardizing Russia's national interest, but that he never attempted to negotiate with Russia. And when two superpowers, if Russia still qualifies as one, are, having this chessboard in front of them, they're playing their moves one after another, the biggest mistake you could make is to not communicate with each other, right? And at least right now, Trump and Putin are talking with each other. And I think it is to everybody's interest that this war to be brought to an end, even though it means that the Ukrainians are the ones that are losing out. But they have already lost. Even if they could reclaim some of the territory, the country barely has a future now that almost 10, I think 100 million or something, no, 100 million, 10 million or something of their population has evaporated, either through loss or immigration. The most fertile land has been decimated. Their industrial base has been decimated. And again, I think they paid a dear price and they sacrificed themselves as an example of what not to do in the global politics. And I do hope people in Europe especially learn that lesson. And seeing that now that the superpowers, the big boys, are talking with each other and they're not on the table, at the table. They're not exactly on the menu, but they're not at the table. I hope that's a valuable lesson for them. And I do hope that this recalibration of people's mindset into reality and realism could actually give us a better future, in that there will be less connected conflict that is unnecessary, and people could learn to resolve their differences through dialogue instead of ignoring the counterpart and insisting on something that is so beyond, rational calculation and is bound to backfire. Thank you.
Thank you, Tiger. They're about, according to the Washington Post, the number of refugees abroad as a result of the war from Ukraine varies between 5 and 6 million people. And then there are those who live under occupation. I don't know if you are including them in your figure of 10. But under occupation, also according to the Washington Post, around 5 million people. So they're in Russian hands, not Ukrainian hands, although they are within the borders of what the international community views as Ukraine. But in total, now I'm going to Wikipedia, let me look. In total, it's actually greater than what you said. I think, let me see. Well, the
best I can tell you is that there have been tens of thousands of civilian casualties, deaths in Ukraine, and hundreds of thousands of soldiers who have been killed. So you're right, both through attrition, by war directly, or by emigration and occupation, the population has suffered tremendous losses in Ukraine. And if that's the metric that one wants to use, or a major metric one wants to use in analyzing whether or not, as you suggest, Tiger, the Ukrainians have already lost, that is a pretty substantial metric to use. Thank you. I know there's some more folks that want to get up on the stage. We are now, however, in extra time. That means that everybody on the stage will get an opportunity to speak, but we unfortunately can't invite anybody else up on the stage because Gary has to get out the door at a certain point and catch a train to go to work. So blame it on me. Philip.
Hi, thank you, Gary. I also think a red carpet and applause for Putin is not warranted. I mean, I'm sure he didn't expect 3 years ago that drones would be reaching Moscow, that his railways would be blown to bits, that his oil refineries would be burning, that his people would be leaving, that his troops would be dying by the hundreds of thousands, more than those of Ukraine. And I think that...
Let me just interrupt you, not to challenge you, but to underscore that is, and when we make an analysis of all of this, and Tiger, as I have just pointed out in my fact-checking, not only was right, but he underestimated the effects on the population of Ukraine. And we haven't even talked about all the children, by the way, who have been abducted by Russia, taken back to the motherland away from their families and their communities in Ukraine. But as I just want to highlight what you're saying, Philip, there's been a tremendous toll to the Russians as well. Maybe not as great, but there has been a toll. And I'm glad you're bringing this up. And go ahead.
Yeah, I was also just wondering what a Tiger would suggest that Europe or Ukraine should do. I mean, should you just capitulate when you get overrun or invaded as a sovereign country by another country? Should you just give over, hand over? I don't think one should do or can do that. And I think that Ukraine has been, the way that they've stood up to the Russian bear has been quite amazing in a way. One wouldn't expect a small little country with Russia being a supposed sort of world powerhouse would be able to stand still after 3 years, even having taken some Russian property or land. And as I mentioned, I mean, Russia doesn't have air superiority over Ukraine. They basically, their naval capacity is floundering. Their production capacity in terms of the essential stuff that you need, the microchips and stuff, is disintegrating. Whilst all the time Ukraine is making more drones than Russia at this moment. And I think people underestimate the power of a united Europe and what their support means for Ukraine. I think Europe united is much, much stronger than a United States divided. And again, I just want to say that applauding a guy who's ruining his country, who's killing his own people, is just kind of strange. Anyways, thanks for the opportunity and for the interesting...
No, I'm glad you're bringing this up. So here, this is very interesting. You are correct that there have been an increasing number of attacks, not on civilian targets, but on strategic targets inside Russia by the Ukrainians using drones, that at one point the Russians were adept at fending off, especially around Moscow, but not so much when they go to places like oil refineries and
munitions factories and munitions depots. That is absolutely true. And I think part of the reason they're getting greater superiority with regards to the drones, it's thanks to the Israelis and the Americans for what we have collectively done. Now, I know it was only one attack with the Americans, but what we've collectively done to Iran that has impeded their drone production because they were exporting all these drones to Russia that they were using, and so their supply of drones has diminished some, and it should not be outside of the scope of our analysis of battlefield successes and failures to note that the Russians have been forced to empty prisons in order to satisfy their conscription needs and to bring in foreign mercenaries from North Korea and I think maybe elsewhere. I think they actually brought in Chechnyan rebels and released Chechnyan rebels from prisons to fight in Ukraine. It's taken, yes, we see the tremendous toll that it's taken on Ukraine. And yes, those who point out the battlefield boundaries are absolutely correct that Russia has been successful in taking over and controlling certain regions of Ukraine, and that is an absolute metric that's easily seen and analyzed. You don't have to be a retired general on CNN explaining it to us. We could see that with our own eye. But you're absolutely right, Philip. We should not lose sight of the fact that Ukraine, against so many odds, with the help of the Europeans and, of course, with the help of the United States, has stood in there. If it's a knockout, as Tiger suggests, it's a technical knockout. They're not down for the count for 10, count of 10, and needing smelling salts to wake them back up. That's not where they're at right now. And the renewed commitment of NATO, and what I've said before is a brilliant move on the part of the president. Getting the NATO nations to buy the munitions from the United States rather than the United States just providing the munitions to Ukraine, well, that's a win-win. Win. It's a win for everybody on the side of righteousness. And Philip made a very important point that we all know, but it deserves repeating when we have this discussion, and that is Russia invaded a sovereign nation without provocation.
I also just want to mention that Europe, of course, is ramping up its own production capacity. So, buying weapons from the United States is not going to be a permanent thing.
Yes, but see, here's the thing that Americans fail to realize sometimes, and that is that Europeans are immensely concerned about Russia. And Steve made the suggestion, and he may be right, that the Chamberlain-Hitler analogy doesn't apply. But I think a lot of people there in Europe, Philip, and you could correct me if I'm wrong about this, feel that exactly applies because they fear, rightly or wrongly, that Putin has expansionist desires that fall beyond Ukraine. Am I correct in that analysis?
Well, I just don't think that any European or Western European nation who's sort of used to the democracy and the democratic values would just capitulate. But I'm here on the southern tip of Africa. So just an opinion.
Oh yeah, that's true. I forgot where you were. Don't know much about geography. Thank you, Philip. I think I'm right about that though. But if somebody has something to indicate to the contrary, but every time we've had somebody from the European nations come on here, they've, especially those European nations that are closer to the border of Russia, they see Russia as a clear and present danger to them. Now,
Yeah,
there are some Americans. What, Marshall?
I said they are genuinely worried about it. I know a woman from it's not Switzerland and it's not Denmark. It's one of the countries. It's one of the Nordic countries. I'm getting it. Yes, I'm thinking of Jenny. Oh Lord, I'm forgetting her name.
Yeah, Finland. She's
You know what I'm talking about this now?
Jenny is from Sweden, and Tina is from Finland, perhaps.
Yeah, okay. I couldn't remember where she was from. But her, and then we of course have our other lovely European friends that I'm forgetting right now, who we have not seen in a while. But
I think your audio is breaking in and out.
Genuinely concerned. It's not.
Marshall, we lost you there. But we get your point. And I know a woman in Finland, and both her and her daughter are wearing uniforms because they've joined the Home Guard. Everybody in Finland, I guess, is encouraged to join the Home Guard to train. Can you imagine that?
The sort of early on, like when the invasion happened, you had a ton of Russian individuals, especially those of military serving age men, that fled Russia. So I think Philip's point is something that should be like highlighted, is that you have a lot of Russians, especially in the technology industry, that fled Russia because they didn't want to get recruited. They didn't see the need to pursue that.
That's a great addition to what Philip had to say, but I want to try to maintain the order as best as possible. Thank you, Philip, and we'll now go to Catalyst.
Greetings. I'm a former Cold War military vet, came in during Reagan and saw this whole thing play out, studied conflict for a very long time. This is very akin to to Vietnam and China sending their troops down to buttress their forces while fighting the Americans in the 60s. I see this ultimately as Ukraine winning when you have a major superpower, or what used to be a superpower before 91 actually, because they're not, using old tanks on a battlefield, and you have citizens who are very smart individuals, and you've got Ukrainians, I see them in Silicon Valley a lot, running companies, who are creating and using commercial off-the-shelf drones to bomb old tanks. It reminds me of, if anyone studied how the whole Ho Chi Minh thing took place in the 60s and what was going on, and how the guerrilla war fighters were beating back larger numbers of individuals. I look at NATO, or Europe sponsoring NATO, buttressing Ukrainian forces to fight back Russian aggression coming into Western Europe, almost like China was sending troops down into North Vietnam to fight against Americans. I also look at this whole political theater with Putin, who's a master spy. I remember him before the FSB and KGB days, playing this particular president who's completely outclassed, outgunned in every shape, way, or form. And it reminds me of, at the same time, when China was sending down troops to North Vietnam to fight Americans after the French had left. It reminds me of, I recall that Nixon at the same time in 71, after we finished the gold standard, was negotiating with China to open the doors to Americans' markets while we're still in war. The whole thing is a hustle.
So, the one thing, and I love your commentary on this, that isn't often mentioned, is that in a way maybe Russia lost this war if their goal, as I suggest that it was to do this in 1 week or 2 weeks' time. Because I think their goal was to take over the government, and they thought that they could roll up that one road to Kyiv and occupy Kyiv, and then they literally got bogged down in the mud, and they were sitting there as sitting ducks, and they never made it to Kyiv. And,
Correct.
and so this was Putin's big battle plan. Big battle plan. No serious losses to the Russians. We'll just toss a couple of battalions up the road, overtake Kyiv, declare that we're running the government, and we've got the entire nation. Get rid of, hang Zelensky in the public square, over and done, and then back home in time for tea. But that didn't happen, and we can thank President Xi for that, by the way, because Xi didn't want them to be attacking Kyiv during the Olympics in China. And so they delayed the attack, and then the rainy season came, and the rainy season caused for the muddy roads and caused for all that heavy artillery to which you just referred to bog down. And you're absolutely right. They were hitting and running, and they couldn't be chased, just like we couldn't chase the Vietnamese people in the fight with North Korea, because we didn't know our way through the rice paddies and the tunnels. And they blended back into the community anyway. They weren't wearing uniforms, and it's the same thing with how this whole thing. So they lost the war based on their intent in the first 2 weeks, or at least the first month. And so then it turned into something completely other than they had anticipated, and that's why we are where we are today. Is that a fair analysis, Catalyst?
That is very accurate, sir. Ukraine will win because they are more committed, because they're back to the wall. Europe will help them, Western Europe, because they see them as the stoppage coming further west. So you have individuals that have the will to fight and not lose, using the current modern 21st century guerrilla warfare of commercial off-the-shelf drones, and then being buttressed, made with Israeli arms, but not of Turkish arms for their drones, and attacking strategically. They will wear down Russia through attrition, because they will not stop. Russia will stop. People will get tired of it. They're emptying their prisons, getting conscription people, Chechen rebels, who would have thought, into the fold. And now you have Ukraine's not stopping. They're not stopping. If the United States wants to pull out, okay, but Western Europe's not stopping. It won't. And this right here, this pursuing peace in Anchorage, Alaska, I remember that military base. This is all just, I think it's the Air Force Base. This is all just theater and trying to telegraph something that's not there. Reminds me of when the Russian ships during the Cuban Missile Crisis, has anyone who studied that, when they were trying to bring more missiles in, and U.S. Navy shot, star or weapons across the bow of the ships to make the Russian ships turn to get rid of missiles in Cuba. It's the same thing. This is just theater. It's a massive psyop, as we called it when I was in the military intelligence. It's a massive psyop that's taking place right here for the world to see.
And also, Callis, once again, you brought something to the conversation that I had not anticipated. You mentioned just briefly Israel, and I have no personal knowledge of this, but I suspect Israel is heavily involved in providing intel to the Ukrainians. I don't think Israel's sitting back and not assisting Ukraine. Again, I have no way of knowing that to be true, but I just in my bones, that's what I feel.
Zelensky is a Jewish man. Of course they're supplying intelligence.
Exactly my thought. You should come to the stage more often, my man. Okay, we'll now go to the ever-patient Anonymous.
Hello, Gary. This is Anonymous, and I'd like to remain anonymous. So
That's funny. That is funny.
This is Edmund. Hey, Edmund.
What's that?
I'm not sure
This is
what Marshall
Edmund
is
or
talking
Kitover.
about. This is Anonymous. I'd like to
So
say my
I want to
piece.
know whether, let's take a vote. Is Scott's Trump or Anonymous's Putin better? We need to take a poll.
Scott's Trump is like way better.
Okay, Anonymous, go ahead and make your point, and then we got to wrap it up here pretty soon, so go ahead.
Yeah, I think this is a great day for America, a great day for Russia, a great day for Ukraine. And, having Trump and Putin meet to have a meeting of the minds, even if it's in the belly of the beast, is better than no meeting of the minds. And I'm so happy they finally get to meet in private and no friction between the two of them, no fake news, no deep state, no Democrat activists looking to stop two great leaders of the free world, to meeting and creating a peaceful solution.
Two great leaders of the free world?
Yeah, they're great leaders because Putin and, he's got a lot of nuclear weapons. Well, he's a fascist, but, every 4 years we elect a fascist in this country. We're $37 trillion in debt. That's fascist. That's a fascist economy to me. That's not a balanced budget act. So what I'm saying is, if Zelensky steps down and they have fair elections, and Zelensky goes away and stops playing this role of a professional clown,
That's enough
dancing
of that
go-go
propaganda. That's enough of that propaganda. If Zelensky steps down and has fair elections, because Zelensky's to blame for the invasion. John.
Gary, that's what happens when you have Edmund on your stages. He's never serious.
I know.
It's
entertaining, though. It's entertaining.
But you know what, though, Gary? His lack of seriousness makes him a perfect candidate for the United States Congress, especially in the era of Trump. It really.
Well, wait a minute. If I were running for Congress, and once again, I have to give this guy campaign advice, because every time he speaks, I have to help him. If he's serious about running for Congress, does he want to be quoted in the media in his congressional district as saying that, as he just did, we all heard it, that Mr. Putin is a great leader of the free world? I don't think that's going to win you many votes. But that's just me. What do I know? John. I think John is actually out for the count. Steve, you get the last word.
No, I'm here, Gary. If I could go real quick. Thanks, Gary. Yeah, I just got to agree with that former anonymous speaker, because it's my belief that peace is the best solution now, and we should be rooting for Trump, and we should be rooting for Putin, and we should be rooting for the people of Ukraine so that peace can abound and people can go about their lives and no more war. Millions of people dead in Ukraine. 400,000 Ukrainians, 900,000 Russians.
you stated your contention is that you have to prove a direct link between the intent and the act before calling it genocide, right? But that's exactly
No, you have to prove the intent of the act, as demonstrated by the orders.
They also have, but Jason, they also have a plan to eradicate the Jews.
Intent of the question is whether the operation is part of the plan or not. Yes. And clearly, in the case of the Nazis, the operation is part of this plan.
And
so the intent of the act is proven. Go ahead.
They're literally saying it all the time. This was the plan. This is their charter. This is in every speech that they do.
That's not what I mean, Daniel. I mean the plan of the operation, not their general intent.
Yes.
The plan of the operation. And the plan of the operation is very clear in the case of the Nazis. They undertook an operation, right? And that is not comparable here and not relevant.
Yes, I'm trying to.
You answer your own question.
I'm trying to answer your question. So
I didn't ask a question.
Well, you answered the intent of
Hamas also has a plan. It's a different plan. The actions that the Nazis took were different than the one that Hamas. Maybe it's obvious to you because you read it like retroactively in the history book. This is happening in real time, but they do have a plan. They do say it and they do execute it, and all their actions are for the greater efficiency.
That's the mistake you're making there. All their actions part. That's not something you can bring to the ICC and convict someone of genocide for.
I'm talking to Jason, and Jason is here, not the ICC, and you're not representing the ICC.
I'm talking to you about the crime of genocide, Daniel.
Yes, I know.
And that's why I'm objecting to these things that Yaakov and Rina are saying. They're unacceptable things to say about the crime of genocide.
She's completely accurate. You're missing
what?
Yeah, I'm trying to explain that, Dan. I'm saying to him.
But you guys gotta stop.
Daniel, I'm saying to him.
Okay, I am explaining to you, and you guys don't seem to understand anything I say.
No, I understand everything you're saying. I'm saying to you, the intent of the act is proven by who and what they are targeting, and by the words.
That is not.
So, here. Today, do we have any? Was the meeting today?
Yeah, it's over. It finally ended. How many hours did they go? 4 hours, 5 hours?
Did they come out looking satisfied or?
Well, Joe B just commented that he didn't have a whole lot to say.
Yeah, I don't even get drunk.
I need a glass of water or a shot.
Well, maybe
they agreed to not say anything.
Maybe he's waiting for Putin to announce it to give some. I don't know.
Correction to the goo. He said it was extremely productive, and the fact that Trump doesn't talk leads me to curiosity. I have no expectations or understanding right now.
It's tricky because on one hand you want to convince somebody to end a war that they started, and on the other hand you don't want to sell out the nation that got invaded, that we're currently sending weapons and money to. Like, it's a sticky situation. At the end of the day, I think the win-win for everybody is for less people to die, for Russian troops to go home. But the devil's going to be in the details. And, what if Zelensky tells the pound fan we're not giving up an inch? If they do the we're not going to give up an inch thing, I think escalations from here probably make the most sense. Because if they're not going to have peace, then maybe more has to be required to drive people, to making that decision. If you think about what happened to cause Japan to surrender,
at some point, the war has to come to an end. And there's going to be a winner, there's going to be a loser. If Trump really is the negotiator he says he is, he should be looking for what is a solution that can make both of the leaders like save some face with their people. Because I don't think that you're going to sell an idea that doesn't allow them to save face.
I think that's probably the first thing on the agenda too. Because if the people that you lead don't respect your decisions, you're not going to be a leader for long unless